What it's like beyond the seats at Barkley Center? Well, now's your chance to step into the action with Barkley Center Tours. Explore exclusive spaces, walk the same halls as the players, feel the buzz, and watch the team warm up next to the court. It's your all-access pass to the home of the Brooklyn Nets. So don't just watch the game, live it. Go behind the scenes and experience it the Brooklyn way. Book your tour today at barclaycenter.com/tours.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
We begin a new chapter in New York. Our focus is simple. It starts with building a team that is physical and tough, that's capable of overwhelming their opponent from beginning to end, and especially at the end, that understands how to finish.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
You already know what it is when you're here today. You're New York, I'm here. I've been here for like 2 hours. Of course, the Brooklyn Nets played a double OT just to lose. Keith McPherson on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Hit my line one time. You want to talk to me? You got something to tell me? Maybe you've got questions. I don't know. Something you want to talk about. I get this feeling people want to talk about the Yankees. We've been talking about John Harbaugh all week. What a week. We've got the AFC Championship coming up. The NFC Championship coming up. The Knicks got right against the Nets the other night. That's why the Nets showed up tonight against the Celtics. Should have beat the Celtics, but whatever. I'm watching the Devils here. They're up 1-0, and we will unpack some of the coaching hires and coaching changes in the NFL. But, yeah, the Mets had some activity too. Let's start with the Mets, and then I'll get to the Yankees. I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets. The make it happen Mets. They made it happen. But, like, we got to separate the Mets from some, keyword, some Met fans. Because some Met fans in the middle of the night had a parade back in like 2023 because Carlos Correa signed. And it turned into a World Series parade and all of this proclaiming of what the Mets would be. And then we all know last year, the generational Juan Soto. Juan Soto chooses the Mets because it's a better place to win and it's a better future for him. And the Mets are big brother and the Mets are taking, like, pump your brakes. All of that to not make the postseason. But I say that to say this. The Mets didn't make the postseason. So what are you holding on to from last year's team? 888-808-1019 one time. Pete Alonso, it's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. I get it. The polar bear home run record. You're seeing all the money spent. You go out and get Devin Williams, Luke Weaver, Jorge Polanco, and you can't pay Pete. They never loved him. They never wanted to pay Pete. They paid him last year, right? On top of Juan Soto. They needed protection for Juan Soto, but they needed change. And in the beginning of the offseason, you could not see the change. And Yankee fans, like, I want you to also think about this too, right? Like, the offseason is not done. And baseball is different. There's no free agent frenzy. There's no deadline. It plays out over the course of months, and it plays out literally from the end of the season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, the new year. Here we are now, Friday, January 23rd. I'm back in my lane. I'm back in my pocket. I'm back in the nighttime. I did a couple shows, but they weren't the KM to AM. They weren't the, night into the day. We'll say good morning on the other side. But we get so impatient. Mets fans were killing David Stearns. I got a kick out of it because in the beginning it was like, okay, you're just taking Yankees scraps, Yankees leftovers. Why are you so obsessed with that pipeline? Carlos Mendoza, is he the one saying, hey, get this guy? If they can do it in the Bronx, they can do it in Queens. But I understand, right? Because it's like Nimmo trade. Here comes Marcus Semien. Oh, what's Marcus Semien now? Well, what's Nimmo? Nimmo is expensive and didn't win anything. He's part of that core. Jeff McNeil, whatever. You knew Jeff McNeil was getting up out of here. To the Oakland A's. The Sacramento A's. And I don't know. Somebody checked on DJ LeMahieu this offseason. There was a rumor DJ LeMahieu almost signed a contract. I was like, with who? The A's? But, you know, as days go by, you got to think about it. David Stearns, Brian Cashman, these guys are observing holidays. These guys have families. These guys are general managers and presidents of baseball operations. They have a lot of things to do. They also have to wait on agents and other teams and visits and players, and dominoes have to fall. So as we saw Steve Cohen tweet out, let me know when you see smoke. No smoke, no smoke. You don't want smoke with the Dodgers. But it seems like some of you Mets fans do want smoke with the Dodgers now. It seems like some of the Met fans are saying, hey, we're ready and good. But slow your roll. What I'll say is I think this team can be better than last year's team. They didn't win anything. They were disappointing. Like, they were an all-time collapse, all-time fail. A lot of money wasted for nothing. And when you see David Stearns have to freestyle a little bit here, right, you lose Edwin Diaz. I think Edwin Diaz is the one they really did want to keep, but Edwin Diaz wants to win. So he doesn't believe that this Mets team could win. He didn't know, right? Edwin Diaz didn't know what this Mets team would look like when he signed with the Dodgers. Everybody knows what the Dodgers look like, and we'll get into them tonight. You know, we'll talk about the Guggenheim partners and their one-of-one TV deal and Ohtani and the lockout, and I get it. It feels like, what's the use? What's the use watching baseball? But then when you see David Stearns freestyle and kind of cram here and say, yo, I'm going to change this lineup. Bo Bichette, come on down. And I don't know how many Mets fans watch Bo Bichette, but I got to watch him a lot over the years with the Blue Jays versus the Yankees. He's a hitter. You know, his dad had him in the batting cage when he was in diapers. Dante Bichette was throwing him fastballs as soon as he could stand. You put that guy in the lineup with Juan Soto, with Francisco Lindor, you're cooking at the top of that order. He's going to hit. He's going to produce. And don't worry so much about the opt-out. Like, the contract was built that way. There's an opt-out. He could potentially opt out. And you know what? When he turned to his agent's his lawyer, he's supposed to sit there and answer those, whatever. There's an opt-out for a reason. It could be one and done, so be it. You know, we see this all the time, right? Pete opted out, and you knew he was going to opt out. Oh, Bregman opted out, right? These contracts are just, these guys want to make money. And, you know, with the tweet that Steve Cohen sent out about, let me know if you see smoke, and the Dodgers swoop in to get Kyle Tucker, I felt like, bang, Nico Hischier, goal. I'm watching the Devils in here. We'll get to the Devils in a minute, too. 2-0 Devils for my Devils fans out there. Woo! 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 I lost my train of thought. Steve Cohen embarrassed himself on Twitter. Steve, delete the app. You don't need it, boss. You don't need it. You're a billionaire. Say less. Less is more. But I love the pivot. I felt like he needed to deflect. I think he told David Stearns, hey, Bo Bichette is down there in Philly meeting with our arch rivals. Check on that. Check on that. We all thought it was a guarantee that he was going to meet with the Phillies and Don Mattingly, and Don Mattingly's son is the GM, and they were going to sign him for 7 years and $200 million. If you're a Met fan, don't worry about the Yankees. Worry about the Phillies in your division, right? Remember, the Phillies swept you on your road to trying to get to the postseason. Like, worry about the Phillies. What an excellent move for the fan base to go steal a player like that, which if you put Bo Bichette in that lineup, come on. What an excellent move for the fan base to go steal Bo Bichette in the middle of the night like he stole Carlos Correa. That didn't work out, but this one will, at least for this year. Don't worry about Kyle Tucker. It is what it is. Don't worry about the Dodgers and all of the money that they spent. They still got to get out there and do it again. They still got to go out there and do it again. And so David Stearns continues. Wow, as soon as my show starts, Cody Glass, bang, Devils up 3-0. You know, I do like these little ride-alongs when I'm watching the game. coming off the Nets loss, I need something here. The Devils won like 4 out of the last 5. They're hot right now. They're rolling. They're up 3-0. We'll probably get another win. Like, I need this right now. But let me keep my train of thought. You sign or you go trade for Luis Robert. Oh, great. Better than Cedric Mullins. And now, all of a sudden, you've got a plus defender in center field. And if he can bounce back, if he can be motivated by the bright lights of New York City, playing with Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, Trevor Simeon, Jorge Polanco, Bo Bichette, now you have a formidable lineup of professional hitters that are going to give you professional at-bats and grind down pitchers. And then you don't have to worry so much about your pitching, right? Because you feel like you're going to be able to score runs. And you feel like you've replaced some of that production that you lost with Nimmo, more so Pete Alonso. But then out of nowhere, I'm live. Shout out to Hector and Blunt Thoughts. Hector from Washington Heights. I'm live with Hector on his show. And we get the news that the Mets are in talks to acquire Freddy Peralta. And, of course, there were some rumors that the Yankees were going to go get him. And I'm like, come on, Cashman, do something. They're not going to tweet out that the Mets are in talks to get the guy without getting the guy. Who cares what you gave up? David Stearns never loved those guys. He didn't care about Brandon Sproat. There's no room for him. Not going to win you anything. Didn't care about Jet Williams. You've heard the name for the last few years. Whatever. Even Luis Angel Acuna. Goodbye. We don't care about those 4 home runs you hit in winter ball. It means nothing to us here. All of a sudden, you're looking at David Stearns' offseason like, yo, this guy freestyled his way into getting the Mets fan excited about buying tickets and going back to the ballpark. Juan Soto did it for you last year. You expect Juan Soto to get out of the gate and start fast this year, right? Right. So I know people expect me to troll the Mets. I know people expect. The only thing I'm trolling about the Mets is not the Mets and what they're doing. It's the Met fans that are already proclaiming that they can step to the Dodgers. And I've seen it so many off seasons. If they gave out rings in the off season, Steve Cohen would have 2-3 chips by now. 888-808-1019. But I'm just saying, man, cheer up. Cheer up. There's so many doom and gloom baseball fans in New York, and I get it. We haven't won anything. We've been close. We've been good. Haven't had a parade. It's always next year. Maybe next year. It's forever next year around here. And it shouldn't be. Not with all the money that's spent by the organization and the fans. And speaking of that, I'm tired of the Yankee fan that's always crying. That's always toxic, pessimistic. I'm tired of the Yankee fan that has already quit. Can't win. The Dodgers are going to win. Just don't even show up. It's sports. And I think we also forget that, like, the championship isn't guaranteed to anybody. Like, it's sports. They got to go out there and compete, and they got to get it done. It's not guaranteed to the Dodgers either. You know what I'm saying? So I look at this offseason, and I had to take this week that it got a lot of traction. I ended up muting it, and I stopped responding to people. Actually, you know, I was applauding the Cody Bellinger signing. We knew it was going to get done, but we started to get tired of the conversation around Scott Boras and 36, 37 million a year and 7 years, and it really just got corny, bro. Like, I started to sour on the thought. Like, I was like, whatever, play Dominguez, let Spencer Jones, because it's like, nobody wants to play these Scott Boras Corp games. Cody Bellinger's a good player. He's not elite. Cody Bellinger had a resurgent year in the Bronx. He should not want to go anywhere else. And we knew that because early in the offseason, there were talks like, yeah, this is where Cody Bellinger wants to be. You guys remember that game where they showed his wife, Rodon's wife, and Cole's wife in Legends together? Happy wife, happy life. They signed, and Garrett Cole's wife posted a picture with them all together. He didn't want to go up to Toronto, and he also did not want to be a Met. And the Mets weren't signing him for 5 years. I don't know what the Met offer potentially was, but as soon as the Mets pivoted to get Luis Robert that night, we all said, well, that's it. Why would they go after Belly? But it's never good enough for some Yankee fans. There are Yankee fans that just hate the organization at this point. I think I'm getting old. I think I'm getting old because the younger fan that does not remember anything from 2009 prior feels like they're owed a championship. And that's where I go back to saying you're not owed anything. It's sports. Go try being a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, or you don't have to go that far. Be a Met fan. The Mets are about to celebrate 40 years. 40 years. and you Yankee fans cry about a team running it back, that you know what? I understand. The Yankees are very casual, comfortable, content, because they are the New York Yankees. I understand some of the frustration, but not to the point of, I'm not going to the games. This team's not going to win anything. I'm not even watching the games. What's the use? They didn't go get Kyle Tucker. They didn't want him. They didn't go get Bo Bichette. They didn't want him. They didn't feel like he's a fit for the team. Not at that price. And where's he going to play? They didn't view him as a shortstop. But you know what? Their main target, which they telegraphed the whole offseason, Cody Bellinger. Yes, we want Cody Bellinger. They went out and got Cody Bellinger, and they didn't bend the knee to Scott Boras. They told Scott Boras, this is the offer. Take it or leave it. You can go around all of Major League Baseball. We're not bidding against ourselves. If you need us to sweeten the pot in the beginning, signing bonus, cool. But we've learned from the DJ LeMahieu contract. We've learned from the Stanton contract. We've learned from the Jacoby Ellsbury contract, the Aaron Hicks contract. You know, the Yankees are like, we're not doing that. We want Cody Bellinger here, and Cody Bellinger is here. And I think Yankee fans should applaud it. I think Yankee fans should be excited about the season because they did win the same amount of games back-to-back years. And I know I'm going to sound like a Yankee boy or Yankee show or whatever you want to call it. And some people seem to think that for some reason I need to, like, carry water for the Yankees or campaign for, like, to have a better standing with the Yankees. Have you ever listened to me after a Yankee game? But how I honestly feel is they're focused on the clubhouse, camaraderie, chemistry. Follow me. Aaron Judge last year had his best postseason ever. Aaron Judge is the MVP. I don't expect Aaron Judge to slow down. He is the leader of the team. And more guys that go to battle with him and follow him, they know what time it is. This team was the best offense in baseball last year, was it not? They had multiple guys hit 30 home runs. I mean, Belly was one short if you want to add him, right? They're running it back because if it ain't broke, you ain't got to fix it too much. And I know how many were, well, the Blue Jays, they smacked us. And listen, the Blue Jays got the tiebreaker. If the Yankees don't get swept by the Miami Marlins, the Yankees are in the spot the Blue Jays are, and it changes everything. I know. It's coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's revisionist history, but you have to look at it like that because that's how the Yankees are looking at it. That's how they go to sleep at night feeling good about it. The Yankees look at it as, hey, we threw a lot of games away. We put our starting shortstop out there for months with a torn shoulder. Anthony Volpe could not hit. He could not hold on to the bat. He led the league in errors. Something was wrong, but the Yankees kept putting him out there. They felt like they had nothing else they could do. They went out and got Jose Caballero. It was too little, too late, whatever. They started the season off telling us third base could be any combination of DJ LeMahieu and Pablo Reyes ends up starting games, and Oswald Peraza. Oswaldo gets hurt. We end up watching Yorbit Vivas play and get gunned down by Acuna in Atlanta. You know, it was a mess. They had to put Jazz at third. We lost games behind Jazz at third, DJ being at second. Routine ground balls DJ couldn't get to. Throws that Jazz should have made, but he's got to play a position he never played. The bullpen, which I do expect Cashman to add to the bullpen. If there's one thing you can count on him to do, it's to revamp the bullpen and the bullpen to be solid every year. But there is no Jonathan Loaizaga to blow a game. There is no Mark Leiter Jr. blowing games. There is no Devin Williams. There is no Luke Weaver. How many games were blown like that? Going back to the Miami series, they wanted to pitch every new pitcher the first day that he put on a Yankee uniform. Camilo Duvall, go for it. Jake Bird, go for it. David Bednar, go for it. It was foolish. But I'm saying, I think that they're looking at all of these different things that cost them games last year, and they're going to learn from it. And one of the biggest things they're also looking at is the 2023 Cy Young winner is coming back. Garrett Cole is going to be back. Garrett Cole didn't pitch a game last year. I hope wherever Giancarlo Stanton is, he's healthy, and he's pissed off that he didn't hit a home run in October, and he's ready to come back and contribute. However many games, I don't know, but you forget that he wasn't around. You forget that Luis Gil wasn't around. It was Max Fried's first year. He started off great. He hit a bump in the road, whatever. They're not going to have Rodon, but then, they go out and trade for Ryan Weathers. And the response to that trade, it's a depth piece. They gave up nothing for a potential lottery ticket that a lot of people are saying this guy's got good stuff it could hit. Why are y'all so mad? 888-808-1019. I understand them keeping the cohesion of that clubhouse together. I understand them saying we're running it back because we won just as many games and we were right there. And if we don't blow so many games, Devin Williams blew 9 games on his own. Luke Weaver, you could probably add another 3 or 4 there. If we didn't have to change the lineup so much, you guys want a consistent lineup every day, every series. Maybe you can get there like this. I need another starter. It's not going to be Mackenzie Gore. It's not going to be Freddy Peralta. It's damn sure not going to be Tarek Skubal. If you saw what the Tigers were asking for Tarek Skubal. I need a right-handed catcher that can platoon with Wells. I need another bullpen piece, 1 or 2. And then some of you get mad at these little marginal moves, which it's like, these are clerical. This is what you do as you're heading into spring training, right? You go get a Michael Sirianni. You go get a Marco Lucano. You go get these don't matter. You go get a Nick Torres, the MVP of the Mexican League. These guys, we'll go down to Tampa in a month. We'll go see these guys there. I got to take a break. 888-808-1019. I'd like to talk to the Yankee fans and the Met fans about where we are in the offseason. It's not done yet. But I don't know how anyone could be mad. I don't know how anyone could be upset. I don't know how anyone could be down on the team. The Yankees are running back a team that went to the World Series 2 years ago that actually is better than that team, that they're confident in, that's going to have Garrett Cole, where they could still make moves. Like now that you got Bellinger back, they could trade one of Spencer Jones. I would trade Spencer Jones or Dominguez. We're not done. We are not done. And for the Met fans, I think some of you owe an apology to David Stearns because I joked, hey, I need to go to more Met games now because there are major league caliber players here that we've seen in all-star games, in World Series. You guys didn't see Bo Bichette in the World Series? You didn't see Marcus Semien in the World Series a few years back? Jorge Polanco is postseason proven. Get there. Get Juan Soto there. This year, the Mets have to make the postseason no matter what. And now you have Freddy Peralta next to Nolan McLean, and you'll figure it out with Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea and Kodai Senga and whomever else. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's been a while. We're hanging out till 2 a.m. I want to take your calls. We'll start with the baseball. I just felt like that was the way to go. Yankees and Met fans, I'll take both of your calls on the moves this offseason, your questions, any other additions you feel like they need to make. And then, of course, we'll get into AFC Championship, NFC Championship. I do want to talk about John Harbaugh. I absolutely love that press conference, and I love that this guy got the control, and he has come in, and we got more on it. But let's break it down. 888-808-1019. We're talking sports on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
I want you to be proud of what you see. I want you to watch a football team out there that you can brag about. Mm-hmm. It's like, man, this is my team. This is the way they play, and I can relate to these guys and how they play. That's what I want. I want them to be happy. I want them to be fired up about their team. Yeah. I want them to look at a team and say, man, these guys are what I'm about. That would be my message to them. Yeah. We got to get there. We got to earn that.
No station gets you big blue news like the Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 101.9 FM WFAN.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
All you need to live large is the right boat.
Find yours at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
Shop hundreds of boats and the latest gear.
Happening Wednesday through Sunday at the Javits Center.
And myboatshow.com.
RU fans, it's basketball season. Make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights hardwood action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights basketball is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Town Fair Tire sells Continental winter tires for the guaranteed lowest price, because we stock more Continental tires than any other tire dealer. So we buy for less, and we sell Continental winter tires for less. Plus, you always get more from Town Fair. Yes, more free services than any other tire dealer. Now with over 120 locations and still growing. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. I mean, nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Just one drive in a Mercedes-Benz, you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Choose from over 500 vehicles and experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by January 31st at getcovered.nj.gov.
Welcome to Jake's 58 Casino Hotel, where excitement never stops. Unleash the fun with 2 floors of gaming action, featuring 1,000 cutting-edge video and electronic machines. Enjoy exceptional service at a prime location that places you right in the heart of Long Island's excitement. Stay and play in style with over 200 hotel rooms and treat yourself to a full range of dining options at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Winter in Jersey is unpredictable, but the savings at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside are crystal clear, as the winter forecast is seasonal savings, and the deals are coming in hot. Lease a new Toyota for just $99 a month. Qualified buyers can score available 0% financing, and Route 22 Toyota gets everyone driving with their goal of 100% credit approval. But hurry, these offers won't stick around. Visit Route22Toyota.com for details and even more great offers, or get over to Route 22 Toyota, where the winter forecast is seasonal savings.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Introducing new Quick and Eat. Chicken and lightly breaded in grilled chunks. Delicious and so easy to prepare. Quick and Eat, now in the frozen food aisle at your neighborhood ShopRite store.
Talk sports here. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
Ten wins. It's going to snow. That's all I got to say. It's going to snow. 10-10 wins. If you want full coverage of the weather and the forecast and what to do, and 10-10 wins. 10-10 wins. They're rolling full coverage on it. Also, we are approaching 100,000 subs on YouTube. WFAN. Go to YouTube if you would like to watch the show. If you're home, go to YouTube. Search WFAN, join the chat. We have a bunch of people in the chat now, 115 people in the chat. It started 31 minutes ago. Shout out to Cap, shout out to Izzo, shout out to Gallo, shout out to everybody, man. Ryan, I used to do social media at MTV. We had a fleet of 20, 25 digital people, and this was years ago. You would think our digital team was half that size. It's not. With the amount of content and things that they crank out, things that they create, things that they do. So please support WFAN and WFAN Digital by going to YouTube and subscribing. Even if you don't want to watch me on camera, if you don't want to see my fit, you don't want to see my hat, you don't want to see my vest, you don't want to see my nice cream jacket, my watch, none of that, subscribe to the YouTube channel. I want to see a plaque in here that says 100K subs. They send you that silver plaque. I want WFAN to get one of those plaques. And if we could do that tonight, I think we're 400 subs away. We could do that tonight. Other than that, let's roll. Yankee fans, Mets fans, you got it. First up is Eddie in Queens. How you doing, Eddie?
What's up, Keith? It's Eddie Savage from Savage Sports. I know you spoke to my boy James Starr the other day.
My guy, what's up?
How's everything? Can't wait for the season. Very excited. Can't wait to see you over there. We'll have a good time. But I just think the Yankees have few too many left-handed bats. I like McMahon at third base for defense, but I think they got to make a couple decisions before they start this season because Dominguez, Spencer Jones, I agree with you. If you're not going to use them during playoff time, do the defense, try to get a right-handed bat in there. I think we really need it.
Yeah, we absolutely need another right-handed bat, but it's funny, right? Just a few years back, the Yankees were two right-handed. They didn't have any left-handed bats. It was Brett Gardner. It was get Mike Ford in there. Let's go get Rougned Odor. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have we had Didi Gregorius, and there was no other left-handed bats. Now they're two left-handed, and they fixed that problem, and now they got to kind of correct it. I mean, it's not a bad problem because most of these guys mash, most of these guys hit, but you do want the balance. So Ahmed Rosario comes back to platoon with Ryan McMahon. I said I want a right-handed catcher. Who is that going to be? Are they going to trade for one? Are they going to, I don't know who they're going to sign. Are they going to trade for one? I think that will help. I don't have any other ideas. I mean, if you go around the diamond, it's Ben Rice at first, left-handed. Jazz at second, left-handed. Obviously, you have Caballero there, but then you have McMahon left-handed at third base, and he better pick it up. His bat speed, his hitting, his second year with the Yankees, his first full year with the Yankees, I expect him to be a better hitter. But then, as we talk about having a right-handed bat, we have the best right-handed bat in the game. Thanks for the call, Eddie. Can we start there again? Fans talk about the Yankees as if Aaron Judge is not Aaron Judge. He's not. That's why I said we're getting so jaded. Are you guys that just numb to Judge is the best right-handed hitter in the game? And there's a good chance that now he got that monkey off his back in October, that he comes back, has another MVP season, and if he does that again in October and somebody else picks him up, let's go. Now, when you continue to go around the diamond, I know it's a pain point for me. If you follow me online, John Heyman reported that Trent Grisham was likely to not take the qualifying offer. And then when that news broke that he took it, shout out to my guy Jackson Brody. We were on a call live. We're both Yankee fans. We both ended the call. It was no, we had to go see if it was true, why, and it started the offseason off on what we felt like was a bad note. But I root for the laundry, so I'm rooting for that guy. I want that guy to hit another 30 homers. Do I think that's likely? Of course not. Do I expect him to regress? Yeah. Do I expect him to come back down to earth and be more of a 220 hitter? Yeah. Do I want to see him lead off again? Hell no. They let him off every game of the postseason. I was screaming, please do something else. But they didn't want to change it. Now all of a sudden the Yankees are, it ain't broke. Don't fix it. And you know what? Good for Trent Grisham, because what he did last year making $5 million, I guess the Yankees are looking at it now and they're just splitting the difference. All right, here's $27 million for the 2 years. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Ethan in Rockland County next. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
Good. Minus the Devils went up 3-0.
Yeah,
and then they just gave up 3.
I start calling the Canucks score 3. I'm feeling it too. I was just thinking. I'm looking at the Mets depth chart, obviously, and I keep looking at this pitching staff, and I'm realizing that they don't have a sufficient amount of lefties in the bullpen this year, at least for what's going to start out the year. Because I really don't see Minter making the opening day roster. I think he's still going to be a little bit hurt. So I'm, seeing all these righties, Williams, Weaver, Garcia, Braziman, Myers, and you have so many guys down in the system that are righties. I mean, I just think that the Mets are going to need someone in the bullpen, like an Andrew Chafin maybe, who's been pretty consistently good. To really
you don't have faith in Dickie Lovelady? That's not your man. You don't rock with?
No, I love Dickie Lovelady is my guy, the greatest, best since Dick Poles, really. That best name in baseball since Dick Poles. But
did they cut him? Is he still on the team? I feel like they have.
Yeah,
he gets cut.
Bruhan,
comes back.
When they traded for Bruhan, they sent him down. But I mean, you know what? They sent him down more times than I can count last year, I feel like. So I'm not too worried that he'll show up sometime during the year. But I just think, Raley is 37. He's your only lefty in the bullpen. I think you're going to need someone like I said, an Andrew Chafin maybe to go help you.
Yeah, and that's where I say, and thank you for the call, Ethan. It's January 23rd. Pitchers and catchers don't report for another couple weeks. We're not done. The offseason is incomplete. And if Ethan in Rockland County is calling the fan, looking at the roster, looking at the bullpen, looking at these guys, saying we don't have – David Stearns knows that. He's aware of that. Now, obviously, you go get a Devin Williams, Luke Weaver because they're available and you like them and you pay them what you want to pay them and whatever. But there's still time to fill out the roster, shore up the bullpen. They're not done. It's not pencils down yet. You don't have to submit the rosters yet. And then even when we get into spring training, they're not done. And then even when we get into the season, they're not done. The trade deadline is far from now. So us as fans, we got to be more patient. We do this every single year. We're ready to kill them, and we're not even anywhere near completion. So you see that, I see that. There are things that, and notice I took a Yankee call and I took a Met call, and both were calls saying we need this. We need a right-handed bat. We need a left-handed bullpen arm. Cashman knows they need a right-handed bat. David Stearns knows they need a left-handed bullpen arm. It's their jobs to go out and find those guys. They will not enter the season incomplete. 888-808-1019. Hollywood is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, Hollywood? What you got going on this Friday night? You good? You straight? You ready?
Keith, what's going on, man? Welcome home, bro. It's OG Wood, Hollywood, whatever you want to call me. I'm still in school. I'm still in school for the sports broadcast.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I know we're talking baseball. I'm going to talk baseball, but I also just want to slide a little Nick thing in there real quick.
I'm going to get to the Knicks.
I'm not happy with the offseason we're having.
Big guy.
I'm not happy.
Big guy.
I'm not happy.
Karl-Anthony Towns.
I'm not happy with the Yankees. I think Karl-Anthony Towns needs to get sent somewhere. The Knicks need to go ahead and get Sadiq Bey real quickly. I'm watching him. I love that guy. But anyway, back to the Yankees real quick. I'm not happy with what we're doing. George Steinbrenner is somewhere rolling in his grave right now, what his son is doing with this team here. First of all, don't be surprised soon if you hear that the Yankees are for sale. It's just something weird. I hope not. It's something weird going on here.
Hollywood, you're the man, but you said two things that I just gotta stop you. George Steinbrenner's not rolling over in his grave with what they just paid Cody Bellinger. You know how much money Cody Bellinger's about to make more money than Judge. He's about to get like $80 million over these next couple. They're spending money. Go look at how much money is owed to Garrett Cole, to Carlos Rodon, to Max Fried. to Giancarlo Stanton, to Aaron Judge, to Ryan McMahon. Like, they're paying these guys a lot of money. And I the other thing about the Yankees being for sale, no, never. We got a break here. My wife got on the train and she was like, "Are you familiar with the hockey team, the women's hockey team?" I'm like, "I am, the Sirens." I'm like, "They play in the Prudential Center." I'm like, "Their owner is," and I couldn't think of the name. I'm like, "Look up the owner." I know. I'm like, "Look it up, Mark Walter." I'm like, "Yes," And then we start talking about the Dodgers and the Guggenheim Partners. We start talking about they own the LA Sparks and they own the Los Angeles Lakers, right? A part of them. And Jeannie Buss sold. And people thought the Buss family, right? She inherited that from Dr. Buss. That would never happen. Well, I'm telling you, from George to Hal, the Steinbrenners will never, ever sell. We'll get back on it. And I thought that was a goal right there. Anyway, 888-808-1019. We're talking Yankees. We're talking offseason. We'll do that till probably 12 o'clock. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Coach John Harbaugh joins us here on Evan and Tiki.
How committed are you to a 1,000-yard rusher every year?
Yeah, you got to have it. Everything starts up front on both sides of the ball. It starts with the offensive line. You build a good offensive line, all those other guys, all the playmakers, they look better.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Visit your local Kia dealers to discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match
ZipRecruiter. Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Now's the time to score quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. Every plan includes free preventive care prescriptions, emergency services, and more. And 8 in 10 people get financial help. Visit getcovered.nj.gov.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, bam! Let's go. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus. When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
Wow, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that very much. And what an honor. What an exciting moment.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, we'll get to you, Johnny boy. The John Harbaugh era for the New York Football Giants. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We're approaching midnight. That's where the KM goes to AM. We'll get back to the phones, but, I just wanted to put another message out here. Stop killing the team and the general manager and the president of baseball operations, because you know and I know as soon as they get out of the gates, win some games, have a big matchup against another good team, you're going to be at the stadium buying tickets. If they're in first place, you're going to be front running, and you'll be the first in line for your bobblehead. So, we do this every year. We go through the same thing every year. Oh, they should sell the team. Boone should have been fired. Cashman should have been fired 15 years ago. They're not going to win anything. Why are they running back a team that failed? Oh, it's the Mets. Oh, they wouldn't pay Pete. They couldn't keep Diaz. Wait, hold on. Look what they've done. Look what they've done and how they've done it. 2 great trades by David Stearns. He's showing you who he is and what he does. I'm not worried about prospects. Prospects are suspects. Aren't you trying to get back to the NLCS? Aren't you trying to go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers? I like that, right? When I saw the moves that the Cubs made this year, Bregman, Edward Cabrera, they go and get him, and then they even have deferred money in Bregman's contract. I'm like, okay, somebody's trying to challenge the Dodgers. The Mets are trying to get back to the postseason. They have to. Mandate, must get back to the postseason. And they want to be able to match up their lineup with the Dodgers lineup. We'll see. Obviously, they need more in the bullpen. They need more in the rotation, but they're trying. They're not done. So we got to be patient. And it's nonsense. And you know what it is? It's the internet. If we did not have all of this ability to write online on all of these platforms where everybody's voice could be heard, it'd be a lot quieter. Your group chat is quiet enough where it'd just be a couple people that are upset. But for the most part, you'd be happy as a Met fan with Devin Williams, Luke Weaver, Bo Bichette, Luis Robert Jr., Marcus Semien, Jorge Polanco, and Freddy Peralta in one offseason. And as a Yankee fan, when you actually really sat down and thought about it, I'm not talking about Paul Blackburn or Med Rosario or Ryan Yarbrough or Ryan Weathers, but this team was a good team that pissed away a lot of games. And they told you they weren't going after Kyle Tucker or Bo Bichette in this offseason. They wanted Bellinger. He's a perfect fit. He can play 4 different positions. He shores up that defense, and he's going to hit in that lineup in that stadium. All in all, good. Good. And Cole is back. So 888-808-1019. Ryan is in Passaic with us next on The Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I've been sitting here listening to you, and glad to say I'm happy to hear you at this late night hour. But I'm just trying to get my thoughts together, and basically what I've come up with is the Yankees are obviously a good team. They're trying to run it back with whatever they got. And the long and the short of it is I feel like that they're a good team, and they're good enough, but they're not great enough. And what I'm 40 years old, and I know you're a comparable age, and we've seen success. But what we've seen in recent years is marginalized success, 90-plus wins, playoff appearances. But I honestly can't
World
say
Series
the last
appearance.
time I was. Yeah, that's true. I honestly can't say the last time that they lost in the playoffs of the World Series where I felt like it was an upset. It was almost expected, that it didn't come to fruition, that they didn't go all the way because we just gotten used to being good enough, but not great enough.
2019. Probably 2019. I thought that.
True. And the long and the short of everything I'm trying to say is I just don't want to go through another decade of this to see a New York Giants experience where a John Harbaugh comes in and changes everything.
Thank you for the call, Ryan. Sorry. And we're about to break in a couple minutes. I want to get another call in. But why are we projecting till 2036? And why are we comparing the Yankees to the Giants and what the Giants just went through? We'll get to the Giants. We will get to the Giants. In Happy Valley, Oregon, Michael joins us on the Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Love your passion for the Yankees and analytical opinions of baseball. Really quickly, I'm a big Mets fan out here on the West Coast, and I know that I have a feeling in 2026 in the World Series it'll be Schlittler versus McClain pitching at Citi Field for Game 3. But my question to you is, you can dissect that one. My question to you is, do you think the Mets did the right thing by not trading Tong but trading Sproat? In other words, would you, if you had to keep one of the two, do you think they did the right thing by keeping Tong, and why?
Yeah, I like kid. I like the kid. I like Jonah Tong. Thanks for the call. I remember when we were talking about him last year coming up. I like this stuff. I liked his legs, paws. I just think he's a baby. He's going to grow and actually become they were comparing him to Tim Lincecum with his windup. I know that's a high praise and lofty expectations, but I just think they think he's got better stuff. You got to give to get too, and that's why I said there's not enough room for the guy. You tried to force it on these kids to push it, through the end of the race last year, and it did not work. Nolan McClain shined. And you know what I also think about Jonah Tong? I think that experience that he went through, he was crying in the club. He went through a couple rough outings, and I think he's going to be better for it. And I think I mentioned, Dickie Lovelady being let go and he was DFA'd. I went back to my notes just yesterday. The Mets acquired infielder Vidal Brujan from the Twins for cash considerations. Left-handed pitcher Richard Lovelady designated for assignment. But listen, I know we want to guess and we want to project and we don't know. And that's the beautiful thing about baseball. The last thing I'll say before we break here, and now we don't have updates or whatever, so I'll come right back. The Blue Jays went from last place to first place to damn near winning the World Series. And I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card except them. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
They both were dealing with the chaos that is created playing on the road in those two particular stadiums.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
All you need to live large is the right boat.
Find yours at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
Shop hundreds of boats and the latest gear.
Happening Wednesday through Sunday at the Javits Center.
And myboatshow.com.
Welcome to Jake's 58 Casino Hotel, where excitement never stops. Unleash the fun with 2 floors of gaming action, featuring 1,000 cutting-edge video and electronic machines. Enjoy exceptional service at a prime location that places you right in the heart of Long Island's excitement. Stay and play in style with over 200 hotel rooms and treat yourself to a full range of dining options at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
At Audi Manhattan, experience best-in-class service in the heart of New York. Visit their Audi flagship store today, conveniently located on 55th and 11th. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Listen to The Fan this Tuesday for New Jersey Lottery Pick 3 Quick 3. The New Jersey Lottery's Green Ball promotion is back on Pick 3 evening drawings. When the green ball is drawn, players get a free second chance to win. Only through February 1st, so play today.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Pro Savings Days are happening now at Lowe's. Save $70 on the DeWalt 12-inch miter saw, now just $279. Plus, get what you need delivered to your door or job site with free standard shipping from My Lowe's Pro Rewards members. Don't miss out. Shop Pro Savings Days deals today. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Free shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The home of New York Giants football, The Fan.
Runs out of the tackle, down the right sideline, cuts inside at the 5, in for the touchdown!
1019 FM WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. And Odyssey.
We on an ultralight beam. Father, stretch my hands. You know, Ryan called and he started to talk about the 10 years from now. I don't want to go through another 10 years with the Yankees like I just went through with the Giants. Forget about that. That's done. John Harbaugh is here, no? You guys weren't fired up at that press conference, right? I watched Evan, Tiki, Sean at the press conference, and then I flipped to the Giants YouTube and watched the press conference. One man's trash is another man's head coach, franchise changer to bring you back to prominence. 888-808-1019. If you want to talk Yankees and Mets, I'll get to you. If you're on hold, stay on hold. But I don't have all night, and I got to speak about John Harbaugh. Jesse Minter is hired to be the new head coach for the Ravens. We'll see how that goes. That's none of our business. John Harbaugh is a proven winner in this league. And with 18 years of experience winning in this league, I think he knows a thing or two that the Giants do not. I think he knows a thing or 200 that the Giants do not. And, you know, when it stalled a little bit with the contract, I wasn't worried. I knew it wasn't going to, you know, even with Sean McDermott, and we'll talk about the Bills, they're a clown show circus. Paulie, get home safe. You know, I knew it wasn't going to, I knew that John Harbaugh, who comes from a football family, I knew that he wanted to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. He was excited that they wanted him, right? Tom Coughlin told Chris Mara, get your ass down there. Go get him. They were proactive and going to get their guy. Like, Giants fans, you were ready to settle for John Gruden. Giants fans, you were ready to settle for Kevin Stefanski. You would have taken Mike McCarthy. And what was the kid's name? Tyler Loop misses a field goal, and everything changes. Everything changes. You're able to get a respected head coach that has done this in this NFL for a long time, and he's able to do what you couldn't do for a long time. As I'm talking about fans complaining about Hal and Cashman and Boone and the organization and this guy should be fired. The universe never unconnects. Everything happens for a reason. Like, the Giants needed to make a change in their building from some longtime people that have just been there because they've been there. And when the contract stalled, it was because John Harbaugh said, if I'm coming here, if I'm going to do this, we have to do this my way. Your way clearly isn't working. And if you settled for a Mike McCarthy or Kevin Stefanski, I don't know if you're getting all of that. I think you'd get a guy that would come in and just, yes, sir, no, sir, and take what's given to him. John Harbaugh is coming in and revamping everything, leaving no stone unturned. Like, they're changing the kitchen up. They're changing the medical staff up. Like, he is going to retool the Giants. It's not a rebuild. They expect to win right away, and they have pieces to win right away. And I think if you're a Giants fan, you got to be excited. He said, you know, talking about coming to the main stage, it's the biggest league, it's the greatest league, and this is the greatest city. And, you know, having the right to be called champions in New York City. And now he's putting his staff together, and we're learning who isn't on the staff. We'll go through all of that. You know, we'll go through some of the things that he said during the press conference. But I just think, like, this is what you've been dreaming of. It's an ultra light beam. It's a God dream to end up with John Harbaugh after having Brian Daboll, Joe Judge, Pat Shurmur, Ben McAdoo, after being a laughingstock, literally the laughingstock of the league. 888-808-1019. Anthony in Brooklyn, as we get back to the Yankees and Mets conversation tonight. How you doing?
Good, Keith. Oh, man, it's so good hearing your voice again.
Thank you.
You know, you're absolutely right what you're saying with the Yankees. You know, listening to these callers call up and complain. You know, the Yankees tied for the most wins in the American League.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this year, the overall pitching staff is, you know, absolutely going to be better. The overall shortstop play is going to be better, and the bullpen is going to be better. And also, I believe that, you know, I think, well, it's happened, is that, you know, Toronto and the Red Sox lost key people in free agency. Let's not forget about that. That's going to affect them. And listen, would I like to see him get, you know, a right-handed bat? Yeah. And I don't think they're done yet. Everybody's waiting to see what the Padres do. Yankees have the people that they can trade to get a Tatis if they're thinking about moving for him. So I feel really good about the season. I'm glad they didn't overspend for, you know, some of these players that you don't know how they're going to do in New York. You don't know how they're going to, you know, handle the media. So, again, it's just great hearing you back. I hope I hear you a lot more, man.
I'll be back next Friday. Thanks for the call, Anthony. Appreciate it. 888-808-1019. Yeah, a couple good things, good points and things that you said. I just disagree with Tatis at this point. What they would want for Tatis, the Yankees aren't giving up. And you know that because the Yankees passed on Peralta and, like, I think Tarek Skubal, they were asking for Ben Rice and Cam Schlittler and George Lombard. They're not doing that. Mackenzie Gore, they weren't doing that. I forget who else was out there. Like, what the Padres would want for Fernando Tatis Jr., the Yankees aren't about to give up, but follow me here. Now that the Bellinger deal is done, Cashman can do what he loves to do, which is wheel and deal. And I'm not talking about these little, Cashman moves to get these minor league deals and Paul DeYoung and whatever. But I'm talking about now Cashman can check on the trade market. Now that Cody Bellinger deal is done, like I said, Spencer Jones becomes expendable. And I think there's never been a better time to trade him after he came up to AAA and hit all those home runs. There's no room for him. Dominguez is going to be the fourth outfielder. And when you think about what the Yankees do, let's say Stanton is healthy, but you can't really bank on that. And I'm not even tripping off Stanton this year because now the Marlins money kicks in. I think Stanton is like $19 million a year. So we're starting to, actually get to that point of the contract. And we've got 2 years of Stanton and then that's it. 26, 27, and that's it. But you know what the Yankees like to do with their travel days where they'll give Judge that half day, he'll DH. And so they'll throw Belly in right field. Grisham will be in center field. Dominguez will be in left. And I think we will get to see the Martian more than people expect. There's so many people, well, you might as well trade him. If you're not going to play him, you're not going to trade. Nah, you're not going to trade that guy. That guy is like a running back on the field. He's super fast. He does have some plate discipline. He has a good eye. He can work his walks. He's a switch hitter. He's young. He just turned 22 last year. He's young. Give him some time, right? And I know he couldn't play the field a lick, but that's tough. I did a podcast with Clint Frazier, and Clint Frazier was talking about people act like left field in Yankee Stadium is left field anywhere. He's like, there's so much ground to cover, and it's Yankee Stadium. How much pressure, the people in the bleachers, you can hear them, the bright lights. That ball goes all types of ways in left field. Bellinger should be there most of the time, but I think that Dominguez can take a step forward. I don't think they're trading Dominguez, but they can now. They have the option to. Let Cashman cook. And I know you guys hate him. But now that the Bellinger deal is done and that was their big spending thing, I don't expect them to spend any more money, but I do expect them to make some other trades and other moves, and now is the time for that. Let's go to Syracuse and talk to Sean on the Fan next. Hello, Sean.
Steve, how are you?
Hanging in there.
Welcome back to where you belong. Everybody else is doing a good job, but it just feels right listening to you talking right now.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. So not to switch immediately from the Yankees to the Mets. To your point where you're talking about with the Yankees, I'll just get that in there.
I'm taking Yankee call, Met call, Yankee call, Met call on purpose. So, we're sharing. We should share.
Fair enough with your Yankees. As much as I like to try to troll you, 95 wins, you guys are going to be right there. But no, it is a Mets call. With the Bichette deal, it might be 1 year and an opt-out. We only have Freddy Peralta 1 year, $8 million. What's stopping them from, the longer Framer Valdez goes, let's say, all right, Framer, $45 million pitched this season. I hate to say there's not going to be baseball next season, but let's be real.
There's a high chance that we could miss some games. I don't think they're going to, it's not going to be the whole season, but these guys are going to get into a room, and I'll expound on that later. But yeah, Framber Valdez, the only thing stopping Framber Valdez right now is that he crossed up his catcher and could have, broke the guy's ribs last year. I remember seeing that being like, what? They're saying that guy's he's a hothead. He's a cancer in the clubhouse. That's not a guy that you pay and bring into the clubhouse. But maybe it is, especially now what they're doing with this clubhouse. This is a revamped clubhouse. This Juan Soto's clubhouse. And even Marcus Semien and Bo Bichette have a rapport. They were in Toronto together. Dante Bichette knows Carlos Mendoza, so there's ties there. I don't know. I wouldn't say that the Mets are out on Framber Valdez, and if they do play the waiting game and he's still hanging around, clearly Steve Cohen's got money to blow, and he doesn't mind blowing it again, so why not go get him? And then look at your 1-2 punch. Look at your 1-2-3 punch.
That would help them compete with the Dodgers, and you said it exactly, and you took the words out of my mouth. Framer obviously got a bad reputation from last year. Okay, well, maybe he doesn't get the long-term contract because of that. 1 year, $45 million. Let's go play against the Dodgers. Are you in or not? Good deal.
There it is. Thanks for the call, Sean. Everybody should be gunning for the Dodgers. It's competition. It made me think about, and I know this is going to send us down a whole different path, and I know we don't talk college football here, but I remember Alabama dominating college football and all these top recruits going to Bama. And I'm like, yo, when are you guys going to come together and say, we don't want to be on Bama, we want to beat Bama? That's the whole thing with sports. You want to knock the guy on the top off. You want somebody else to be king. Everybody should be gunning for the Dodgers. And it doesn't necessarily mean spending the money that the Dodgers spend, because no one can. Nobody has that TV deal. Nobody has that unicorn in Shohei Ohtani, which is a unicorn on the field, a DH starting pitcher, which allows him off the field to be valued as a DH starting pitcher to players. And then he says, hey, I don't need this money. I make $125 million a year off endorsements from Japan. If you go to Japan, they've got everything from Shohei Ohtani toothpaste to cat food. He is making bank. He's a cash cow. So much so, they couldn't afford to suspend him, not even prosecute him, investigate him for gambling. Ippei's doing the time. When he comes out, he'll have a nice check. That unicorn that exists in Chavez Ravine allowed them to do what they're doing. It's a huge loophole that is going to lead us to a lockout, especially with them saying, yeah, we'll take Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. We won back-to-back World Series. The holes we needed to fill, we needed a closer. We had Roki Sasaki as our closer. We'll go get the best closer available. Damn. Yeah, we need another outfielder. We'll go get the best outfielder available. Damn. We'll go beat them. They got to be healthy. They got to line up. And you know what? I remember being on the fan saying, Brian Cashman, when the Blue Jays win the World Series and they raise that banner in the Rogers Center, that should burn you. Because all you needed was one more game to switch positions with them where you wouldn't have to face Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox. I don't know if you guys remember me. That, and I was pretty much sure that the Blue Jays were going to win when they were going back to Toronto with 2 games. The almighty Dodgers. No one can do what they're currently doing. And I get so tired of hearing about how Steve Cohen's supposed to be what the Dodgers. He can't be. Shohei Ohtani isn't on his team. When Shohei Ohtani defers majority of his contract and is only taking $2 million, freaking Tommy Edman deferred money. You don't need to defer Tommy Edman's contract. What did Tommy Edman make? And nobody was crying when the Yankees were doing it. The Yankees weren't doing this. And baseball was way different back then. There was no ABS system. There was no pitch clock. There was no Manfred Mann on second. What are we talking about? And the Yankees had a core 4 that they built around. And yes, George spared no expense. He would go out there and stack the deck and go get the best players that he could get. And, of course, you wanted to be a Yankee back then because it was the Yankees. But in this digital age, all these teams can do those things. Like, you don't have to come to Broadway. You don't have to be in New York to make money. But I'm tired of hearing that Steve Cohen is supposed to be, making the Mets into the East Coast Dodgers, and he's got the money. He's supposed to be doing what the Dodgers are doing. No, you can't do what they're doing. They're managed by the Guggenheim Partners, who all they do is wealth management, investing, private equity. They deal with $300 billion plus in assets. This baseball money is funny money to them. They laugh. They laugh at the deferred money. People are like, oh, they've got over $1 billion in deferred They don't care. They've got it mapped out and planned. In my time off, I've been doing some digging, right? Like the Japanese market, like they have a direct pipeline to the LA tourism. They're selling packages to every home game. They're bringing in like 800 people from Japan to every home game. Then in the postseason, it doubles. You can go to ChatGPT and look this stuff up. How much money do the Dodgers rake in from Japanese tourists? Go type that into ChatGPT. What's the structure of the Dodgers TV deal from the McCourt family bankruptcy and how they got that one-of-one TV deal where they get all of that money in revenue sharing is different than what we have here. Steve Cohen doesn't even own SNY. You guys got to, on the surface level, it was frustrating the hell out of me this last week. Seeing on the surface level, well, the Yankees could do it. This is what the Yankees would do. No, the Yankees didn't do that. They didn't have deferred contracts. They didn't have Shohei Ohtani. And Steve Cohen can't be the Dodgers, right? Because that also requires winning. Can't beat them, join them. Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell laughing like, yeah, we lost to this team in the World Series with the Tampa Bay Rays. Feels good now. You got to win. And like Edwin Diaz, why does Edwin Diaz not come back to the Mets? He wants to win. He's with the Dodgers, bro. Them winning back-to-back World Series, having the unicorn that is Shohei Ohtani. And there was also a rumor out there that Shohei Ohtani gave this same contract to the Anaheim Angels and they refused it. They turned it down. BS. There's no way because they're the ones that built the infrastructure. They're the ones that they housed all of the Japanese media members. Big goal right there. Ooh, big goal right there. Let's go Devils, 5-3. Under 9 minutes to go in the third period. I'm watching a game in here, but I'm losing my train of thought. Why would the Anaheim Angels not try to take Shohei Ohtani with that deferred contract? It's nonsense. He's a liar. He named his dog Decoy. I don't trust that guy. Cody Glass, back-to-back goals. Amazing. Let's get back to the phones. But I'm telling you, I've been, and shout out to Gordon Damer. If you look at my Twitter or Gordon Damer's Twitter, I retweeted it. I did Gordon Damer's podcast, I think, 2 weeks ago. And we'll get into my prediction on that podcast where I said it was going to be Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl. We'll get into the NFL more. I started planting some seeds for John Harbaugh and the Giants fans, but I've been doing some digging and some research. I've had some time on my hands, and I'm like, if you don't see that the Dodgers have multiple loopholes and that the other owners don't like this at all, and we're going to lock out, and they're going to have a salary cap, and the players are going to say, no, you made your money without a salary. We've only just begun. December 1st, mark your calendars, folks. Sharif is out on Staten Island on the Fan with us next. What's up, Reef?
Yo, Keith, man, it's good to hear your voice, man. I miss you so much. I downloaded you on Instagram.
I'm around, man. I wait on. I'm on standby. I wait on that text. Shout out to Ryan, our boss here. Shout out to the architect. Shout out to Ray, the glue guy, holding us all together. I'm not far. I'm one stop away. I'm waiting on that text to come in and fill in.
I see you on Bleecker Street on 24th Street. If I get a chance, I come and see you on that day.
Yeah, we're out there tomorrow. I'll speak a little, or tonight. Today, it's Saturday now.
Yeah, good in the afternoon. No, but like I said, man, it's great to hear your voice. The station is much better when me and I know a bunch of people hearing your voice is all good. But it's being a Giants fan is it's cool to have a coach with a resume. I don't know. I think he'll upgrade the players somewhat. But I mean, the players. I mean, I never think of a coach as what makes the team. I think the players, and I don't know if the Giants got enough to make any big moves next year that they're gonna we're gonna be maybe if they get in the playoffs, maybe, but I don't know if they'll do anything if they did get in. But it's better than what they've been for the last 10 years.
Nobody knows, Sharif. Like, the Giants should have beat the Chicago Bears this year. Look what the Bears went and did in the first round against the Packers. We're about to watch the Denver Broncos this weekend. They should have beat the Broncos. They were up 19. In
the fourth.
Yeah, so they had talent this year and just not enough coaching to win the game, close the game.
I would love for the Giants to get what's his name, the one that Dable fired. What's the
Wink Martindale
with Michigan, right? Yeah, I think he'll be great for the Giants defense.
I don't think he's spinning the block because he probably doesn't like Joe Shane. He probably doesn't want to put that Giants hat back on. Maybe he goes to the Jets, but I don't think he's going to be the defensive coordinator under Harbaugh here.
Well, man, it's good to hear your voice, man. But wish you best of luck and everything, my man.
Thanks for the call, the compliments. What Sharif was referring to, if you're around this area, it's right down the street, 96 Christopher Street, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. I'm putting together what is called a content creator roundtable. What I've found is we are in this time that it has never been more open for the taking with the social media, podcast, live stream, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter game. You can be monetized across platforms like I am. You can get brand deals, influencer marketing, and now everything is right in the phone. I got the iPhone 17, and I'm like, this is crazy. The editing and just the ability to literally go viral. I've gone viral a couple times, and you see what that yields. And I mean, it's business. You can be an entrepreneur. And I find that in New York, there are so many like-minded individuals that want to collab, want to work together, but sometimes stay siloed, especially on the internet. You could have somebody that you talk to every day on the internet, but you never see them in person. You don't know. So I'm starting these content creator roundtables to bring us all together in real life to share our insights, our tips, our tricks, and kind of lift each other up. There's so many people hating on the people that are creating, and we should all be collaborating. See what I did there? 888-808-1019. Ed is in White Plains with us next. Talk to me, Ed.
Yeah, Aaron Judge. I think he's the best player in baseball.
Yeah.
but he's also 32 years old and 6'7", 260. Like, what does it last? 2 years, maybe?
Yeah, Judge is 33. He'll actually be 34 within the first month of the season, April 26th. But, I look at Judge, and thanks for the call, Ed. I look at Judge, and I know you guys are all predicting him to break down. I know you guys are looking at his body. Oh, well, this is not. He's rich. He makes $40 million a year. The medicine and the technology is better than ever. And who's more cautious than the Yankees with rest days, scheduled rest, half days like I spoke of where he'll be DHing? And then also, I just said it, like, there's ways for them to be cautious. Now, I'll say this, because when I do spiral, like some of you, when I do spiral into my doom and gloom, the Yankees they're one Judge injury away from being Judge did have the elbow issue last year, and I am worried somewhat about that. Like, if Judge throws his arm out and actually needs surgery, like, look what happened to Cole, right? Cole got shut down 2 years ago and then came back, and then he actually, it went all the way, and then he had to get Tommy John and miss a year. So I'm fingers crossed, because he didn't get surgery on it, and Judge is just going to come back and play, and you don't know. He's going to be trying to gun somebody down, going, second to home, and it might be he might grimace like he did when he winced. What was that, against the Rangers last year? It was like we all saw it, and how the Yankees play. They're going to try and cover it up. Tinkle on your head, tell you it's raining. So I understand they're one Aaron Judge throw away from not having Judge, and then it's panic time. But let's not do that. Let's lean more into Judge is not slowing down at 33. Judge has talked about he plans on playing out this whole contract at a high level. Let's lean more into the medicine, the knowledge and technology that the Yankees have now. They can keep him healthy. They can keep him ready to play. This isn't 1990, right? We're in 2026. We're in the future now. They have so many ways to scan these guys. They're like, let's not lean into Judge he's only getting older and he's going to break down any minute now. Why? Like, let's lean more into, no, they're in a championship window these last few years of these contracts, these last 2-3 years. And they know that. And they're keeping this group together. And they can stay healthy and get it done. And maybe it's not the Dodgers. Maybe it's the Cubs that they meet there. Who knows? But, nobody can predict baseball. That's why we watch every single night. That's why we do go to games. That's why we bet on the games. That's why you have a fan and you don't know what's about to happen. You just hope it breaks your way. In Manhattan, CB on the fan with us. Hello, CB.
Yes, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, pretty good. I just want to make a few more predictions. Last year, I said that the Yankees will not win again, and I've been saying it for 7 years. Now it's going to be 8 years. Before anybody can even think about the Yankees winning again, okay, they have to stop that bad losing record that they have in championship play. That's like the toughest thing that they have to do first.
The losing record in championship play? In the postseason?
Yeah, they haven't won the World Series. Okay? In what, 9 years? 8 years?
What,
okay,
bro?
the more they lose,
you said your prediction was 7 or 8
get.
years. The Yankees haven't won since 2009.
Wow. I know. Listen, I used to be a Yankee fan when they won that World Series back-to-back.
What team are you a fan of now, CB? Chicago Bears?
No. I really don't have a team because I'm actually a professional gambler, and I'm very good at it, and I've been so many years at it.
Oh, well, send me some slips. What do you got for the AFC Championship? You feeling Jarrett Stidham getting this done? What's the deal?
For the what? For the college football?
No. College is done. You didn't see Mendoza dive into the end zone?
No, because
You're a
I'm really
professional
watching
gambler,
college.
CB. I got to let you go. Professional gambler. CB stands for can't bet. Loopy on the late night. We back, baby. Let's go to the west side. Out in California, Lou, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. It's so good to talk to you.
My guy. Appreciate you. I'm good.
I missed you. I already tweeted you that today.
I know.
So much, and you're the best. I said that, too. I don't want you to get a 12 head, but I think you are the best host of all the hosts. And I listen to a lot
Ever?
of sports talk radio.
In WFAN history or currently or America?
I love Steve Summers.
Who doesn't love Steve? He's on a book tour now. Steve he's taking victory laps at this point.
Yeah. And so I'm laughing at the guy before me. But the Cleveland Guardians, or they were the Indians, they haven't won a World Series since 1948.
Yeah, so
I always
it's
I always
crazy.
laugh at all this.
When did the Mariners win anything? Mariners fans,
Never,
they had their heart
never.
broken,
I know.
and they can't wait to get back into T-Mobile ballpark. Like us Yankee fans, and CB used to be a Yankee fan, but he can't take it anymore. He's disgusted with how they play in the championship
90s.
play. I can't stand these guys losing in the postseason. When the rest of the division's eliminated, I can't. So.
So I don't know if you remember this, but I am what Michael Kay says does not exist. I am both a Yankees and a Mets fan, but I'm calling about the Yankees, and I know you're going to disagree with me.
Okay.
Because sometimes I know the way you think. I love John Carlos Stanton. I think he's a great guy, was a great player, but the only way I think that he should be allowed to play is if there's a new rule that he gets a pinch runner every time he comes up to bat, just like there's a ghost runner.
Now that's a guy that's 35 going on 36 and is breaking down. No, he's 36 now, right. and he turned 36 in November. He's breaking down. But when you say allowed to play.
No,
listen,
I'm joking. Actually.
I know.
I'm joking.
Like they're gonna put him in that DH spot, and it pains me. I'm counting down to the day that he's gone. It's gonna.
And I know I'm being very bad. I'm talking over you. I'm very bad.
No, go for it.
So C-Mac said today that he wants Jason Dominguez to be traded, and I believe that Jason would make a fantastic DH. And I know you're going to say he's too young. But he could be the DH for 20 years, and I think he'd be great at it. So that's my opinion. He'd
be a good DH, and he deserves the opportunity to DH some. Lou, you're the man. Appreciate you, bro. I'm not trading Dominguez. I'm not. Embrace the Martian. Embrace the Martian. We heard about this kid from the time he was 17, right? Because the sound off his bat was out of this world. The Martian. Jason Dominguez is 22. Let's not quit on him. Let's go. Devils win. Jason Dominguez is too good of an athlete to park him. You know what I'm saying? To just be like, he's a DH. He's too good of an athlete. Now, when we talk about guys breaking down, again, Stanton, can't bank on Stanton being healthy. We went into last season, he's got tennis elbow. He can't swing a bat. Well, nobody knew about that? Nobody knew about that from October, November, December, January, February, we find that out? Oh, okay. But then Ben Rice emerged. So, and that's another thing with Ben Rice this year. Ben Rice, he shouldn't be asked to catch, right? There's no Paul Goldschmidt. He'll be asked to be your everyday first baseman. Maybe Cody Bellinger can spell him. Maybe even Oswaldo Cabrera could spell him. If you remember, Oswaldo did get some starts at first base, I think in the ALDS against the Royals a couple years back, 2024. The Yankees have options. They have players, and they have players that can play multiple positions. Stanton is going to play. Stanton also, and the last thing I'll say before we get back to your calls at 888-808-1019, and I do want to talk to you Giants fans about your new head coach and this new era of Giants football. Are you scared? I feel like you should be certain. Giancarlo Stanton is like, if Judge is the captain, Stanton's like his first lieutenant, right? You remember that stuff last year? It rubbed me the wrong way, right? Like, Stanton's got to stand up and tell these guys, we don't get swept at home. Okay. Stanton's got to stand up and address these guys, and Judge is looking because Judge, he's not like that. Judge is a gentle giant. He leads by example. He's a Superman. He's all world, but he's not the rah-rah guy, speak in front of the room, rally the troops guy. Stanton is. And I think they've got too much respect for Big G. And even though he's up there in his career, he's going to be your DH. If he's healthy, he's going to be allowed to swing and miss. He's going to be allowed to swing out of his shoes, make a fool of himself at times because they know when he does start seeing it and he gets hot, can't pitch to him. I know it pains me as well when he's on base and the ball is hitting. We can't advance the runner. We can't score because this guy can't move. 2 more years, folks. We got 2 more years of it. In Long Beach, my guy Mario, not going to bed yet.
What's going on? Yeah, watching the Australian Open while I was waiting to get through.
Nice.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Are you getting a bigger role now back on the fan? Because you're going to be on next Friday. Are you?
You know, I do a lot of this social media posting and playing around and trolling, and I put a meme out, and then we had photo day, so I posted my new headshots, and people started to turn it into, "Are you back? Are you back for good? Is this permanent? Are you doing every Friday?" I'm like, no, but I don't know. It's funny. I've learned a lot in these last 2 months. I'm very thankful for WFAN because they could have told me to kick rocks. They could have told me don't let the door hit you. But it was never that kind of thing. People on the outside made it like I was fired or I was pushed out or whatever. Nah, that's not the case, bro. I'm a young guy and I'm a first-time father and my marriage is still very new. And I got to the point where I looked myself in the mirror and I knew that I could no longer work at night. Not every night, but
are you
I'm
doing
here
something
tonight.
else now? In addition to that, are you doing something else? Any more something during the day?
Weightlifting, running.
No, I mean for income.
So like I said, my social media is monetized, and I have a couple little things that I do here and there. And you know what? I'm also blessed that if you do 4 years of radio in New York City, you're not an unknown commodity. The amount of people that have reached out and even some of the names of people that have gotten my number from other people to reach out, I'm blessed. I'm not worried about a thing. I'm good. And I care about this place as I'm trying to get us to 100 subscribers tonight. We're 400 away. We've got 144 watching on YouTube. You YouTubers, I see you. I haven't hit the chat. I'm trying to get us to 100,000 subs. Maybe it doesn't happen tonight. Maybe it happens during the snowstorm.
Well, it's 100,000 from one show, or that's every show? That's
the
on
whole
YouTube?
WFAN YouTube channel, which puts out Evan and Tiki show live at 10 a.m. and then they put out clips of all the other shows. And my show right now is live. Right. Sometimes you can see the weekend guys. You can see. So I'm trying. I know I'm a part of it. I know I've been pushing for the more digital and social media type of stuff. And even when we started streaming my show, I will feel proud when WFAN hits that triple digits, that 100K subscribers.
Yeah,
and again,
I'm going to log on now in a minute.
But to close it, Mario, I'm not a boss here. I'm like the youngest guy here. I'm the guy with the least years here. I am happy to be here when I'm asked to be here. I'm on standby.
No, I'm glad to hear that. It works out better for you. Standby.
Yeah.
Right?
And wifey is good, and my son is good, and I'm sleeping better than I've slept. I'm dreaming, and I'm waking up naturally. You got more
time to play with your cat too now, right?
And my cat is starting to get an attitude now because the hours are different, and she thinks that so. Yes.
All right. Can I make a quick point about? I wanted to say something about the Giants. If you have to say Giants,
I called on you because I wanted to talk about John Harbaugh and the Giants and what's
okay. Let's do that. I mean, I'm a big Lamar fan and I like Harbaugh. It was time to move on from him. I think he's really, really good. But let's not make him like Parcells yet or anybody else. He made a couple of bad mistakes at the end of his tenure there. He's going to be really, really good. Don't get me wrong, and they're going to be happy with him. But he left. He was gone for a reason. I never saw. Have you ever seen this before? Somebody gets fired, and then they go into jobs. They're not even getting interviewed. He was interviewing the teams. They weren't interviewing him. He was interviewing them. That's how much everybody wanted him.
Powerful. There's levels to this. You know what I'm saying? And lucky for the Giants fans that one man's trash is another man's treasure. And you don't have to settle for Mike McCarthy, who was literally homeless. You get the top candidate out there, a proven winner, a Super Bowl champion that comes from the cloth of coaches. His brother was a coach. His dad was a coach. They bleed football. And you know what he said? If you don't like football, you're not going to want to be around here. I love football. Yep. And I played a little bit. I know people hate when I say that. But, like, I understand what he means. If you don't wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, and think about the game, if you don't go to sleep at night and wake up in the middle of the night thinking about missed plays, missed tackles, thinking about how can I get better, like, that's got to be the culture. Football stuff. The New York Football Giants, we do football stuff.
Right. We got to see what happens.
If you want to live stream, that's cool. You can live stream. But once we get in here, we're doing football stuff. If you want to go to the Knicks game, Theo Johnson and crew or whatever, that's cool. But we're about football here. Make the main thing, get back to winning, and watch how everything else materializes, how everything else in New York will just blossom around Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence and the rest of these guys. Win games. Get back to the playoffs. I was at the game Thursday Night Football on national television when they beat the Eagles. I said, well, damn, this place can be fun. MetLife Stadium can feel like a real NFL environment. When you go out there and you put belt to ass and you beat a team that just won the Super Bowl last year, when the Giants actually step out there under John Harbaugh and represent that type of football, it changes everything. It's going to be different.
Yeah.
I live 20 minutes from the stadium.
And I think that it's going to be interesting to see what he does if Carter acts up. Because Carter's
not going to act
mature.
up. That's done. Carter acted up because he was allowed to act up under Brian Daboll and them. As a rookie.
But I mean that's part of his personality. Hopefully he doesn't do anything like that again.
I think they're going to nip that in the bud. I think that's done. I think you're already seeing they're moving people out of the building.
How do you walk in and ask for Lawrence Taylor's number?
Because that's
with a straight face. Come on.
I could tell you. Thanks for the call, Mario. Good catching up with you. 888-808-1019. How do you walk in and ask for Lawrence Taylor's number? You're a young guy, and you're the guy drafted after Malik Neighbors, who came in and got a retired number unretired. You're also drafted right after Cam Ward, who got Warren Moon's number unretired. I know Warren Moon never actually played for the Titans, but they did honor Warren Moon and retire that number. And you're walking into a Giants franchise with a bunch of retired numbers. Hey, I can't get Lawrence Taylor's number. Can I get Phil Simms' number? Phil Simms said, yeah, he can have it. And then they were like, whoa, no. 888-808-1019. The Giants are on the table. The Yankees are on the table. The Mets are on the table. Eventually, I'll speak on your New York Knicks. And I do want to get to the AFC Championship, the NFC Championship. When we come back from the break, I'll start with my thoughts on that. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere, BRB.
The Nets are heading west to meet up with the Clippers. 9 o'clock tomorrow night. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
It's good to let it out by calling the WFAN Sports Fan Helpline. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS.
I don't know if I don't think Tommy's been doing Friday night. I think Tommy does Sunday to Thursday, and honestly, I've been going to bed. I don't know. I've been going to sleep. I think Gordon Damer was on last Friday. I think Anthony Gallo before him. So you notice, I didn't come on tonight and say, Keith McPherson filling in for, but obviously I'm filling in. But then at the same time, I occupied this time slot for 4 years. So it's I don't know if I necessarily got to come. You're aware of me, no? If you listen to the station before, I'm not new, but this is new. But I do want to clear that up. I feel like there's confusion, especially from online. People are you back? I never left. Well, I left the nighttime spot, but I'm still a part of WFAN. I am just a part-time part of WFAN. I'm on standby. I'm in the Stay Ready group, and me. I live by the stay ready so you ain't got to get ready mantra. So I'm ready to go. Whether it is a Friday night like tonight or next Friday, I'll be on as well right after the Carton show at 7, whenever they need. If somebody in the daytime lineup gets sick and they need me to fill in, I'll be here. If it's a weekend shift like I did in the past, I did, I think January 3rd was a Saturday 3-hour show, I'll do that. I think before that was a bridge show, and that was the Lug Hour. And shout out to Tommy, man. You guys crack me up because it's funny. I see some of the criticism against Tommy, and people are like, "Oh, can't believe this guy has a show." They said the same thing about me. It doesn't matter who it is. Somebody hates every single one of us. So I've learned a ton in these last 2 months about being a public figure, doing a radio show, being a radio host, public perception, even in the chat. I'm in the YouTube chat, and I got to look at the YouTube chat and say, hey, what do you want from me? You're talking about me in the chat like I don't see the chat. You're talking about me and my life and who I am in the chat like I can't read it. I said, I got to host a show. I'm live on the radio, and I got to come in here and type to you, keyboard warriors? But no, I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody watching. We've got 147 people watching on YouTube. I'm trying to get that number to 100K. I'm trying to get us 400 more subs tonight to see that hit 100K. So if you have YouTube app, look up WFAN, join the fun on there. If not, continue listening to the fun right here on air. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. We appreciate you. Let's get back to the show. We've talked about the offseason with the Mets and the Yankees. I just think we're all a bunch of complainers. We're all so jaded. And, we got to deal with these almighty Dodgers, back-to-back champs going for a three-peat. Why even show up? Why even compete? And then we're also looking at our own organizations. They didn't do this that I wanted. They didn't go after this guy. They didn't bring back Pete. They didn't go after Kyle Tucker. They didn't trade for this guy. What are they doing? And it is January 24th, and the offseason is still incomplete. And I think David Stern started freestyling, started going off script a little bit from whatever you thought, and he's done a pretty good job spending Steve Cohen's money. The brains and the bankroll together, I think so far so good when you look at what they've done in this offseason, who's done more, who's done better than the Mets. Now it's got to obviously come together under Carlos Mendoza and turn into more wins on the field, but I think it can. I think you can have a better season than last year for sure. They got out of the gate last year until about June 12th, June 13th. We all remember how it went. But if they get out of the gate this year and are able to stay afloat and not collapse, the Mets will be going back to the postseason. And why can't they challenge with those guys that they have in that lineup? They still could get Framber Valdez. They still could trade for another pitcher. So before you're ready to say what you're not going to do and what you're giving up on, and I've been a fan since this and I'm not, just chill. Let it play out. Let it play out, because when they do win, you're going to be front running. You're going to be wearing your gear. You're going to be proud to be a fan. If somebody's got a ticket for you, you're going to take it. If you're looking at the ticket prices and you can afford it, you're going to go. Place is going to be packed. Same thing with the Yankees. The Yankees running it back. I might as well make the T-shirts. I got to talk to my T-shirt guy. 2026, run it back. Run it back. I don't mind them running it back because you know what? I think a lot of us have regrets over multiple games and how they went last year. There was too many stupid losses last year for the Yankees. And it came down to them trying to win every game against the White Sox and the Orioles and trying to cram for the test at the end, and they got with a tiebreaker. And then the team that they lost the tiebreaker to went on to the World Series, probably should have won the World Series, and I feel like the Yankee organization said that could have been, should have been, would have been us. One game difference. And that's why, if you ever heard me on The Fan talk about the math ain't mathing, the math is the same. Why are you punting games? Why are you pitching this guy? Why are you blowing this game? I was losing it because I'm like, all of these games matter. The April losses, the May losses, the June Boone Swoon losses, they're going to matter when we get to late September. You can't be so cavalier. But I do believe in cohesion. I do believe in clubhouse chemistry. And I do believe in what the Yankees are doing with bringing this same group back and saying, let's go at it again. Let's go at it. You ever get into a fight with somebody, right? And maybe, well, this is not me, but I've seen some guys fight where it's like, yo, you got me that first time. I didn't have anything to eat that day. Yo, you got me that first time. You know, out the gate, I charged you. I slipped the first hook. I missed. You got me that one. Let's run it back. Run it back. I'm gonna whoop your ass. This time's going to be different. This time, you're not going to get me this time. So I think that's what the Yankees feel like. Hey, run it back, and we will learn from our mistakes. DJ LeMahieu is not on this team. Anthony Volpe with a torn shoulder is not on this team. You know what I'm saying? Pablo Reyes, Yorbit Vivas, Oswald Peraza, those guys aren't getting at bats. They're going to continue to revamp the bullpen. They started it at the trade deadline last year. But all of those guys from Loaizaga to Leiter Jr. to Weaver to Devin Williams that blew games for the Yankees last year, they're not there. So everybody settle down. And then when we talk about the Giants, I think it is hope and optimism. I think it is time to dream and time to just think that you are out of it. Even if you don't know, it is time for you to be proud. Whatever happened to Giants pride, I think John Harbaugh is bringing it back. I think John Harbaugh is leaving no stone unturned. We'll see what shakes out with the staff. We'll see what shakes out with longtime people in the organization being let go. I know there was some back and forth on that. Like I saw Connor Hughes said, from my understanding, John Harbaugh plans on bringing a ton of his medical staff from Baltimore, right? And then Ian O'Connor said, my understanding is John Harbaugh did not fire longtime Giants exec Kevin Abrams. Harbaugh wanted to install someone in the front office, no question, to help out, but not at the expense of anyone else. The head coach did not make the decision to move on from Abrams. And, we're now hearing about, Carmen Brasillo, the offensive line coach, and all the offensive linemen showed up to the press conference, and people were lobbying for him. Even Bullen, they said Abdul Carter and Burns were lobbying for Charlie Bullen. Okay, they can lobby whatever. Ultimately, the Giants gave this man the power, and they were hesitant. Supposedly, they said John Mara didn't want to do it, and God bless John Mara. Seeing him at the press conference, those pictures, it kind of really puts it into perspective for you. There's been a lot of criticism and a lot of talk about his health and what he's done and what he hasn't done, but God bless him for giving the blessing to say, you know what? We need change. You know what? We want to win. It hasn't worked my way, our way. We're going to give you the keys to this thing, and we're going to let you put your foot on the gas and drive us to the promised land. 888-808-1019, that's where we've gotten. Where we're going next is the AFC and NFC championship. And I'm going to get another call in before we get to 12 and break. There's no updates. No Rich Ackerman, no Marco Belletti. I'm just kidding. And shout out to those guys. As people in the chat want to talk about me getting fired, clearly I'm not fired. What am I doing here if I was fired? People want to talk about my status or whatever. Shout out to the fabric of WFAN. So many dope people that we had in here that just business. It's not personal. Technicalities and stuff. A lot of guys are not here anymore. I came in here today. First off, the studio was so clean. Second off, who threw out my push-up bars? I was going to do some push-ups during a break. I'm like, somebody threw up, I had a whole gym set up. I had one of those ab rollers. I had bands. I had push-up bars. That's gone. But yeah, this whole floor is being remodeled. Things have changed. Change is constant. The Giants are changing. The Mets are changing. The Yankees aren't changing. But you know what? The teams that are in the AFC Championship and the Super Bowl are changing. And look at that. The Patriots. Lucky, huh? No, it's not luck. Good organizations, winning organizations, they stay in it like that. They go down for 2 years. They draft their quarterback. They fire Gerard Mayo after 1 year. They hire Mike Vrabel, and they're off and running, and they're going back to the Super Bowl where we've seen them so many times. Robert Kraft is laughing straight to the bank. Ha, 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 ha. The Patriots, why would they lose to the Broncos in this spot when Bo Nix broke his foot? With minutes left to go in the game. I think that's the only plot twist here. I think, we don't know what Jarrett Stidham is. I don't think there's enough film you can watch on him from his time with, preseason Broncos or his time with the Raiders. And that's the only thing that, makes me think, what are we going to see here? Because Sean Payton, he knows, hey, if we roll a dice here, if I'm in my bag of tricks, and I think that man's got a bag, he can go deep in that bag. If we throw the ball here, right, Bo Nix, he can throw the ball, but Bo Nix, he runs, he scrambles. He was their leading rusher a lot of games. I think he was the leading rusher in the playoff game. Bo Nix is dynamic as far as throwing on the run, making plays with his legs. Jarrett Stidham is not. And you got to love the picture of Jarrett Stidham as the starting quarterback at Auburn and Bo Nix going to visit him as a recruit. These guys have known each other for that long. I think the only thing that makes me think that the Broncos, they have a great atmosphere, Empower Stadium at Mile High. They have a great fan base and a great culture, a winning culture. Again, winning organizations. They don't stay down for long. They gave a ton of money to Russell Wilson. They hired Nathaniel Hackett, and look at them back in the AFC Championship. They recovered from that. I just keep thinking about it. I'm like, what if that Broncos defense is good? Because they're good. What if that Broncos defense is good enough to rattle Drake May? And if Drake May coughs the ball up like we saw him do, I know it was the weather and the elements, but he's coughed the ball up. And Drake May, this is his first road playoff game in that environment, and it's a lot of pressure. Is there more pressure on him to get to the Super Bowl than Jarrett Stidham? Jarrett Stidham going there, hey, man, whatever you do, you do. You get to play in the AFC Championship, bro, and it's not going to just be on you. J.K. Dobbins is ruled out. I know there was a lot of chatter about him practicing this week, trying to ramp up. R.J. Harvey's a rookie, but now you know what, man? Cortland Sutton, they didn't start dialing him up in the last game till late. I know we got a break here. When we come back from the break, I will talk about the NFC Championship. But, man, I am telling Jared Stidham, let it rip. Throw the ball to Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims. Throw it to Evan Ingram. Throw it to our receivers. And, man, get these guys on their heels a little bit. If those guys can block up front, I know Christian Gonzalez and Marcus Jones. I know they have a good secondary. Vrabel's got a great team. And Josh McDaniels, he's going to have something planned for Drake May. It won't be Drake May on his own. It'll be Ramondre Stevenson and Trayvon Henderson and Stephon Diggs and Hunter Henry. Like he'll have some help around him. But I think this game's going to be close. And I think there's just an unknown around what is Sean Payton's game plan going to be with Jared Stidham and being in such a high-stakes game to go to the Super Bowl, playing against a quarterback that you don't have any film on. You don't know the game could get, it could get out of hand. Not out of hand, but like it could get in a way where it's like, hey, if it's close and it's coming down to a field goal, like Jared Stidham might do enough. 888-808-1019. I got 1 hour left, but everything is on the table. I see Ray and Bill and Bob and Van and Anthony. We'll get to you guys. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube as we try to get to 100K subs. It is about to be 1 a.m. I am going till 2 a.m. My name is Keith McPherson. I used to call this KM to AM. I'm just filling in tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Here's the name that's been floated. Now your brain's working fast. I can see smoke coming out of your ears. Woo. Here we go.
Yes.
Diehard Giant fan. It has been
Eli Manning.
It has been floated out there as a possibility that the New York Giants would hire as defensive coordinator.
Right.
Rex Ryan.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Start the day with Boomer and Gio, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Still here, still rocking. KMTM on the fan, you heard? You know. 888-808-1019. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We're vibing now. Had to put some people in timeout. Had to smack them in the YouTube chat. But we're now at 99.6 something subscribers. We need about another less than 400, 390. I'm going to leave this running when Hoff comes through. Maybe it'll happen for Hoff. Maybe Hoff can celebrate that. Maybe we'll play We Are the Champions or One More Time. Something, man. I care about the internet. I care about WFAN's YouTube channel and the brand. It's just dope. I literally, when they send to 345 Hudson that plaque that says WFAN, 100 subscribers, I'm coming in and I'm taking a picture with it. Because I helped it get there. And I'm helping moderate the chat because there are some nice people in the chat, like Katie in the chat. And there's some other people in the chat. They just want to talk sports. They just want to vibe on a Friday night into Saturday morning. And other people are in there saying mean stuff about Keith. So let me say my couple things about the NFC Championship, and then we'll get back to your calls. You know the number to dial. The NFC Championship is simple to me. The Pacific Northwest, I mentioned the Mariners and their fans can't wait to get back into T-Mobile Park. Same fans are the 12th man. If you watch that game against the 49ers, it was over as soon as that ball was caught by Rashid Shaheed. And that Seattle defense, they call them the dark side. Not the Legion of Boom, not the Legion of Boom 2. They call them the dark side. And their defense is hella tough. I mean, I love how they've come together. Leonard Williams, former Jet and Giant. I know we'll have eyes on him. DeMarcus Lawrence, Tank, former Dallas Cowboy. Literally while he was with the Dallas Cowboys, I think it was, I can't remember the guy that interviewed him now. But there is, I'll find the audio. Maybe we'll play it at some point. There's audio of DeMarcus Lawrence saying, I love Dallas. My home is here. My family is here. But I know I'm not winning a Super Bowl here. Called his shot. Went to a place where he's got a good chance of going to and winning the Super Bowl. I honestly think it's Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl. And the Seahawks get some get back from Russell Wilson throwing that interception to Malcolm Butler. Julian Love, you guys know him. I mean, they drafted well. Witherspoon, Eman Wari. Who am I forgetting on that defense? They have good players on that Seahawks defense. Shout out to Mike McDonald, man. How quickly that team has turned into the number 1 seed. And, you know, I remember watching that Thursday night football game. I do some live streams now where I'll watch the game live and I'll talk to the chat and I'll give my commentary. And I thought it was Sam Darnold in that game, right? That's what Richie Incognito called Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold. Because he's the same guy in the big game. Nah, he showed up. You know, he was picked off. He threw an interception, but he came back, led them to victory. And I think with that in their back pocket, right, I'm looking at the last 2 times, right? This is their division, the Rams and the Niners. So they end up playing their division 3 times, their division opponents 3 times. And they beat the Niners the last time, then they smacked them the 3rd time. And they beat the Rams the 2nd time, but the Rams should have won that game. But I think there's a chance the Rams could get smacked. Are we going to get this modern-day current Sam Darnold, or are we going to get the same Darnold? 888-808-1019. And I know that leads us into the Jets conversation. I heard Evan and Tiki open the show today with it, and I'm like, why do we have to do this to the Jets fan? Like, the Jets fan has had enough, okay? The Jets fans are watching there be 10 openings for head coaches. All of these head coaches fly around. John Harbaugh walk in as the Giants head coach, and they're stuck with Aaron Glenn. The Jet fan has to deal with the number 2 pick, and Dante Moore is not coming out. And it's like, okay, now do we just take a linebacker, and who's going to be the quarterback? Enough of piling on the Jet fan talking about Sam Darnold. Are you rooting for Sam Darnold? Are you rooting against Sam Darnold? You should be rooting for Sam Darnold. You picked the right guy. But the Jets screw a lot of things up, and they traded him away, whatever. But it shouldn't burn you to see Sam Darnold win and take the Seahawks to the Super Bowl and potentially win there, right, with Jackson Smith and Jigba. It should burn Justin Jefferson, Kevin O'Connell, and the Minnesota Vikings who had him last year. Remember that video of him coming in? I forget who they beat. Maybe it was the Lions. But he comes into the locker room. They lift him up in the air like Rudy. They're throwing water. Sam Darnold with the Vikings was the leader, the guy. And the Vikings said, no, we got J.J. McCarthy at home. We're straight. It should burn them. It's got nothing to do with the Jets at this point because he went on and played behind Mac Jones with the 49ers. He was with the Carolina Panthers. You know what I'm saying? He was with the Vikings. It should burn the Vikings. And then if we have to talk about Saquon again, which now with John Harbaugh and Cam Scatterboo and Jackson, like Saquon's starting to be a thing of the past. But last thing I'll say before we get back to the calls at 888-808-1019, the Saquon thing hurts way more than any Sam Darnold success could potentially have. Sam Darnold could win the next 3 Super Bowls, and it won't hurt as much as Saquon. Because Saquon wanted to be a Giant. Saquon would have stayed here, but Joe Shane played with that man, and it was on Hard Knocks for everyone to see, so much so that nobody will ever do off-season Hard Knocks again. And you let him go down the turnpike to your division rival. The Seahawks aren't the Jets' division rival. The Seahawks are across the country. You don't even think about them until now because they're what you don't even think of. But you let Saquon go to the Eagles. And in this stretch where you've been terrible, the Eagles have gone to 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of them. And you gift-wrapped a 2,000-yard rusher and the catalyst to getting them and winning them a Super Bowl in Saquon Barkley, who did not want to be there. Over a couple million $1. Like, and John Mara said, I'm going to lose a lot of sleep if he ends up with the like that's way different. That's way worse. It's not even close. And don't tell me that, oh, the Jets could have had Sam Darnold a second time. No, Sam Darnold was never going to come back. It was never an option. 888-808-1019. They let Saquon go down. Unforgivable. I'll never forgive him. You let Saquon go to the Eagles, and he was the one piece that they needed. They might not do anything. They ended up fizzling out this year, but like it was way worse. And Saquon, that you had to face him twice. And he came back to Giants Stadium, and you know what? He could have had his career high rushing game, and he didn't want to do it to you. He didn't even want to see you miserable. He didn't even want to see you that hurt. I'm not even going to do it to him. Nope. I'll sit down, coach. Let the backup eat. Bill is in Hudson. Bill, talk to me. You are on the Fan. Do we have Bill? Are my headphones shot? Okay, I think I heard him. Bill, are you there? Oh, it's getting late. It's getting late. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey on the Fan. Carlos, are you there?
Chief, the most beautifulest thing in the world is just like that. Yo, miss you, brother. I miss you big time, man. Coming home from work. Hey, now that we got Harbaugh, you thinking about bringing yourself and Jax over?
I will say this. My son... hold on, I'm just going to put you on hold. But you're not. I didn't hang up, Carlos. I just was getting some feedback. This was the year my son actually started getting into football. We were watching the Broncos game last week, and I'm like, I'm talking to him. Like, what do you want him to do? You want him to throw? You want him to pass? And he goes, throw it to the horsey. He wanted him to throw it to the Broncos mascot. So my son is starting to get into football. He knows touchdown. He knows hut, hike. My son's name is Jackson McPherson. He's about to go to school with kids. He's already in school, but he's about to go to school with kids wearing Jackson Dart jerseys. If John Harbaugh leads them to the promised land, I remember being a young kid on the playground where you start to choose, if my son wants to be a Giants fan, I'm not going to stop him from that. I'm not going to stand in the way. You're back, Carlos. Go for it.
All right, there we go. And another question. Are the Yankees done? Please don't tell me they're done, the Yankees.
What do you mean done? Done with the offseason or done like never going to win again? Yeah. What do you mean done?
No. Done with like we're not going to pull another trade out of the hat. Like
I think they're going to trade. I don't think they're going to spend anymore because just look where they're at with the payroll and look at what free agents are they going to spend on. You're going to see these marginal moves, and I think they'll make another trade. Like they're not about to go pay Framber Valdez. Like who are you looking at? Who do you want them to sign?
I'm talking about like do something like out of the norm. You got like now you signed Belly. You got like a log jam now with these two young outfielders. Like, can you do something with them? Can you trade them away?
I think they are, and I think if you're trying to like read between the lines with some of the stuff that they done, like these little marginal moves that I'm talking about, I think with this guy that they picked up. It doesn't matter, but like they picked up a backup shortstop, a backup outfielder, Michael Sirianni, a backup outfielder. Like that might be a guy. They picked up Michael Sirianni off waivers from the Dodgers. That might be an insurance guy in case they do move Jason Dominguez or Spencer Jones or both. Like what I said earlier in the show is now is the time that Cashman gets to do his wheeling and dealing that he really wants to do. He wants to pick up the phone and bully another GM. He wants to pick up the phone and tell somebody, we want this guy, here's what we're giving you.
Right. Hey, you've been missed, man. I appreciate it. I love driving home now. You're on, so now I'll stay up.
Thank you, Carlos. I'll say this too. I was struggling with it for 2 years, doing the night shift, not sleeping properly, not being there at night sometimes, for my wife and son coming home at 6 o'clock and I got to be on at 7 and I got to go to beat the traffic and make sure I'm here. And then, when baseball comes and you do those shows till 2 a.m. and you don't get home till 3 a.m., sometimes before they open this Holland Tunnel, I'm driving back to Jersey through the Lincoln Tunnel, and everybody in the city is trying to get out of Lincoln Tunnel. I had a couple nights I didn't get home till 3:34 a.m. And then when my son starts crying at 6:37 and my wife is getting up for work, it's chaos. And so I struggled with it for about 2.5 years. And I just got to a point where I hit my 4-year wall, and I knew for my own mental health, I knew for the betterment of my household, I had to make a change. It's tough. It was one of the hardest decisions. And I don't want to say hardest decisions of my life because it's not life or death, and I'm still here. But, like, nobody wants to give up their show. Nobody wants to give up a full-time solo show at WFAN. I'm extremely blessed to even have gotten in here. A lot of these guys got opportunities to intern, work part-time, board op, and and make their way up to the mic. I wasn't getting in here like that. I applied. I was blessed with an opportunity to audition. I did enough on the audition. I got the opportunity to host for 4 years. I'm telling you, it was something that once my wife signed off on it and I talked to my family, I said, okay, this is it. And the biggest thing that I did not actually account for, like how Carlos said, like, I miss you, the amount of people that sent me emails and DMs and messages, and they're still coming in about missing me, people that I've never met, people that I feel like I've let down. I'm sorry, but I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere as far as New York City and the media landscape and the internet and putting stuff out. But the thing that I did not account for were messages from people about like what I meant to them and the part that I played in their life. And we don't have the time tonight. Maybe I'll do a podcast or YouTube. And I don't have a podcast and I'm not launching a show. I'm just chilling, bro. And I'm talking to people and they all like, where's your podcast? I'm like, I don't have a podcast. But like, if you're somebody out there that doesn't do internet, if you're somebody out there that doesn't care to reach out to me, you know, like Lewis in Brooklyn, I got your letter. Thomas Cunningham, I got you. I got people's letters, handwritten letters, emails. And if you're somebody that's not doing any of that, but you're hearing my voice now, know that I'm good mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. My family's in a better place. And I'm sorry that I let you down by leaving this spot, but I'm not done. And that's what I said in my initial thing. I'm not done. I'm available. And I'm going to keep being myself, and I'm going to keep talking sports and creating and trying to touch people and impact people and inspire people and entertain people. But yeah, that just made me think about that. Like, there's a lot of negative haters and stupid people that, you know, are very surface level. But there are some people that, like, I'm telling you, some of the messages I read, I almost cried. Like, I'm thinking about them now, like people literally describing things. And it's just, you don't know. The radio is so powerful. I always say this mic is powerful. I don't know who I'm reaching and impacting. I'm here, it's just me and Nico. Or I'm here, it's just me and Paulie or Connor or whatever. And I can't see you guys. I can see the YouTube chat. And shout out to the solid people in the YouTube chat, minus the goofies that want to stand out or whatever. But like, the radio is so powerful and impactful and intimate. That's the word. It's intimate. It's in your ears. You're hearing my voice in your head. And if you're a listener of mine and someone that enjoyed my show and I left you and you felt like I just, you know, abandoned you, that wasn't my intent. So I'm sorry for that. And I'm here tonight and I'll be here next Friday and hopefully, you know, I'm able to fill in more and some other opportunities and things will come up for me to fill that void for you. But I had to make a decision for my personal life and my family. And I'd struggled with that decision really for 2.5, I would say, 2 years. And then I had to make that tough decision, and I don't regret the decision, but I do regret letting so many of you down. But I'm here. Let's finish the show. We've got another 35 minutes to take calls. We're talking sports, but I haven't been back in this pocket. You feel me? I haven't been back on the nighttime like this. I did this for 4 years. I don't know if any of you have ever worked nighttime jobs. I know some of you at your jobs right now. Shout out to you. I remember I came in here multiple nights talking about you're my motivation. There are nights that I'm sick. There are nights that I do want to go to sleep at night and watch a movie with my wife. There are nights that I do want to get some sleep so I can wake up and when my son says, Daddy, I can get him out of the crib. But I'm like, you know what? Put that to the side. I got to go to work. I put a show together. I got to go deliver. I got to entertain. I got to take calls. I got to give my thoughts. And I got so wrapped up in that conquest. I got so wrapped up in that I was losing it. I was losing it. And I'm good now. I'm in a better spot now. So let's get back to the calls at 888-808-1019. We're obviously talking about the Mets and Yankees. When are we not? And we're in the offseason, and the offseason is not complete. But I'll take your questions, comments, and concerns, and we'll talk all around it. I'm just in a good spot in life, but also with the Yankees. Like, I got over it. When Trent Grisham took the qualifying offer, I started to get over it. And when I realized that ate up $22 million, and when I realized that, like, Cody Bellinger was all they were really going after, I got over it. They're running it back. That's the idea. And I started to think around the idea, and I don't know, maybe I talked myself into it, that no two seasons are alike, and they blew so many games last year. If they keep the cohesiveness of this group and change some of the stupid decisions, right? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, then they could win 94 games again, maybe get back to the World Series. They could win more than that. And I don't fear the Dodgers because they got to throw the ball over the plate. They got to swing the bat. They got to catch the ball. They got to throw it to first, too. Like, I want to run it back. I want some get back. So if it's the Dodgers waiting for the Yankees in the World Series, so be it. Out in Brooklyn, Ray, you're on the Fan. What's up, Ray?
Yo, what's good with you, my boy?
Hey,
so good to hear you, man.
Back in my lane that I claimed for so long, I still feel like I know how to do this.
Yeah, no, you do, man. You do it well. And Keith, look, there's no right or wrong answer as it pertains to trying to find that work-life balance. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we got to do what we got to do as men to put that food on the table for the fam too. So,
right.
It's a little sacrifice on both ends. So like right now, she sacrificed in the beginning. Now you sacrificing a little. Maybe later on you guys will come to to the proper balance, man. But I'm sure you will, though.
We're there. We're all right. And we're good financially. And like I said, I'm blessed that you do this for 4 years on this radio station with this reach in this market. I'm gonna be just fine.
Absolutely, Keith. Let me tell you, bro. It's a lot. You realize your lifetime dream, man. Just like a few of the other guys there. There's nothing like it. A feeling. I don't know what it's like, but I know it has to be like special and euphoric and stuff like that.
It's like winning the World Series. It's like winning the World Series. Didn't think we could do it, but we did it.
Right, and check this out. And now right, because we Yankees fan will be. Right, I think we can do that too. I want to talk give you my thought process on the Giants real quick afterwards. But I played you back. You know what I'm saying? I put it on rewind. I heard you open with the offseason for the Yankees and Mets, and I just wanted to say this. Right, all right, that's fine. The Yankees are running it back, like you said. Some guys. Look, we got great players, man. Judge is a great player. Jazz Chisholm. There was a point where over his first 162 as a Yankees, the dude had 47 home runs. No, 42 homers and like 47 stolen bases. And remember, Keith,
he was hurt.
The guy didn't. Yeah,
and they played him out of position.
Yeah, so what can he? This guy is special. Like people are talking about trading. I'm not trading him.
He's a married man now. He's settled down now. He's a one-woman man now, so he's coming to the ballpark. He's locked in. He got wifey at home. He's not out there in the city chasing nothing. So we might get a 40-40 season out of a healthy Jazz.
Listen, that to me, if he stays healthy, I think that's almost a certainty. 30 is a certainty. The guy was almost 40-50, and he didn't run for 40 straight games. I think it was 39 straight games because he had the oblique. So imagine, he might have had 60 steals in that 162. I think people are minimizing how great this guy really is.
He's got to go get paid, right? And if he's not getting paid by the Yankees, he's got to prove it this year. He's going to be on that.
Yeah, Keith. Yeah, he's going to get – and you know what? The Yankees better pay him, too. Otherwise, I'm going to be upset. The guy brings swag, the kind of swag that
he was in trade rumors. His name came up in trade rumors. I don't know if the Yankees are going to pay him, but if he has such a ridiculous season, it's going to get loud about you got to keep him, you got to pay him. And if Judge campaigns for him, let's see how Jazz acts. I'm very interested to see if he's as much of a hothead with the umpires, if he stays off social media. He's got to – you want to talk about delete the app? Steve Cohen, Jazz Chisholm, delete the X Twitter app.
Yeah, no, that would be a good move because he's still young and, sometimes he gets caught up in that kind of thing, which I can't – I don't knock him for anyway, but, maybe some people would use that against him. So that might be a good idea. But also, I want to say this about the Yankees, right? Remember last year how the Mets fans, they were family and they were all this and that, right? And then, Stearns was this genius, Keith, right? Put quotations on that because he waited. He was not going to be outbid for Pete Alonso. What a genius. He just let Pete Alonso and Boris wait. So why I'm not hearing the same love for the Yankees when it comes to the Cody Bellinger negotiations? All these same, Met stills that said what a great, approach and everything like that. All they do is get on here and kill the Yankees. And to me, it's just ridiculous. It's hypocrisy at its best or worst.
Yeah,
so
moving the goalposts and fitting narratives, and I've heard some of it. I understand, and that's the past, right? Why are we bringing up old stuff? But then you could apply it to the present, and it's different.
Yeah. All right, so real quick, Keith, I just want to say about John Harbaugh and the Giants. Obviously, I'm a big Giants fan. I was a big proponent of it. To me, it was Harbaugh or bust. And there's a lot of people out there that are hating on the move, saying he couldn't win with Lamar Jackson. Listen, Keith, I'm just going to say this. The guy won with Joe Flacco, and he had, I don't know if you remember, you might have been a little young, but there was a championship game in New England where the receiver, dropped the pass from Flacco in the back of the end zone, would have sent them to the Super Bowl with seconds left on the clock against Bill Belichick and Brady again. If there was replay, they would have ruled that a catch. The guy might have 2 titles. And as far as, I don't think it's his fault that they haven't won in Baltimore. And I know there's a lot of Lamar Jackson fans, possibly you are as well. He gets away with a lot of stuff. He's not that mature. He's not a great leader. Keith, a few years ago, I think the rift between the two started when he was out with an injury, and then he embellished that injury going into the playoffs. And Harbaugh even
he wanted that contract. He wanted to make sure he got that contract. Thanks for the call, Ray. Now you can miss me with the narratives around, John Harbaugh's another Doc Rivers. He's a CEO type coach. That's exactly what the Giants need. He's gonna bring in his X's and O's guys. But if you go back, Brian Daboll is not a CEO type of coach. He is an offensive coordinator. He's an offensive mind. Speaking of, let's see where he lands. He's interviewing with the Buffalo Bills now. Clown show. Cannot believe what they said about Keon Coleman. Terry Pagula and Brandon Beane made absolute fools of themselves after Josh Allen, the turnover machine. Go look up my stuff. Keith McPherson on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, where you are. I had to take the Thursday before that game where I said one of these 4 things are going to happen. Maybe all of them happen, and they all did. I said Josh Allen's going to throw an interception, have a costly fumble, miss a wide-open receiver, and Joe Brady's going to have to dial up the hook and ladder. All of those things happen. He had 2 fumbles and 2 picks. But no, we can't talk about Josh Allen. He's married to Haley Steinfeld, and they've got a baby on the way, and Josh is from the farms in Wyoming, and please, he's a turnover machine. He cost you the game. But you fire Sean McDermott after he goes out there and says, I'm standing up for Buffalo. And then you double down and make yourselves look like even more of a clown show by talking about, the coaching staff wanted to draft Keon Coleman. No, there's video. 2 videos came out of Brandon Beane talking about, he ran a 4.5 40. That's going to be easier for us to get him. They're a mess over there. What they should have said is, we have a brand new stadium coming. We can't get rid of Josh Allen. We don't want to get rid of Josh Allen. Somebody has to fall on the sword. Somebody's got to be the scapegoat. Sean McDermott, I don't want to see your face anymore. You're gone. And that's the same thing that happened with Steve Bisciotti and John Harbaugh. I forget the guy that was to Steve Bisciotti's left in the press conference where he said John is his best friend. And I had to tell him it was time. We had to fire him. So they fired him because they were tired of looking at him. They felt like 18 years was too long. It wasn't working. They chose Lamar over John Harbaugh, and I think they're going to regret that. I'm interested to see what offensive coordinator they bring in for Lamar Jackson, but I think they're going to regret that. Whatever. That's none of our business here. John Harbaugh comes in with his CEO-type mindset and his win-now mindset because he ain't the youngest coach out there either. And he sees Jackson Dart, and he sees what he has with Cam Scatterbo, Malik Neighbors. You can keep going through the list of players that are there. They're going to draft, and they're going to be better in free agency because Joe Shane's terrible at that. And they're going to change the little things in the building to get the program right, the franchise right. You couldn't have asked for a better guy to fall in your lap. You needed a CEO type, you get John Harbaugh. You needed a coach with experience, not another first-time head coach, not another coordinator. You get 18 years of experience. If you're a Giants fan, that day, watching this guy pull up in a blue suit with a red tie, as I said, it's an ultralight beam. It's a God dream that you went through all of that to get John Harbaugh. And they're going to get it right. I'm not stupid. I've seen this before. Didn't his brother go to get the Chargers right? He's still working on it, but, they're a football family. He's a football guy. The Giants, I think, are in good hands. I love the press conference. I love what he had to say in the press conference. And you know what I love, too? Right now, there's games going on with the media. I think he's playing the media a little bit. There's a letter that he put out. And, right, even in his contract negotiations, we didn't know who to believe, what Art Stapleton, Gary Myers, this person. Pat Leonard was in here the other day. You know, the Giants beat. Like, now you're dealing with John Harbaugh. And I bet you he's vetting some of these people out, too. He's leaving no stone unturned, literally. He's coming in here, and he's remodeling this place. And good on the Mara family for allowing him to, right? And Chris Mara said, Harbaugh doesn't have final say. It's collaborative. He's the first to admit that. If he had final say with everything in the building, he wouldn't be able to do his job. He's the guy. Everything is running through him. Obviously, the ownership has the final say, but it's clear. You weren't going to fire some of those guys. You weren't going to ever move some of those guys. It took John Harbaugh to come in and say, yeah, we need to look at everything. We need to evaluate every part of the organization. It isn't just the players. It isn't just the coaches. We need to evaluate what we're eating, how we're eating, when we're eating, our training staff, who is in it, what they know, what they're doing. I got some guys I want to bring from here. So, stay tuned for what John Harbaugh is going to do next. I love the press conference. I've loved everything that's come out of it. I think they made the right hire. I think they're in good hands. But you got to wait on that. You got to wait on that to materialize. We're still waiting on the Yankees offense to materialize after they get Cody Bellinger. And what I'll say about the Cody Bellinger deal, and like Ray was alluding to, Bob Klapisch wrote an article today about how the Yankees did not bend the knee to Scott Boras. But just 2 weeks ago, he wrote an article about how Scott Boras was looking for 7 years, $37 million for his client. And when you saw what Kyle Tucker got, and then you saw what Bo Bichette got, you started to believe it. You started to believe, like, if the Yankees want Cody Bellinger, maybe they got to go to those lengths. And they did not. And I don't care about the money up front. There's so many people making a fuss about, he's going to make more money than Judge. I bet you Judge doesn't care about that. And the Yankees don't care about that. Because what are the Yankees worth? $8 billion? They're not worried about that. Bob is in Glen Cove on the Fan. We got 20 minutes left. I'm going to get through these calls. B.O.B., you got it.
Hey, Keith. I was just calling because I was wondering why the Yankees never play Jason Dominguez. He's a great
He's a liability.
Player. He's a great player.
The DH spot is full, and he's a liability in the outfield. They don't trust him. They didn't have to play him because Trent Grisham emerged like he did last year. If Trent Grisham didn't emerge, Bellinger would have been in center field and Dominguez in left.
Well, since they're not going to play him, why don't they trade him in the package to try to get Corey Seager from the Rangers?
I don't think they're going to go and get Corey Seager, but they very well could trade Jason Dominguez. He's expendable now. He's not a starter now. And if somebody really likes him and is willing to give up something that Cashman wants, maybe he punches it. But I don't think it's for Corey Seager. What attracts you with Corey Seager? You're just worried about the shortstop position?
Yeah, I mean, it's a joke that Volpe, what he hit, 212 last year? I mean, come on. I know hitters aren't as good as they used to be, but it's a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. Thanks for the call, Bob. It is a joke, but the bigger joke is that he was hurt. And if you watch that game like May 3rd against Tampa and they stopped the game for like 10 minutes and they kept him in the game, the joke is on the Yankees. And I don't know what the Yankees thought with having a young guy like that have a torn labrum and watch him struggle and not use the automatic out, the easy out. You had to get out of jail free card. Oh, we can put him on the IL. Like you could have played Peraza. You could have traded for someone right then and there. He was hurt, and they kept running him out there. And what do you think that young man's going to do? He's living his dream, right? Ray's talking about me living my dream, and some of these other guys living their dream at WFAN. Tommy Lugauer getting his show after hours. Big Mac being on afternoon drive, putting in 18 years. I think Tommy's put in just as long or close to. Sean Morash getting his name in the title of the show in the midday. These guys that have put in work here, living their dream. Anthony Volpe put in work to be the shortstop of the New York Yankees. He got drafted to be. He became that. You'd have to kill him before he gave that up. And so shame on the Yankees for knowing he was hurt and putting him out there. And I think a lot of their pride was involved because he was their guy, right? They passed on other shortstops like Corey Seager. He was their guy. We're going to be right about this thing. We're going to get this thing right. Like he's going to go out. He's going to prove it right. Like remember Cashman in Arizona at the GM meetings 2 years ago, 3 years ago, saying, Volpe was just getting his sea legs and he's going at Joel Sherman. He's saying, what are you going to say when Volpe crushes it offensively? We're waiting. I am a little worried about Jose Caballero at shortstop. Volpe will not be in a lineup probably until late May, maybe June. Because if you think about it, like they said he can't fall on his shoulder until May. And so when he starts rehabbing, like this is a kid that did not get enough time in the minor leagues. This is a kid that they refused to send down. Let him get his reps there now. He should be killing it for the Somerset Patriots or the Rail Riders before he comes up. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to laugh about it, but like there should be no rush. But I worry a little bit about Jose Caballero. I'm going to get back to the phone. Mo, I'm coming to you. I worry about Jose Caballero because he shouldn't be anybody's everyday shortstop. And I think Yankee fans are going to get annoyed with him by mid-April, late April. Because we saw in a short sample size him get thrown out of games. We saw him get thrown out on the base pass. I think he's better suited to be a utility guy and an agitator, right? A pinch runner. You bring him in the game late when, the Tampa bullpen's on their fifth guy out of the bullpen. You bring him in the game to steal a base late, get in that pitcher's head, and you play that game like that. I think too much of Jose Caballero as a starter is not necessarily going to be a good thing. I hope I'm wrong. I root for the pinstripes and road grays. Mo is not in the bleachers. He's somewhere out there, but when he calls, he just puts Mo from the bleachers, so you have bleacher creatures on both sides of the phone. What's up, Mo?
What's going on, Keith? No, I'm driving home. It is freezing out here. So
yeah, I got to start my car. I got to start my car.
Yeah, you definitely. You definitely do start it now. Yeah, it's good to hear. I didn't think I was actually going to hear you on the fan again, man. It's good to hear your voice.
I tried to that's the thing. I tried to tell everybody, don't listen to what people say on the internet. Come right to the source from the horse's mouth. I'm laughing, but I know a lot of people thought I'd somehow just got vanquished. I just was sent to the nether realm.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't think you got sent to the nether realm. I just wanted to hear your voice on the fan again. And my friend Ernie from work is gonna. He's actually really depressed.
I know. Yep, I know. I'm sorry because I know. Tell Ernie to call me. You still got my number?
Yeah, I still
tell him call me, man. I'll fill him in on what I've been up to and what life has turned into. I'm sorry to let Ernie down.
No, Ernie. I think Ernie will be okay. But just wanted to talk a little Yankees. I mean, I'm a little higher on Caballero than you are, but right now the American League is just wide open, and I hope the Yankees get another starting pitcher because you look at the Red Sox. They made some good moves, but they lost Bregman. They brought in Sonny Gray. They brought in Suarez. You look at the Blue Jays. They lost Bichette. They brought in Cease and that Japanese guy. His name escapes me. The East is just wide open, and you said it perfectly when you said too many dumb losses. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. They need another starter. You're looking at, Max Fried, Cam Schittler as all-time highs in innings pitched, and you can't give away these games in April. That one game they gave away in April or May, that cost them the bye. You get the rest. And you never know. This could be a completely different series. So I think they need another starting pitcher. I'm interested to know who you think they should get, or who you think is on their radar.
Sandy Alcantara. But I know the Marlins are going to ask for too much to get Sandy Alcantara. But I know Cashman's going to get us a starter. It just might not be such a shiny object. It's not going to be Joe Ryan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and another thing is, so, this is part of being fans, agreeing and disagreeing. But I think it's way too early to give up on Dominguez. He's 22, 23 years old.
Yeah.
I like boys in the last game against the Blue Jays, lacing that double, and everyone's thinking that Grisham's going to come back and have the same season. I mean, this was far and away a career year so far for Grisham. You might get back that Grisham that we almost non-tendered, the one who hit 180, 190, and you never know. Dominguez might be in the outfield again. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen. The same way that you hope that we don't get tired of Caballero. I hope Grisham doesn't fall off the planet,
Well,
same kind of thing. I think having that depth.
What do I always say, Mo? Hope week continues. Thanks for the call, bro. 888-808-1019. Last call for calls. Van and Carmen, you are on deck and double on deck. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I call it KM to AM. I don't think I'm filling in for anybody because Friday has been a bunch of different guys, and we got Hoff coming up next, and it's good to be back here with you on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
I want you to be proud of what you see. I want you to watch a football team out there that you can brag about. Mm-hmm. It's like, man, this is my team. This is the way they play, and I can relate to these guys and how they play. That's what I want. I want them to be happy. I want them to be fired up about their team.
Yeah.
I want them to look at a team and say, man, these guys are what I'm about. That would be my message to them.
Yeah.
We got to get there. We got to earn that.
No station gets you big blue news like the Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 101.9 FM WFAN.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Just one drive at a Mercedes-Benz and you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison with more opportunities to drive home luxury. Experience comfort and performance in a new GLC or GLE SUV equipped with 4MATIC all-wheel drive to handle whatever the road or the weather brings. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, there's still time to experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
This is pretty amazing right here. This is incredible. And to see those players back there, see those guys smiling and ready to go to work, that gets me fired up too. So to everybody, just thank you very much. Thanks for being here. It's a profound honor.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, I hope y'all had as much fun as I did tonight. I'll be back next Friday night. Let's bring it home. Let's close this thing out. Van is out on Staten Island. I said you were on deck. Now you're in the batter's box. Van, what's up? You're on the Fan.
Hey, how are you, Keith? It's good listening to you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Oh, before I get to my point, though, I do want to apologize to you because earlier in August, I recruited you to become a Texans fan.
I wasn't going. I was never going. Not with C.J. Stroud, but you had a good run.
I drove out to that game. It was
how many games they win in a row? Didn't they win like 6-7 games in a row? 6-7 still a thing?
I think it was like, well, including playoffs, it was like 9, I believe.
9. I mean, C.J. Stroud just literally turned into a pumpkin. I blame Amber Rose. I blame him trying to big bro Caleb Williams and that podcast he did where he put himself in the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. Never arrive.
Yeah.
Never arrive. Improve yourself, then prove yourself again and again and again. In anything you do in life, never arrive.
Yeah, it was a disappointment for sure.
Well, anywho, you're a Yankee fan.
Yes, I am a Yankee fan. And you said earlier you don't think they'll be spending any more money?
I can't call it, but I just don't think they're spending big because I don't see who else you guys want them to go spend big on.
I'm a big fan of Luis Arias. I think he can be a good leadoff hitter for us.
Where's he going to play in the field?
I would say like he's a utility infielder, so you could probably put him at third base. And then I know.
And then what do you do with Ahmed Rosario? And what do you do with your starter Ryan McMahon?
You could. Well, we do have to trade for a pitcher, so like you can use them in as trade assets. I
don't really think Ahmed, not Ahmed. I don't think Luis Arias has played a lot of third base recently. He's a second baseman, like first baseman. I don't think he's not a good glove. He's a ridiculous bat in this modern day baseball. You'd love to sign him and have him be a DH, but the Yankees can't do that with Stanton in the way.
That is also true. But a pitcher I think we should go for is Chris Bubic out of Kansas City or Kansas.
Yeah, I remember seeing Bubic.
Yeah, Bubic. He's him or Mitch Keller, but I'm more higher on Bubic.
I mean, there's a lot of starting pitchers out there. They could go out there and just buy one, but I think Cashman prefers to trade for one. So
Yeah, those guys would be like our trade rumors.
you just made me think of something too. Thanks for the call, Van. For you Yankee fans, Carlos Carrasco's not getting any starts this year. Marcus Stroman's not getting any starts this year. Like, how many more games is that? Carmen in Linden, you're up now. How are you?
I'm good, Keith. Thanks for bringing me to the plate. Keith, I'm a 77-year-old guy. That's loved the Yankees since I was 7 years old and fell in love with number 7, Mickey Mantle.
Mm-hmm.
I go way back with the Yankees. And what you said tonight about bringing the Yankees back, running it back, I totally agree with you. But more important than that, if I'm your last caller here at 1:52 a.m., this 77-year-old guy wants to tell you something. I think what you said tonight about your son Jackson, the fact that you let him, you're going to let him choose his whatever team he wants. The fact that he has the name Jackson and he's got Jackson Dart's jersey on. I think that's a great way to father.
Of course.
You don't say who is, you're not forcing a team on him. If you're the Yankee, you're a Yankee fan, whatever.
I would like him to inherit some things from me other than teams.
I really respect everything you said. I'm so happy that I got a chance to hear you talk tonight. I'm glad the fan brought you back. I'm glad you cleared up for me the fact that it was your decision to leave, because what was best for you as far as sleeping and what was best for your family, for your son and your wife, and all these doors that are opening for you would definitely open. As being a 77-year-old guy and having many jobs throughout my life, those doors will continue to open very, very short. And I'm glad you made the decision you made, and I will continue to listen to you. And I'm not a social media guy, being 77. So I'm glad I have a chance to hear you on the fan, and I hope to hear you whenever you come back.
Thank you, sir. Last call of the night goes to John. I didn't want to leave you hanging. Go, John. Brooklyn in the house.
Yo, good to see you back, my brother. The last time I heard you, you was kicking it to the Eminem beat.
Yeah.
Yo,
I forget what I did, the real Slim Shady beat.
yeah. I was about to say, well, Keith, good to see you. I'm happy you're back. You got fans here, and we miss you, man. Take care, my brother.
Appreciate you, John. Yeah, I didn't come through with a Freestyle Friday. Can't get no more free, Randy. You gotta pay me for that. No raps. Maybe next Friday if I'm feeling froggy. That's all I've got. Hoff is coming up next. He's gonna rock through the overnight. Appreciate everyone that listened, everyone that jumped into the YouTube chat. We gained like 200 plus subscribers tonight. Let me look before I go. I think we were at 99,628, so we'll get there. Thank you for listening again. Stay tuned for Pete Hoffman coming up next. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another KM to AM. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
John Harbaugh is staring history in the face. A chance to do something that no other head coach in the history of the NFL has done. And that's win Super Bowls as a head coach with two different teams.
Get After Hours on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
Bam! Let's go!
one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This portion of the program is brought to you by police officers right2sue.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Finally, hot stove took place in New York.
It's 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. It's Pete Hoff with you on the Fan till 5. And the New York Mets, they are a completely different team than where they were going into the offseason. That's the way I could basically spell out this offseason. We can all, sit there and agree and disagree on whether or not we wanted Pete Alonso back, whether we wanted Edwin Diaz back, whether we like Brandon Nimmo, Jeff McNeil, whatever the case is. We can't disagree that David Stearns has taken the New York Mets and basically flipped them up on its back. And it now looks like a David Stearns team. And the one thing I will say, I've given David Stearns a lot of crap. And I will continue to give him crap because if this fails, I'm going to crush him. But the one thing I will say, and you got to give him credit because a lot of times when you talk to, GMs or whoever it is, when they take over a team, it takes 5 years for them to put together the masterpiece they want to put together. When they come in, they have an idea, and it doesn't really change over in the span of 2 off seasons or 3 off seasons. And David Stearns has basically said, if I go down, I'm going to go swinging the way that I want to go swinging. So if we're going to lose, then at least let me build my team. The first year they won, they went to the NLCS. It was kind of almost like the Giants with Joe Shane and Brian Daboll. It was like fool's gold. Now they didn't go as far, but they went to the playoffs. They beat the Vikings. They kind of showed that they had something there. And then the next year they missed the playoffs. And then it's like, okay, well, now let's rip it apart. Now let's do what we wanted to do because we can. Because we didn't make the playoffs. So let's show you that this team isn't as good and we need to move on from certain players. You lose Saquon Barkley, all that stuff. Well, that's basically what happened here with the Mets. After 2025 of missing the playoffs, after going to the NLCS, it was David Stearns' opportunity to shine. Honestly, if this happened in 2024, where they missed the playoffs, he would have ripped it apart then. And what it feels like, and this is the one thing that's aggravating, is I would tell you right now, if you're a Met fan with young kids, if you're a young Met fan yourself, I wouldn't run out and buy a jersey not named Juan Soto. I wouldn't run out and buy a jersey and want to think that this is going to be the lifelong Met that we've been dying for. I would not think and feel confident about that. Not because maybe they will be here forever. Maybe Juan Soto and Lindor and Vientos and Beatty and all those the young talented players, Nolan McLean, maybe they'll all be here. I don't, at the moment, what he's proven, what David Stearns has shown is he is not going to commit long term. And once you hit a certain age, you're kind of not valuable anymore. And once that happens, he moves to the next shiny toy. And we basically, in an offseason, have seen how that can look, how that can change in the blink of an eye. Brandon Nimmo gone. A long-term Met fan favorite gone. Just like that. For what? Marcus Semien, a guy who's going to be here for 3 years. Do we like Marcus Semien? Are we excited about Marcus Semien? But the point is he has control now to build his team and cut ties with Semien if he needs to a little bit earlier. What's the big deal if and this is the luxury of having Steve Cohen. Steve Cohen, I'm not telling you that every single year he's going to say, hey, you know what? I'll waste $50 to $100 million on salary that I don't care for, that we just want to get rid of. But what he will say is, yeah, like if we need to eat a contract or two, we'll do it. If we need to eat a little money here or there, we could do it. If we need to overpay for a short-term deal, do it, whatever. And that's where we're at right now with the New York Mets. The fact that we were in on Kyle Tucker, I never believed that the Mets were ever going to be in on Kyle Tucker. That was something that I never expected. And then when you see the price tag of $60 million, yeah. If they get their guy for 1 or 2 year deals, they can live with that. And again, I still believe that part of this may have to do with the CBA, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's just the strategy of David Stearns. Maybe that's all he cares about is, I just need to get year to year with this team. And I'm going to take risks, and some are going to work out and some aren't. And I'm going to make mistakes, and sometimes I'm going to have to eat that mistake. But I have an owner that could eat it with me and say, let's move forward. Now, the one thing I will say about that, and this is, again, what I said from the beginning, that if it doesn't work, I'm going to crush David Stearns. This is his team. And if it doesn't work out, and if he does make a mistake, if they don't make the playoffs, I'm ready to pounce. Because the aggravation, this offseason, I think most Mets fans can attest to it, this offseason has been a train wreck as far as emotions. I'm not sitting here and saying that Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso had to be on the New York Mets this season. I'm not saying that. But when you see the way things play out, the hardball negotiations they played with Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz, it's a little aggravating. I do believe, and I've said it always, didn't really want Pete Alonso. Like, if it happened to work out and they happened to get him for a year, they would do it. But the interest level from David Stearns wasn't there. Edwin Diaz, I know he wanted Edwin Diaz back. I think he dropped the ball because he was too, hey, this is what we can give you. Go find a better deal. And they pressed it. And Edwin Diaz found a better deal and decided not to come back. I've heard many of Met fans say, oh, well, that just shows he never really wanted to be here. He got a deal from the Dodgers, took it and ran, and never gave an offer to the Mets. If he wanted to be a Met, he would give another offer. No. Think about this. You work for a place. They basically tell you, we can't match it. We don't feel comfortable doing a certain thing. And then you go out and you find the better team, the best team, or the better company. A company that is a winning company with all this talent. And they say, yeah, we'll pay you. We'll do whatever you want. Get over here. Join the team. Are you really going to go back to your former employer and try to beg for more money? No. Edwin Diaz was like, you know what? I like this. Somebody wants me. That's what I want. Somebody who actually wants me to be on their team and will do what I ask. Not going to make it difficult. And it's funny because David Stearns has made it difficult for the likes of Edwin Diaz. He didn't make it difficult for Devin Williams. He's basically, cut out a position, a role for Tyrone Taylor on this team. He basically went out, and I understand that, Tobias Myers has been up and down his entire career. He had that 2024 wild card game that we know him from, but he hasn't been a perfect pitcher. But hey, throw Tobias Myers in. I'll take Tobias Myers with the Freddy Peralta deal. That makes sense. He has no problem getting his guy. He has no problem, making things work to get his guy. Devin Williams, yeah, we'll make it work. I'll be aggressive and get this done now. That's where I tend to criticize David Stearns. I know he can make those moves. I know he can go above and beyond. But only if and when he wants his player. And he's shown now the type of players he's comfortable with. And a lot of it is former Brewers or former Yankees. That seems to be where David Stearns looks to build a roster. Now, maybe that's a coincidence, but a lot of it is coming from the Brewers and the Yankees. 888-808-1019. Listen, we won't really be able to start to unpack this team until we see them on the playoffs. See them in the regular season. See them put on the uniform and see what happens. Again, Luis Robert Jr. is their new center fielder. I think he is not worthy of a starting position. He's a great defensive player. He has upside, I guess, a potential of being a 30-plus home run hitter because he did it once. But he's played like 5 seasons, and he's only done it once. And the other seasons, he's hit for he's had home runs of in the teens. So what's more likely to happen? Press your luck and get that 38 home run season, or maybe he hits 10 home runs. Maybe he bats 220 again or 230 if we're lucky, because sometimes it's lower than that. But he'll play a good second base, good center field. And that's what they're looking for, run prevention, great defense. And that's the name of his game, run prevention. And then obviously the Freddy Peralta move with the Tobias Myers, like I said. Did you give up too much? But the comfort level that David Stearns has, he has built his team. And I will give him kudos for that. If you're going to go down, you want to go down swinging the way that you want to go down swinging. And he's made this team look like a David Stearns team, whether we like it or not. And we're still going to root for them. If you're a Met fan, you're still going to root for the Mets. It's not going to change. It's not going to sit there and be like, oh, well, I'm not going to root for this team. No. You're going to sit there and you're going to watch every game, and you're going to watch every start, and you're going to watch every at-bat from Luis Robert Jr., and you're going to hope and pray that this team is better than they were last year. And if it's not, then we got some issues. But we got it. Right now, David Stearns is batting 50-50. The team that he acquired, he in the playoffs one year, not in the playoffs the other year. And now it's his team. Let's see what he does. 888-808-1019. We'll get into the Yankees and John Harbaugh with the Giants. We'll do all that in a little bit, but let's take your phone calls. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan. You can always follow me at Hoff, WFAN. Let's get to Paul in Yonkers. First up, what's up, Paul?
Good morning, Hoff, or evening, either one.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know.
Stearns built a pansy lineup, bunch of single hitters. He took the power out of Citi Field. Alonso's 40 homers gone. You're absolutely right with Soto. Which batter on this lineup is batting behind him? That you first and second Soto up, who you going to pitch to him that's behind him? a singles hitter. He took the bat out of Soto's hand. That's what Stearns did. We're going to be bunting. I'm going to Citi Field to see bunts and singles. When the Mets fall down by 2 runs, we need 6 singles. Not 3 singles, 6 singles. The 3-run homer is gone. It's out of the building. That's what Stearns did. And by the way, did our catcher in July sent down to the minors? January.
Yeah.
Who's our catcher? The same guy that couldn't even make the team. Stearns made a mess. He took the 3-run homer out of the building. There's no power.
Yeah, but Paul,
what?
It's not just
What
about.
are you gonna
Hold on.
Yes.
It's not just about
Go
power
ahead.
because I'll tell you this much: when you think about losing Nimmo, when you think about losing McNeil,
fine.
The only power there was Pete Alonso, and now you've replaced that with a potential
With what?
Luis Robert Jr. You have it with the
Oh, my God.
Jorge Polanco is going to give you 20+ home
Yeah.
runs. You think that
Yeah.
Bo Bichette's going to give you maybe not as much
A
power,
single?
but contact.
He's giving me a single.
Yeah, but you know what, Paul? Here's the one thing.
What?
And last year's biggest issue was there was not contact in big spots. And I am somebody who is about contact. Like I won't deny it. I love when there's guys in the batter's box who I feel can get a base hit in a big spot. I don't need to look for just a swing and miss type of guy. Like, is he going to get a home run or nothing? And a lot of times, that's what it felt like. And a lot of times, listen, I'm not going to deny it. A lot of it was on Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor. So it was those two guys as well. Sometimes in big spots, those guys didn't come up. They came up lame. And so we're sitting there, and I can't sit here and tell you that Pete Alonso was the be-all, end-all to this offseason. I get it. The power is going to be missing. However, I can't tell you that that it's not. You say, oh, well, it's a singles team now. That's not totally true. Again, Bo Bichette's in his prime. Luis Roberts in his prime. So maybe
what a name.
I know.
What
Listen,
a name.
I
What a
get
name.
it.
It's the Mets. It's Roberts. I don't even know where he came from.
Well, the Chicago
He
White
can't
Sox.
hit. I know. I know. And that's the thing for me. I got to go to Citi Field. The excitement was, guys, get on base for Soto. He's going to give us a shot for a 3-run homer. Okay, he didn't do it. Pete Alonso's up. He's going to give us a moonshot. That's the excitement.
Yeah, but
I don't want to sit there and watch 6 singles or some base hit up the middle. What no?
But Paul, and thank you so much for a phone call. Like, let's be honest here. I know Juan Soto hit 42 home runs, 41 home runs. I forget what he finished with last year. He hit over 40 home runs. Point is, that's not normally Juan Soto's style. Like, so to sit there and say, oh, we were waiting for Juan Soto to hit a home run. Like, we know he's a hitter. We know he's a good hit. He's good with the bat. We know he can put bat on ball. We know he's a patient hitter. He can walk. We know all that stuff. I mean, I never expected Juan Soto to hit as many home runs as he did. I actually just expected him to hit the ball in big spots. He didn't do that as much. He didn't. And you could sit there and say, well, Pete Alonso or, this person was batting behind Juan Soto, so they pitched around Juan Soto to get to Pete Alonso. Well, the first half of the season, Pete Alonso made a lot of people pay. That is for sure. And now who's behind him? Is it Bo Bichette? Is it Luis Robert Jr.? I don't think it's Marcus Semien. Could be Mark Vientos or Brett Beatty. I'm not sure where they're going to go, but I still don't think that Juan Soto coming up, I'm expecting Juan Soto to have a big home run. What I am expecting is Juan Soto to have a good professional at bat and find a way to get on base. And that's kind of like a little sours it a bit because it's like, well, you kind of want him to have a big hit. But if they're not going to pitch to him, he's usually not going to, find a way to get himself out. He's not going to chase bad pitches. He's pretty patient at the plate. So you almost need him to be pushed, where a lot of people say, oh, he should lead off almost. Or bat 2. Maybe he's better where more runners are on. Maybe cleanup hitter's better for him because it forces the pitchers to put the ball over the plate. It forces him to have to swing the bat. But a lot of times last year with big-time situations, he kind of fell flat. I mean, we did, if you ever listen to the Rico Broner podcast with Evan Roberts and I, we went through some of the best wins of the season. We went through a lot of big moments and a lot of times, and then we also did the big losses too. But a lot of times, especially the losses, Juan Soto had opportunities and he didn't come through. We went through every home run to find out if they were clutch or not. And they kind of were in between. Sometimes they were really good. Sometimes they were meaningless. But the thing is, a lot of those were solo home runs with the men in scoring position. That's where he didn't really come through as much as we wanted him to. And that's Juan Soto in a nutshell last year with the Mets. In big spots, he didn't even get the big hit. It wasn't about getting a big home run. He didn't even get a big hit a lot of times. And that is the problem. You're paying him a ton of money and him not delivering. Him getting on base is nice. Him getting a walk is nice. But you need him to drive in runs. That's one thing that Pete Alonso was really good at, was driving in runs. Is Bo Bichette going to be able to do that? Well, when you have guys that put bat on ball, that single hitter that Paul was calling about and complaining about, if there's bases loaded and Bo Bichette comes in and just gets a single, that should be 2 runs right there. That's driving in runs. I'll take it. Now, do I really believe that the entire lineup can hit that way? I don't, but this is what David Serge put together, and this is what I'm going to have to trust. All right, 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5, opening up with your Mets phone calls. The offseason basically is done, unless barring some other random trade or free agent signing that we didn't expect, or if he wants to give up more with a qualifying offer to pick up a free agent starting pitcher. But this team is basically locked. How do you feel about it right now before we go less than a month till spring training? And we will get into the Yankees offseason. We will get into John Harbaugh joining the Giants and basically taking over, taking control. And then we'll get into the football big weekend, championship weekend as well, because there's a lot to get into here on the Fan. Plus, why not? If you got your snow questions, your winter questions, whatever it is, Sunday seems like we are watching football all day and shoveling. So we'll talk about your needs and what you need to prepare for Sunday's storm of the century, storm of the craziest storm of all time, whatever you want to call it. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
The home of Super Bowl 60 is WFAN. The AFC and NFC champs, TBD.
The snap is good. The ball is down. The kick is away. The kick is good. End over end.
The Patriots and Broncos in the Mile High City kick things off 3 o'clock tomorrow.
He steps into it. He slings it deep right. 1-on-1 to the end zone.
Then we go to the Emerald City for the Rams and Seahawks.
Diving two-hand catch for 6.
The NFL on Westwood One is on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, law, bite back?
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator, Cohen, and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1 or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
If you're sitting in traffic, you need to do something. Might as well call the fan. Let's chat about it now. Call the WFAN Sports Fan Helpline at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
Music, as everyone knows, and that song is from Take It Back Sundays. They're a local Long Island band, and that's a song from like the mid 2000s or whatever it is, and local band, awesome roots, had their shine for a little bit. And Halsey, if you know the artist Halsey, she's a fantastic singer. She's had a lot of hits, a lot of pop hits. And this past week, I think it was this past week, or maybe it was last week, I don't remember. But either way, she went out and on stage, she just started playing that song. And then she brought out the lead singer of Take It Back Sunday, and they did that collab together, and it was sick. And I love Halsey. She is, again, more like a pop artist. She does. She's done songs like collabs with like the Chainsmokers. I'm trying to think who else she's done collabs with. But either way, she is a top pop artist. If you look her up, she's got tons of hits. But it's really cool to see other artists, whether it's inspirations or just artists that they share ties with. Halsey's not known for her rock edge. She's more, again, pop star. That's what she is. Maybe she's got her R&B side. Maybe she's got a little bit of soul. Whatever it is, she is a pop singer. And she whipped that out, and they did an awesome combo of that song with from Take It Back Sunday. I thought that was really cool. So I when I see collaborations like that, I think it's awesome. So I always look forward to that. I was also looking forward to, not the storm of the century, but on Netflix, there was a show that I don't know if many people even knew was out, but it was a solo climb of a skyscraper in, I think it was Taiwan. And this I'm going to get his name now because I'm going to screw it up. But I think it's Alex Honnold is the guy. And he was supposed to climb a skyscraper with no ropes, and it's called free solo. It's solo. That's what it is. It's basically it's you and nothing else. Nothing to which is nuts, by the way. Why would you want to do that? But he does it. And there's a lot of people, or not saying a lot of people, but there are people that do this for a living. And he has done it before. He's climbed mountains that are just outrageous. He's had a documentary on him, just like I think it was called Solo, of him just attacking this mountain and climbing up this wall by himself. And it is gut-wrenching. It is, if you don't like heights, if you don't like any of that stuff, and you watch it, you just have a pit in your stomach the whole time. He was supposed to climb this building. And I'm still unsure of how he's going to do it. He's supposed to climb this building, and it was supposed to happen yesterday, 8 o'clock, live on Netflix. And I've been like hyped up about this. I'm like, I kind of want to watch this. I'm excited about it. And I go turn it on Netflix. It's live. And I'm on the phone with my wife. I'm like, oh, you got to watch this. Because they were talking about, like, I'm not home right now. And what they're going to watch on TV, and maybe what we watch when we're stuck in the storm, whatever the case is. And I see it's not on, and I go, wait, now it says Saturday. That doesn't make any sense. Why did it change? I look up. It was postponed because of the weather. It's raining out in Taiwan, and the building is wet, and he legitimately can't get a grip, which is not really, maybe that's a sign that you shouldn't climb a building with no rope if it's raining outside and you can't get a grip. I don't know. To me, that sounds maybe like not the smartest move, but they're going to do it later today, on Netflix at 8 o'clock. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. I'm intrigued. I don't know why, but I am obsessed with that stuff. I just watched the documentary on, I want to say it's Moreau, of these 3 climbers that went and attacked this crazy mountain. But I've actually climbed a mountain once in my life. It was with the Mount Washington Summit. It was an experience. I'm glad I did it. It was much easier getting up than coming down. But yeah, that was awesome. I don't ever need to do it again. It was beautiful. It was an experience. I'd much rather watch them on TV, but that is something. All right, let's get back to the Mets. 888-808-1019. Oh, and for all you guys that are, worried about the storm tomorrow, if you have questions, and Nico and I will do this, we will figure out what we need to do to pack up for tomorrow to get ready. But make sure the one thing that you need to do is this.
They said snow! I gotta get the bread and milk! Oh my God! I gotta get the bread and milk! I gotta get the bread and milk! Oh my God!
I mean, and that's basically right now. My wife went to the store and she said there's nothing. She went with the kids, there was nothing. And listen, storm of the century or not. We're not in like this, like the 1900s early 1900s where we're not going to get food. We're not going to have access to stuff. I mean, for the most part, we're going to be able to survive. I mean, I'm saying that now, and as, maybe there are some people that don't have anything because they missed out because everyone's running out and getting bread and milk.
I will say I went to the grocery store earlier today, or yesterday technically. Usually I buy a half gallon of milk. They were sold out, had to buy a full gallon.
Ooh, and now you know what, though? Because you bought that full gallon, the people that normally go out and buy those full gallons, now they're missing their full gallon.
Yep.
So now they're screwed. It's a trickle-down effect. We're all screwed here. We're all screwed, Nico. We're all screwed. Then did you get the bread, too?
I did get the bread, but now I feel like obligated to eat more cereal so that I actually use the milk. I can't let it go bad.
No, you can't throw that away. You can't let it go and then just dump half of it later on.
Right, exactly.
But now here's the real question is, what's the judgment on the cereal here? Do you change your diet over the next week and have more cereal now, but then what if you really need it and you can't actually have access to the store?
See, this is a problem.
Now you're overthinking here. So, I think this is the way to go about it is ration it and make sure that you have enough for it before it expires. And then when we're a day or two before expiring, then go crazy.
And I don't know about you, but I don't like too much milk in my cereal because then it becomes almost like soup.
Right. Well, listen, it all depends. I know my kids with the certain cereals, they definitely don't want too much milk. But with the chocolatey or fruity cereals, because maybe they'll drink the milk afterwards and it leaves a different, a sweeter taste. Maybe that's it. But again, not everyone's like that. There are certain people I feel like you're one of the same. It's legitimately just to make it a little more, just to get a little wetness there, a little dampness, but not to make you're not swimming in a pool. So
I'm a big Frosted Flakes guy too. So when they get soggy, that's where you lose me.
Well, the flakes are an issue. I'm a Raisin Bran guy. I love Raisin Bran. For whatever reason, maybe I'm old. I don't know. But either way, I do love that, and they tend to last and stay crispier than most other flake like cereals. But if you're dealing with flakes, you're definitely dealing with if you let it sit for 5 seconds, it starts to really, the material is not as great going down. Let's put that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 888-808-1019. So if you want to talk about what cereals to buy too, we could do that as well. Because that is important. If you're going to get the bread and milk, might as well get some cereals to go along with that. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. Let's get back to the phone calls. Pat in the Bronx. Pat, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Alf. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing? How's your dad doing?
He's doing okay. I'm going up to see him tomorrow. I think I'm going to get back home before the storm hits.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean that's always nice. And now is he? Where is he again? Is he at a home or something like that?
No, he's in his own home. He owns his home, and we have 24-hour help.
Got it. Okay, good. So at least if he's stuck in, he's got probably somebody with him, right?
Exactly. Exactly, and he's got heat and everything's fine. He's got blankets. He's got TV in every room. He's happy. He's doing well.
Good.
And I hope all the Mets fans will be doing well. I don't know. It seems to me we got second choices. We settled for seconds. We settled for leftovers, but at the same time, we got them on short-term contracts, as opposed to, for example, Max Fried and recently Cody Bellinger. They're going to be sticking around maybe a little longer than they're wanted, and they start to smell after a while. You know,
we can't deal with that smell. But you know what, though, Pat? Like, here's the thing: is if you like a player and you feel like, and this is what I always said, and I said this about even Kyle Tucker or whatever the case is. And I know that they pivoted to Bo Bichette and they got the deal they wanted with Bo Bichette and didn't work out with Kyle Tucker. But, like, if you think that Kyle Tucker is worth a short-term deal for crazy amounts of money, like, what's the difference of going, like, 3 or 4 years and just, saying, like, hey, we'll give you one more year. We'll stretch it to the 5th year if that means we can get the player that we want that's going to help us win. What's the problem going one more year? Yeah, you're not getting 10 years. Kyle Tucker was expected to sign a 10-year deal for like $400 million. He didn't sign a 10-year deal for $400 million. What he did was a 4-year deal, and he got more than half the money he wanted. So, I mean, that's pretty good.
Well, I guess if you really have to compete, if your fans won't tolerate you not competing, you've got to do something. But I think Stearns is doing it, just cutting back just a little bit, not being too frugal. And there are ops out. If they do well, they can go on, get a big free agent deal somewhere. If they don't do well, we don't have them for 8 years. We have them for 3 years.
Well, and that's why, by the way, there's the option with the Juan Soto stuff. I keep on reminding people that Juan Soto's got an opt-out after his 5th year with the Mets. And obviously, David Stearns has the opportunity to just shut that down and say, you know what, we're not going to allow you to hit the free agent market. We're just going to we're going to keep you here forever. But now that makes me think more than ever, he's going to let him walk.
Do you think so?
I do.
But are the Mets not now Soto Lindor? Does Lindor have an opt-out at some point? I thought he did.
I don't think Lindor does. I think he has a full no trade, and I think his contract is – now, remember, his contract was done right as Steve Cohen got there. That was one of the first moves they made. They went out and traded for Francisco Lindor, and then they basically signed him before the season started. And I for one, not saying that it was a bad move, but they didn't need to go and be that aggressive and make that move because – honestly, going into that offseason, that after that first year that Steve Cohen owning the Mets, they could have just gone to free agency and signed a Trey Turner or signed a Corey Seager. Like, the amount of shortstops that were available were crazy. So they could have gone about it differently. But I'm looking right now to see if Francisco Lindor has an opt-out. But regardless, he's still got 7 more years if there is no opt-out.
My instinct tells me that Polanco will be fine at first base and that Bo Bichette will be fine at third. He wasn't a great defensive shortstop anyway, and it's less challenging at third. I think the young pitchers are going to come through. I think so. I'm sorry we had to lose Sproat, but we had to give something up, and that we had to lose Jet Williams. Maybe they'll flourish somewhere else and we'll be upset. But we still have these young players that had great moments. Vientos in 2024, Beatty the end of last year. I don't want to see them go for nothing. I mean, McNeil, yes, I'm accepting that he's gone. Nimmo, yes, and we get less years with Simeon. He's just paring it back, almost as if the Mets are going to be a new team every 2 or 3 years, and they're always going to be competing.
Yeah, well, always competing, Pat. That's the hope. I mean, he's basically, and I kind of said this on one of the Ricos after it happened with Evan, and I said, I'm like, it really gets the feel that every year you're going to see guys walk that we're like, all right, that didn't work out, or now he has such a great season, now he wants to get more money because he's got his opt-out, and it's going to frazzle me a little bit because, okay, these 10 guys in, who's the next 10 guys that I can get for cheap, and I can get this guy, and I can make a smart move here. And then, by the way, in the meantime, we do have young talent coming up throughout the farm system who hopefully could take over. And, I mean, that's kind of the idea is, yes, they got rid of Jet Williams. Yes, they got rid of Brandon Sproat. Yes, they got rid of Luis Angel Acuna, but which one of those three this year, maybe Brendan Sproat, but out of those three guys, who was going to make a serious impact on this New York Met roster this season, 2026? And that's what you got to ask yourself. It sucks to see them leave, but they probably weren't going to be very impactful on this team. And that's what we're building for, is this year-to-year stuff, Pat. So you're right. And by the way, Lindor, he does not have any opt-outs. What he did have, though, was a 15-trade no clause up until last year, up until 2025. Now, kicked in 2026 to 2031, full no trade clause.
Wow.
So if they want to trade him, he's got to rip off the Band-Aid and say, yeah, I'll allow it to happen. But at this moment in time, he cannot be traded from the Mets.
Now, I'll finish with this. I hear Joe B talk all the time about David Stearns and in a scoffing manner, saying, oh, he's so smart. He's from Harvard. He thinks he's smarter than the rest of us. Well, what if he is? What if he is Billy Beane? What if he is the guy who brought up the Red Sox and the Cubs? What if he is that good a general manager? What if he is smarter than us?
Well, Pat, I mean, I kind of hope he is. I kind of hope he is. And I'll leave you with this, Pat, and thank you so much for a phone call. I hope that David Stearns is as smart as he is. But even for as smart as he was in Milwaukee, what did they ever win? That's the thing. Like, you could outsmart everybody. But at the end of the day, you outsmarting other teams in the regular season is different than outsmarting teams in the postseason. And, like, if you look at the Yankees, that's a lot of people's issues. Tell me if I'm wrong here. Yankee fans, call me up. Tell me where I'm wrong here. If you like your team, it's not even like your team. I think most Yankee fans will agree they are a good, maybe great regular season team. They're going to get to the playoffs every year. They may be the top seed in the AL every year. But their biggest issue is they can't win in the postseason. That's the biggest issue. They haven't won since 2009. How many times have they made the playoffs since 2009? I know there's like 2-3 years that they haven't made it. But they've basically been there in the past 15 years. They've made it at least 10 times, maybe more. And with Milwaukee, David Stearns was able to get his team to the playoffs almost every year. But that only goes so far. Where is the championship? Where is the team that's gone to the World Series under David Stearns? So you're really great at outsmarting in a 162. Where does that get you, though, come playoff time? And so far, you have not been able to outsmart the Dodgers, right? Like that. Just for an example from the Mets, they didn't do enough to outsmart the Dodgers in 2024. The Yankees didn't do enough to outsmart the Dodgers in 2024. So you need a combo of outsmarting, but also the talent to do it. The talent to go out there and win. You can get by. And this is where I call teams paper tigers. I called the Detroit Tigers last year paper tigers. I never thought they were going to be good in the playoffs. I just thought that they were skating by, weak division. They started out hot. They kind of started to fade. And that's what happens. If David Stearns can be the guy to outsmart and get the team to the playoffs every year, that's a good step. That is a great step, actually, for Mets fans. Because now you have the consistency of getting to the playoffs every year. But the question is, how do you become elite? And I'll tell you this much. Looking at the team right now, if you told me, and hear me out, if you told me that David Stearns was able to make all these moves, but keep Edwin Diaz and keep Pete Alonso, and I know the payroll will be absurd, and you can't do that. Nobody can have a payroll like that. Well, look at the Dodgers, okay? Look at the Dodgers before you say nobody could do that. Well, only the Dodgers could do that. Well, yeah, so can you. If you want to be the Dodgers, then go out and be the Dodgers. If you told me that this franchise, if this team is how it's constructed today with Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz, now, I believe that is a much more complete team. That to me is like, oh, wow. Because you could sit there and say this, and obviously this is not going to happen, and I'm sorry, and I'm just making up whatever, but just imagine Pete Alonso at first base or at DH with Bo Bichette, with Lindor, with Simeon, with Robert, with Juan Soto, with Alvarez, with Polanco. Like, that to me is a complete team. And you still got a hole out in left field, but that's like, all right, fine, we got one hole in left field. That is a more complete team. I at least know someone can play first base because the guy could do it in Pete Alonso. And you could start to transition him at first base, at DH. Like, that to me made so much sense. That is a competitive team with the Dodgers. That now you're like, wow, that would have blown me away. And to be honest, if there was opportunity for that to happen, you could have still gotten every single player you wanted, plus keep those other two guys. And this team would have been now the best team in the National League. A team that could compete with the Dodgers. You know what I mean? Instead, should be a playoff team, right? Definitely at the least should be fighting for a playoff spot. They are back to maybe square one, where they were last year as they ended the season. Like, maybe they don't need to fight to get to game 162 again, and they'd either be in the playoffs or, have a 5-game lead that they're not sweating out the final spot or whatever the case is. I mean, think about how the Mets get to the playoffs every year or miss out on the playoffs every year. They're either really, in the past 20 years, they are either really, really, really bad. They miss out by the last game of the season. I mean, that happened 3 times in the past 20 years where they've missed out on the last game of the season. They scrape into the playoffs. Or in 2022 where they missed out on the division. They're always just missing out on something. If you make a stacked team, you're not missing out on anything. I mean, that's just the idea. And you're dealing with the guy, Steve Cohen, where we're talking about money. It doesn't seem like, let's put it this way. If you were out there trying to fight and pay $60 million for a Kyle Tucker, and you settled for Bo Bichette for 42, that means there was still roughly $20 million you were willing to put down on somebody else. So you could have saved that money, put that $20 million aside, and add a little bit more and have gotten the Pete Alonsos of the world. And listen, it's not about what they could have done anymore. Like, whatever. We're got to move past that. But I'm just throwing that out there because Pat asked it. And that's how he can outsmart everybody. But if you're going to have a payroll like that, if you're going to still have a high, heavy payroll, I think it's between 366 and 386. I'm not really sure where they are right now with the Mets. But that's where they are. If you're going to outsmart everybody, you still need to be able to win come playoff time. The team right now might be smarter than the average team. So maybe they are a playoff contender. But can this team go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers? That's what you're going to ask yourself. That's the question at hand. All right. 888-808-1019. Larry, Dan, we'll get to you guys after the break. We have a lot to get to in the next 2 hours. Obviously, John Harbaugh is the coach of the New York Giants, and a lot of changes have been made already. And it sounds like there's only bringing two coaches back to the team. And we'll see what else happens as we go day to day with the Giants. And also, championship weekend is here, along with the storm of the century. So there's a lot to get into. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. Hit me up, 888-808-1019 at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
We've talked about the type of personality that a head coach needs to be here. I think there's two types of personalities to be the quarterback here. One is the one that Jackson Dart has, and two would be this Fernando Mendoza, who's all positivity.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
2:30-ish was Taken Back Sunday. Think about Halsey just there. You just heard what an awesome voice. She's more of a pop singer, but yet she went out and covered an awesome emo-esque song from a band on Long Island, Take It Back Sunday. And that's what I love about music. Those collabs are just dope. So go check that out. You can find it somewhere. I know that there was on social media, like there was a couple clips of it, but there is a full version of it somewhere. I think it's on YouTube of Halsey brings out Take It Back Sunday. I forget the lead singer's name of Take It Back Sunday, but he did come out and they did the song together. It was pretty dope. 888-808-1019. We'll get to you guys' phone calls in a minute and a few as we are talking. Still Mets. Let's get to the Giants real quick because the John Harbaugh, conference was a big day for Giants fans, and the letter that came out to season ticket holders was a big deal as well. John Harbaugh seems to be that type of guy that is just going to change the franchise and change it for good. Like, you see the Giants have potential. Like, the franchise, they always try. You can criticize them and talk about how bad the teams have been, but John Mara has really tried his best to put this team back on the map. He believed in Daniel Jones, and you could sit there and tell and until you're blue in the face and say Daniel Jones was a bad move. They should never draft him or whatever they did, but he is an NFL quarterback. We can sit there and debate about that till we're blue in the face. If with the proper protection, he is an NFL quarterback. Like, with the Colts, they missed the playoffs. Why? Not because Daniel Jones lost them games. Daniel Jones got hurt, and then they lost games because they didn't have a quarterback. But on the right team, Daniel Jones is a flourishing player. Is a really solid, I'm not going to say great quarterback, but he's a really good quarterback. And that's what the struggle was here in New York, was the fact that Daniel Jones, a lot of guys believed in Daniel Jones. And I remember this for a fact. A lot of players, not a lot of players, but, well, yeah, probably the players too. But a lot of the guys in the organization were definitely rooting for Daniel Jones to do well in Indianapolis. They wanted to see him do well. They were actually happy he was doing well. He's a good guy. And not saying he got a bad rap here. You gave him the opportunity. He couldn't stay healthy. Could he not stay healthy because he didn't have a good offensive line? That's part of it. Andrew Thomas, that key to the offensive line wasn't there for a lot of the games that he got hurt in. So, but that being said, John Harbaugh brings that credibility, brings the stability, or will bring the stability, and will make this franchise, will put them back on the map. Will make them a year in, year out contender. No one's saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl the first year. No one's going to say they're going to go to the Super Bowl the second year. I mean, I heard C-Mac go, well, at least now we can think that, 4 of the first 5 years, or 4 out of 5 years, playoffs. I don't even know if you have to think that way. But at least be on, and this was the funniest thing I heard from Marash this week. Marash just said, he goes, in the hunt. That's all I want to see. When he was in with Harbaugh, with Evan and Tiki, with Harbaugh live at Quest Diagnostic Center for the Harbaugh introductory, Sean Morash goes, can at least you promise me that come, December, we are in the hunt. We were on the in the hunt chart for the playoffs. That's all I want. To be relevant. And that's the reality. And if you're relevant, you're in it and you have an opportunity to crack through and anything can happen and you can make the playoffs. Good things, bad things, whatever the case. That's what John Harbaugh brings, though. He brings that playoff pedigree. He's going to bring with him stability. I mean, he's going to bring with him a lot of guys from Baltimore. And now that might mean, Carm Brasillo with the offensive line. That's not a guarantee that he's not going to come back, but it sounds like there's only 2 coaches that they're bringing back from last year's staff, and Carm's not one of them. And a lot of people, whether it's the media or players, I think, too, are huge on Carm coming back, and that's probably not going to happen. Can't say it's definitely not going to happen, but probably not going to happen. And that's part of it because he has visions of how he wants his team to look. He's got coaches that he knows can make that happen, and we go from there. And that's how you build a winning team. You build your staff, the guys that you trust. And I know from, watching the Baltimore Ravens over the past 19 years, 18 years, that they've been a stable team, that they're always in the hunt. This year in particular, think about this. Lamar Jackson wasn't there for, half of the season? I forgot what their record was, but I feel like at one point in time they were 1-7, 2-7, whatever it was. It was some absurd number. And they were out of the playoffs. And they're off, this is a bad season, and they just missed out on the playoffs by a field goal. Think about that. They missed the playoffs in Week 18 by a field goal. Now, again, we all heard on record, I think it was Bichette, whatever his name in Baltimore, basically said that field goal being missed would not have changed things. That Harbaugh was going to be out regardless the following week or whenever they eventually got eliminated. Now, maybe if they go to the Super Bowl, maybe they don't get rid of Harbaugh. But he was basically going to be moving on from Harbaugh regardless. That's what the Bichette said. But that being said, it's a great thing for the Giants. And I wish the Jets were in the mix on it. Hello? You talk about one of the best, markets for coaching. You're talking about 10 teams that basically cut ties with coaches and are looking for head coaches. And so many people, that you wouldn't have seen out there, whether it's Mike Tomlin, whether it's John Harbaugh's not there now, but he was available. Stefanski's not available right now, but he was available. Brian Dable's available. Saleh, obviously we know wasn't going to come back to New York, but he's with the Titans now. Like, there's so many openings. And that was a really good time to upgrade. And instead, they're going to double down with Aaron Glenn. It was a perfect time for the Jets to do that. That's what bothers me. So many good upgrades out there. And you look at the Patriots, how in a season you could change things with the proper upgrade. But the Giants, the classy organization that they are, always trying to do the right thing. Whether or not they have done the right thing, they always try to do the right thing. And I believe that this is a great week for Giants fans. And it's going to be a great upcoming offseason. And once they step foot on week 1, they're going to be a much better team, one that we haven't seen probably since the Tom Coughlin era. 888-808-1019. It's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Let's get back to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff at WFAN, which I just said. Let's go to Larry in Corona. Larry, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Pete?
How you doing?
Yo, Pete, man, I was down on Stearns, but yo, man, he redeemed himself. He really redeemed himself this whole week.
Well, let me ask you a question though, Larry. Like, I understand that he redeemed himself because he made moves, but like, we sat here I'm not gonna let 1 week change the way I feel this whole offseason. Like, I'm taking it as a whole. Like, at the end of the offseason, I'm gonna evaluate it and take it for what it is. But yeah, this week was a really great week for the Mets. They signed Bo Bichette after missing out on Tucker. They trade for Luis Robert Jr., so now they actually have a center fielder. They have someone actually to play the outfield. And they trade for, one of the better pitchers in baseball right now.
That was the kicker right there. Like, once he did that, I was all in. I'm like, okay, Stearns, you redeemed yourself. No, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Losing Pete was him and Diaz, but Pete especially, that one hurt. That one really did. Like, I'm still not over it. Like, even though I like the moves, I'm not over losing Pete Alonso. And it's still going to hurt because, wow, man, this was a guy that, we could have saw this dude hit 400 home runs as a Met. We could have, it was just so much greatness we could have just saw with Pete Alonso.
By the way, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to have 500 home runs. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. And he should have had 500 home runs with the Mets. But that's neither here nor there.
But seeing him not finish his career with the Mets, he should have been an all-time Met. And it was affordable. Come on, man. Look at that contract he got. We could have easily got that.
And again, this is where my issue is with David Stearns. If he wants the player, he'll go out and get the player. He never wanted Pete Alonso. And I'm going to stick with that. Like, there's nothing you could do could change it. Even last year, but he signed him. He just doesn't want him for a long-term deal. But, yeah, if you went out above and beyond to get Kyle Tucker and give the guy $220 million for 3 or 4 years, you offered Bo Bichette a stupid contract for 3 years. Now, listen, there's a lot of opt-outs for Bo Bichette. But the point is you went out above and beyond to get those guys. You could have offered Pete Alonso a 2 or 3 year deal with a contract that was absurd for whether it's $120 million for 2 to 3 years or whatever it is. Like, you could have done something stupid like that. If you told me that you offered Pete Alonso a 3-year deal for $125 million and he turned that down, yeah, well, that's on Pete. But that was never even offered. They offered.
I agree. That was horrible. And 3 years. Give him 5. Give it to him. Pete has shown that he deserves it. He's never hurt.
Yeah, but Larry, he's not. But besides Juan Soto, he's not offering 5-year deals. It's a 3-year deal or bust. Like, look at Sean Manaea. Look at anybody. I mean, you just look at even Bo Bichette, 3-year deal, and it's all opt-outs. So it's not. Yeah,
but I feel like with Pete, that's something you read the room, and you got to read the room and say, yo, just like how the Mets did it with David Wright, you got to read the room and say, yo, let's give him 5 years. And I think that's good. Pete hasn't shown us any signs that he's breaking down. I mean, he plays. I mean, I know in their minds they think that Pete, his body's going to break down, but he hasn't shown that.
No,
he plays every.
He's shown the exact opposite, Larry. He's basically shown that he's the Iron Man. Like, he'll play 162 if he could.
Yeah. So you know what? I could be wrong on this. I feel like Stern's original plan was to that's why I thought we were going. This is why I was also kind of depressed. I was like, are we rebuilding? Are we back in the rebuilding phase?
That's retooling.
And I don't know. I don't know if I just think it was the strong uproar. I don't know if Steve Cohen got involved, but it felt like like the fans was in an uproar. Everybody. Yo, it even got to the point where, was it Steve Cohen's wife had to delete her Instagram or something like that? It was getting bad.
But I don't think that had to do with she said that because of a few people that basically the social media wasn't fun
Yeah,
anymore.
but the fans was really in an uproar, man.
Yeah.
Me too. Like me, I was depressed, man, because I thought we had a good thing going. And I felt like it was too soon to just break like if we were going into rebuilding, I'm like, yo, this is too soon, man. We almost just went to the World Series. We did better against the Dodgers than the Yankees did. So you're just going to just tear the whole team apart?
Yeah, but Larry, then you missed the playoffs the next year, you know? You missed the playoffs a year. That hurts a lot. And you supposedly got better with bringing in Juan Soto. Like, think about that. And I appreciate the phone call, Larry. You bring in Juan Soto in the offseason, and you basically bring back, it's the same idea that you had in 2024 with the pitching staff. You basically bring that in 25, and that basically backfires. That's the head scratcher, right? Like, that's where I sit there and go, do I really believe in what David Stearns is doing? Because not trying to say that he tried to sandbag last year. I would not say that at all. I don't think David Stearns is looking to not make the playoffs. But what he did was take a lot of risks in the pitching staff. And with doing that, it backfired so bad they missed the playoffs. And what he did was he took the opportunity to then rip apart the Mets core and basically get rid of a lot of the guys who were here over the past few years. The McNeils, the Nemos, Alonso, Diaz. Like, just basically ripped the Band-Aid off and said, all right, see ya. Let's move forward. But if you look at last season, what was the biggest cause of the Mets missing the playoffs? It was twofold. It was the starting pitching was god-awful, especially the second half. They were atrocious, brutal, the worst I've ever seen. And then when they made moves during the playoffs, every move he made backfired. That is not on Pete Alonso. That is not on Edwin Diaz. That is not on Brandon Nimmo. That is not on Jeff McNeil. Those moves were made by David Stearns. Cedric Mullins, that was made by David Stearns. Could have gotten Harrison Bader, but no. Cedric Mullins, backfired. Ryan Helsley, backfired. Tyler Rogers, maybe was okay at times, but that's still backfired. I always say Giovanni Soto, but it was Gregory Soto. Backfired. Those were the four moves, the trades at the deadline that he made. They all backfired. But because they backfired, he was able to pivot, quote unquote, and basically wreck the core and rip this whole team up and make it look like his team. So he got his wish. I don't think he was going out there so he could bring in players that were awful so he could just rip this whole team to shreds, and because they could lose, and then they could, he could start from scratch. But that's what his bad moves allowed him to justify ripping the core apart. But they were his bad moves. That's the thing. It was David Stearns was the reason for the bad moves. It wasn't Pete Alonso didn't say, hey, Go get these 3 closers. Get these 3 relievers. Bring in Cedric Mullins. Pete Alonso didn't say that. Edwin Diaz didn't say that. That was a David Stearns thing. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Dan in Westchester. Excuse me, Dan in Westchester. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up?
I just want to talk. Good. I just want to talk about how I think the Giants should trade up for Mendoza, and I think they should get rid of Jackson Dart. I think Jackson Dart is the best 4-win quarterback. I think the game against the Chargers, yes, he did good. The game against the Eagles, besides that rushing touchdown, and there was a pass to Little Jordan Humphreys, got the run game ran. They dominated that game, and we're going to talk about the Cowboys and the Raiders. The games were at the end of the season. The Raiders, the worst team in the league. The Cowboys defense was the worst passing defense in the league. And looking at Mendoza's, college resume, I think Mendoza is the real deal, and I think the Giants should trade up for Mendoza and get rid of Dart, even after year 1.
All right, well, you made a good case for Fernando Mendoza. But I will remind you of this, too. Why did the Giants lose so many games this season?
Because, one, Jackson Dart, besides also the Broncos, Jackson Dart was not on the field. He's 21, 22 years old, and he's not on the field, and he's got to learn how to slide because he could be at 26, 27, and then, he's...
That's fine. That's fine. Why did the Giants lose games? Name the biggest... Why did they... Because remember, there was a point in time where there was 5 games they lost on the road where they had leads of 10 points or more, and they still lost those games. Why did they lose those games?
Okay, I know what you're talking about, the kicker with Denver. I can give you that. I can give Jackson. I'm not a hater on Jackson Dart.
No, I know.
I don't want to hate. I think he's a great quarterback.
But you're just saying you could get. Why not go for a can't miss guy? But to be honest with you, I'm sorry. I don't believe in can't miss when it comes down to draft. I every year there's a can't miss guy, and usually those guys end up missing anyway. Caleb Williams is a can't miss guy. Caleb Williams is extremely talented, but he is not a top quarterback right now because his completion percentage is awful. He still makes as many bad plays as he does good plays. Now he's got a few years to go. Jackson Dart put this team on his back for most games that he played in, and for three out of 4 quarters, he played really well in almost every game. He was a good game manager. He was able to, and if you go back to the tail end of the season, he actually figured out how to slide a little bit more. He's still going to be aggressive. He's still going to be the Josh Allens of the world and try to run people over. But he's learned, if you looked at some of the last couple games of the season, he did not put himself in danger like he did in the beginning of the season. And he's learning. You got to give him more time. Now, I don't like the fact that he's gone to the 10th more times than not this season. That's a little disturbing. But I wouldn't sit there and think that the reason why the Giants were, he looked good, but the Giants got to move on from Jackson Dart. This is the most competent offense the Giants has put together in quite some time. I mean, this is even going back to when Daniel Jones led the Giants to the playoffs. This offense has looked so much better this year. I mean, talk about how many first quarters or first drives of the game where Jackson Dart would lead the team to a touchdown. Like, there were games over the past few seasons where we would cross our fingers that the Giants would kick a field goal in the first quarter. Not even score a touchdown, just kick a field goal. They couldn't score in the first quarter. They scored in almost every first quarter that Jackson Dart was in. I mean, I know you want to sit there and Fernando Martinez is the new toy on the block right now because you watched him in the finals. But I mean, there's nothing that proves to me that he is a no doubt, a quarterback in the NFL. You could sit there and watch the game, but that's collegiate level stuff.
I get that, but bringing up the point of when you said about Jackson Dart comparing him almost to Josh Allen, Josh Allen hasn't won anything. Josh Allen, he's good.
Dan.
He can't finish. And look at the team. I mean, anyway.
Hold on. Josh Allen, you could sit there and say, fine, he's not a Super Bowl winning championship. Super Bowl winning quarterback. But is Dan Marino a good quarterback?
He's a good quarterback. He hasn't won anything.
Okay.
He hasn't won a championship.
What did Fernando Martinez win? A national title? Fernando Mendoza. Thank you.
Yeah.
What did he win? He won a national championship. Yeah. Vince Young won a national championship.
Bring up Ohio State, Alabama, Oregon, and then
what does that mean? What does that mean? You're talking about collegiate teams, Dan. The collegiate teams are not NFL worthy. I'm sorry. I don't care what you say. Just because you do well in college doesn't make you an NFL quarterback. It doesn't.
I definitely understand the college versus the NFL, but let's bring up
how's J.J. McCarthy doing?
Let's bring up
how's J.J. McCarthy doing?
Let's bring up Joe Burrow in the SEC. He went undefeated in the SEC, and then he beat Clemson with that Clemson defense.
Okay.
Let's bring up Trevor Lawrence for 2018.
Dan, that's all good and well. I hear you on that. But just because, again, I can go down the list of as many quarterbacks as you want me to bring up, and how many guys have won national championships and go to the NFL and completely suck. I mean, how many guys?
You could bring up Johnny Manziel. You could bring up Tim Tebow. There's a lot of guys.
Exactly.
Tim Tebow, Johnny
Manziel. So just because Mendoza won a championship and won against collegiate teams, I'm going to sit there and say, oh, well, he's definitely an NFL quarterback. That's not true. It's not even close. I'm not going to buy into that. I don't. Maybe you want, if you want to go and draft Mendoza and bring him in, and whatever team you are, I'm not going to say this for the Giants at all because I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to touch, because Jackson Dart actually proved he is an NFL quarterback. He actually proved that.
I'm going to disagree with you there. He's a 4-win quarterback.
What does that mean?
He's a 4-win quarterback.
Listen, I don't.
In the run game, and you could say Scatterbo did score 3. Scatterbo did score, 3 touchdowns against the Eagles.
Did the offense not look better this year? Do you watch Giants every single year? Do you watch Giants football every year?
I could say from Daniel Jones, besides 2022, when they did make the playoffs, and I think Slayton was the one before that 2022. Yes, the Giants' offense did look good.
Did they not? Did they not put up?
Year before
did
that,
they not put? Did they not have a competent offense all season long? Did they not find ways to get to the end zone? Did they not? Listen, you had Wan'Dale Robinson, get 1,000 yards this year. You had Tyrone Tracy, who was injured for a bunch, but he still ended up having 1,000 yards worth of combined between receptions, receiving yards, and rushing yards. Like you're talking about, you had Malik Neighbors wasn't there. You had Darius Slayton as one of your top wide receivers who wasn't catching the ball. Theo Johnson kept on dropping passes. Go through everything that the Giants offense did. You're going to sit here and tell me that Jackson Dart only won you 4 games. I'm going to sit there and tell you that the defense let them down. That they were in prime position to win almost every game. So don't sit there and, Dan, I appreciate the phone call. Do not sit there and be like, oh, well, he only won 4 games. Take the wins, losses out of there. That's like starting pitching nonsense. Okay? Take the wins and losses out there. Because Jacob deGrom was a Cy Young every year he pitched for the Mets, basically. He couldn't buy you a win because there was no offense. So wins and losses, throw that away. You could have an amazing offense, and look at Joe Burrow, okay? Yes, he went to the Super Bowl. Yes, he won a national championship. But he plays on a team that they don't know what defense is in the Cincinnati Bengals. They don't know what the word defense is. I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, Joe Burrow this year, I know that he was hurt for 90% of the season. But I'm not going to sit there and say, well, Joe Burrow was only a 3-win quarterback. Or, over the years, he's only an 8-win quarterback. What did he win? Because, first of all, let's break it down. There's 31 losers every single year. So what does anybody win? A big old bag of nothing. I can say that every single year. The only winner out there is Patrick Mahomes. So what? The only thing. So, Dan, in your philosophy, Patrick Mahomes is the only true quarterback out there, and Jalen Hurts, they're the only real good quarterbacks out there because they have Super Bowl rings? Get out of here. Lamar Jackson isn't good? I'm not putting wins and losses all solely on the quarterback. You can't do that. Not in a league where they play both sides. There's two sides of the field here. There's offense, there's defense, there's even special teams. Hell, the Jets won a football game this year. They won 3 games this year. The reason why they won one of those games is because they scored 2 special team touchdowns. That's why they won a game. Not because their defense was good and not because their offense was good, but because of special teams. Don't sit there and rip Jackson Dart because the amount of games the Giants won. First of all, he didn't start all the games. Think about it. Russell Wilson started the first 2 or 3 games. Was it 3 games or 2 games? 3. First 3 games of the season, Russell Wilson started. So scratch those games off. And then how many games was Jackson Dart hurt for and out with a concussion for? I think at least 2. I think Jameis Winston had at least 2 games. So 5 games off of 17. That leaves 12. Okay, yeah, still. 4-8 record or something like that. Maybe 4-7 record for Jackson Dart. In a rookie season, I'm okay with that. There's going to be growing pains. He's got to learn a little bit. But which game did you watch? Give me the game that you watched from Jackson Dart that screamed, he's not an NFL quarterback. He's in over his head. When they played the Denver Broncos for the first 3 quarters, they looked awesome. They looked unstoppable. And then their defense couldn't stop anything. Couldn't stop. You name. I mean, it was just the worst defensive output I've ever seen. And you could sit there and say, "Well, Jackson Dart did have a bad interception." Yeah, okay, that wasn't timely. Got to know what to do with the ball. Can't make those stupid mistakes. Josh Allen made plenty of mistakes in the playoffs this season. C.J. Stroud was basically gift wrapping footballs to the Patriots last week. I'm never going to sit there and say that Jackson Dart is perfect. But don't give me, well, Mendoza won the national championship and, beat this SEC team or beat that team. I don't give a crap who they beat in college. They can go and be undefeated in college football and beat every single team known to mankind that plays college football, whether it's Alaska U. I don't care. Until he steps on a field with men in the NFL, collegiate means absolutely nothing to me. It's entertaining. You can watch a game. You can be into it. But I'm not going to sit there and crown players and say, woo, that guy's the next stud in the NFL. I'm sorry. Mendoza was good. He wasn't great. He wasn't great. I watched that game. Miami's defense was good, but it wasn't great. And that's what it comes down to. You could sit there and say that, he's good. He's a good quarterback. Looking forward to seeing how he transitions into the NFL. But we've seen many a quarterback go to the NFL from the college world and die. And be out of the league within basically 5 or 6 years. And just be really good backups. Just because you get taken number 1 overall, there's no guarantee. I mean, think about it. Who would have thought that Sam Darnold would even have a career still after being with the Jets? That's the other thing. Mendoza, not for nothing. Yeah, if he was drafted to the Giants, it would probably be better for his career. Because going to the Raiders, that wouldn't make me feel good. They die out in whether it's Oakland, whether it's Vegas. They die with the Raiders. 888-808-1019. But don't sit there. And I will say one more time. I'm not trying to wax poetic for Jackson Dart. But there's nothing about this season that screams he's not an NFL quarterback. We've seen Andrew Luck. We've seen RG3. We've seen a lot of different versions of what we saw with Jackson Dart. Guys that went out, guys who could play the position. Maybe they had to learn how to take a hit here or there. Maybe their offensive line wasn't as good. Listen, Jackson Dart's offensive line was actually really good this year. He needs to learn how to throw the ball quicker at times, how to avoid getting hits, how to slide, all that stuff. He did a really good job this year, the offensive line did, to protect him. He looked like an NFL quarterback. There's no doubt in my mind. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. Mike, Peter, we'll get to you guys after the break. Again, a lot to still get to. We'll talk about some Yankee hot stove. I hear C-Mac do it every day. I feel like I owe you a little Yankee hot stove as well. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe Beningo takes over. And don't forget, we got the Storm of the Century coming up tomorrow. Go get your bread. Go get your milk. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
They both were dealing with the chaos that is created playing on the road in those two particular stadiums.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Are you crazy about your team? Let everyone know about it now at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on...
Actually, if you're a Stranger Things fan, the guy Steve, the actor Steve, I forget his real name, but that's his band, Joe. Oh, that's his name. Joe Keery, I believe it is. Keery. But the band is DJO. And a little mellow song, but good. And my kid got me onto it because he's into Stranger Things and heard that song and just loves it. And it's actually, if you listen to the whole thing, it's actually a good listen, beginning of the end or beginning of tomorrow, whatever it's called. But either way, this Fan Focus is brought to you by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. And this Fan Focus is about what's going to happen, not tomorrow with the snow, not on Monday if you have work or school or whatever it is, and not with the football games, but what's happening tonight. I'm excited. And I had the opportunity to interview UFC play-by-play guy, John Anik, who is one of the best. I love his work. What he does with the UFC is amazing. Him, Joe Rogan, and Daniel Cormier, it's just fantastic. And I was able to sit down and talk to him. So if you want to go to either YouTube or my WFAN Daily podcast, wherever you get your podcast, you can check that out. John Anik and I sat down to preview UFC 324, which is finally the first event on Paramount Plus. And I remember the excitement, and this might sound small to some people, but I remember the excitement when UFC left Fox and went to ESPN, and how big of a deal that is. Like, you're going to a new platform, and it's a whole new audience that's going to get to check you out. So, yes, you got your pay-per-view events, but now you're able to stream on ESPN Plus, and it's going to be a big deal. And I remember the first event it was actually in Brooklyn. It was a big deal. It was awesome. And I remember how it went, too, because if I'm correct, it went, I think it was a pay-per-view, and then went to stream, too. It was like a two-part. It was a weird two-parter, however they did it, regardless. I'm excited about this because two reasons. A, financially. I don't have to worry about paying a pay-per-view price anymore. Like, think about that. Going out there, if you are a combat sports fan, if you are any sports fan, and you have to pay to watch a big event. Say if we had to pay a premium to watch the pay-per-view, to watch a Super Bowl, and please God, or anybody that's listening right now, Do not be an NFL exec or a Super Bowl exec or whatever and be like, you know what would be a really good idea? Let's make the Super Bowl a pay-per-view. Let's not do that. So please, I beg you, don't do that. But just imagine it was that you'd have to pay $80 for a Super Bowl. Like, maybe once a year you could do that. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, $80, whatever. Get some friends over. We split the cost. Okay, fine. But now just imagine every month you have to do that. Maybe sometimes twice a month you got to do that. Because sometimes, the big pay-per-views for UFC at least once a month. And you want to see those fights. Like they put the best, or they try to put the best fights on those pay-per-views. So you don't want to miss a card. And then sometimes you pay for it and you go, oh, this card sucked. What did I just pay $80 for? You take away all that financial burden from you. You get rid of it all. You pay the monthly price. It's nowhere different than any other, subscription, streaming service that you have. And it's attached to Paramount Plus, so you maybe already have it anyway. Like, if you do watch football games or whatever the case is, you might already have that anyway. So it's already locked in. It is just makes your life easier that you don't have to go and pick and choose. Is this the event I'm going to buy, or is that the next event that I'm going to buy? And if you go to the website, they have all the old fights up to, or not all of them, but they have all the 2000s and 2010s and newer stuff. And it's the fight nights. They have a big catalog already. It's really awesome. So I definitely recommend you, to just go and check out the catalog if you have Paramount Plus already. And then I recommend you go and check out the fights. Because now you have no excuse. Now I can't sit there and tell Nico, be like, dude, go watch the fights. I can't. I'm not going to pay $80 for it. Well, if you have Paramount Plus, you don't have to pay $80 for it. It should be there. You should be able to watch it. And now that's all you got to do. You've already paid the monthly. Just go watch it. So this is exciting for me, so that I think more eyes will be on it. So it's basically what WWE did with their network. They got rid of the pay-per-view a long time ago, and they basically said, just buy the monthly package. We'll give you everything. Just buy it monthly. Just buy the $9.99 or $10.99, whatever it is. Be Netflix. We're Netflix, basically. And then also the fights this weekend are great. Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett, which is an awesome fight. Justin Gaethje is just one of the best. Fantastic fighter. We've seen him go out there and have, huge battles in the octagon. And they're going for this BMF belt, which I think it's like the 4th or 5th installment, whatever it is, of that. I know the first one was Nate Diaz versus Jorge Masvidal, which was fantastic. Then we've had the Dustin Poirier versus Max Holloway. I want to say there was a Poirier versus Gaethje, I think, in there. And there was another one I'm missing too. So this is either the 4th or 5th installment, regardless of the BMF belt. And I'm looking forward to it. It's fun. It's cool. It's actually a really great fight, because I'm a Gaethje guy, but a lot of people swear by Paddy Pimblett. I think he's got a cup. I think he's had layups of fights. He really should have lost the one to Jared Gordon, but they gave it to Paddy Pimblett. I think this is a huge test for Paddy, but a lot of people think that Paddy Pimblett's that good. So we'll find out. And Gaethje has the knockout power, and he's got skills. He doesn't normally get taken down. I mean, I think he did lose to Islam Makhachev by submission, but typically, or was it Charles Oliveira? I can't remember now who he fought. It's not in front of me, not in front of my face, so I can't remember. But either way, it's going to be a good start to UFC 324, which is, and now earlier time, by the way, starts at 9 rather than 10. So now it's cheaper and it's earlier. So you really have no excuse not to watch it. There's really, what's going on this weekend? It's, there's no college football. the NFL football is on Sunday. There's no baseball. If you want to watch the Rangers, well, they just lost again yesterday, 3-1 in San Jose. I wouldn't want to watch that. Are the Knicks playing? I don't know. There's not many things going head-to-head with it, so it's a good weekend for the UFC to take off. So that's the fan focus. All right, let's get back to the phone calls real quick. 888-808-1009. Mike is in Wyndham. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Pete, how are you? I've never talked to you before. Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you. What's up?
Yeah, don't mind my voice. I'm sorry, a little bit sick. I wanted to just tell you I like your music angle that you're bringing to the show. It's really cool.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. There's so much that you talked about while I was waiting. I took notes and I wanted to go through it. I think to start, you're right. I think Gaethje versus Patty, that'll be a real test for Patty. I mean, that's you're talking about a real strong, violent veteran in Gaethje. I mean, if he wins that fight, it'll really show us who he is.
Yeah, because so far, Patty Pimble, to me, there's not really one guy that I could say, oh, that was a really true test for Patty. And I respect. I had an interview with Dave Portnoy because they sponsor Patty Pimblett, and I remember I said he hasn't gone up against anybody yet. Like, don't you want him to get tested? He goes, no, I want him to keep winning. I don't care who he fights. I just want him to keep winning because that just helps his name. So I respect it, but I don't think he's truly been tested yet. Now this is a true test. I mean, if he beats Justin Gaethje, I can't really knock him much anymore.
Yeah, I suppose it's good for business if you just kept winning and they keep giving him layups, right? But
yeah,
but Gaethje will be the first litmus test for sure.
Yep.
For sure. I mean, but Gaethje's older now, and so it's funny how they put up the young up and comer against the fading veteran.
Yeah.
But funnier things have happened. I mean, we saw the alien beat. You're talking about. I'm sorry about back in the day boxing. I can't remember their names. I want to also mention you mentioned Free Solo, the documentary earlier. That was really cool. Just wanted to clear up that it was called Free Solo.
Free Solo, yeah. And I was looking so forward to it, and I know it's moving to tonight now at 8:00, which that might go head to head with the UFC fight, but I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I just watched a video that he put out like 5 hours ago. How he just was like, I'm disappointed, but we get to do it tomorrow. I hope.
But what happened? What happened? He couldn't get a grip. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. So basically, it's raining, and they did a practice run, or I'm not sure if he did how much of a run he did with it, but they have video of him a couple days prior trying to practice, and it was raining, and he just could not get a grip of the window. Like, however he's climbing, he's kind of looks like he's climbing up the corners. Like, so he's taking a corner, and it looks like he's trying to kind of grip it and climb up that way. But he couldn't get a grip at all. So
it makes you wonder if he's just at the age where he just gotten the fear and he can't really do it anymore the same way he used to. I mean, he's one of the few people ever that ever scaled El Capitan and the first to do it. I mean, it's true.
I
wanted to mention,
and you talk about, by the way, you talk about those guys. I mean, they all have the same thought process. It's like, I know it's dangerous. I just got to be, kind of be within myself and go and scale this wall or scale this mountain. And at the end of the day, they all know the end result. Like, it's going to result. If something goes wrong, it's not like I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to die.
It's death.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah. I think everyone reaches an age though where it happens all of a sudden, where their mortality seem to sense it right away. It's kind of like, I know this is really off topic, but in the X Games years ago, you saw Shaun White suddenly couldn't do the run anymore. He kind of bailed out and didn't go for the gold because it was like suddenly people are afraid of their own demise, and it's not like a slow process. It just seems to suddenly just click in their mind, and it's all over.
Well,
they lose their edge right away.
Age has that. Age does that. Like, you think about it, like, when you're young and stupid. To be fair, when you're young and stupid,
you jump off cliffs and you do all kinds of crazy stuff.
You're immortal. You can do whatever you want. You're fine. You could, think about this. I don't know how old you are, Mike, but when I used to be, in my 20s, or I was able to go out and party pretty hard and enjoy myself, and wake up the next morning, go to work, and not think twice. Dude, if I try to do, I haven't drank now since rivalry really have. I mean, I think I've had a couple drinks here and there, like a couple like glasses of beer, or maybe had a mixed drink or whatever, like old fashioned or something like that here and there. But like, I haven't had a ton of drinks since like August, and just because my body can't do it anymore. I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of over it, you know.
I think once you hit 30 or 32, that it's all over for that. And that's kind of the end. I'm 42, and I used to work in the alcohol industry, and it seemed like after 30, it was I couldn't just bounce back and go right back to work that morning.
Yeah, it affects you. That certainly does.
I wanted to remind the last caller just before you go that Jackson Dart won more games than Peyton Manning did in his first year in less starts.
Yeah,
there are no sure things coming out of college. You could name so many players that were good in college that didn't translate at all to the NFL, and then the contrary. The last sure thing, I guess, was supposedly Trevor Lawrence, and I guess the jury's still out. And then before that was Luck, and obviously Luck was a great player, but it never really worked out like that.
Yeah, and again, and Mike, great call. I appreciate it, man. And Trevor Lawrence, I mean, it took him a long time to even get this good. Like, you know, even if you think it's that good, you know. But this year, the Jaguars were really, really good, and they still lost, in their first round. But that being said, though, like, Trevor Lawrence became a much better quarterback this year. He was much better. But it took him a long time to get there. Think about it. Zach Wilson, you don't even know where he is right now in the league. He was with the Jets for 4 years. Okay? So now Trevor Lawrence has been around for what, 6 years? 5, 6 years? He's been around. He's been around. It takes a while. It doesn't happen overnight. All right, I got to take a break. 888-808-1019. Peter, Jim, I will take your Giants calls coming up after the break. Do a little Yankees also coming up as we want to dive into their hot stove. But let's take a break. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan. 1019 FM.
Coach John Harbaugh joins us here on Evan and Tiki.
It's the New York Football Giants. That was the first thought when things happened the way they did.
Yeah.
I almost feel like God was there all the way, and he was kind of speaking that out. So I'm excited about it.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
As cold weather arrives, snow and ice follow, making it extremely difficult for police officers to safely do their jobs. Private and municipal building owners, commercial store owners, residential homeowners, police precincts, and precinct parking lots in the city of New York have legal responsibilities within a certain time frame to make sidewalks, entranceways, and parking lots free of snow and ice. Unfortunately, many of these property owners fail to maintain their premises free from ice and snow, thereby creating dangerous conditions for members of the law enforcement community. Many officers have been seriously injured by these dangerous conditions. Decolator Cohen and DePrisco has brought numerous successful lawsuits on behalf of police officers injured by the negligence of property owners failing to keep their premises free from snow and ice. Examples of these results are featured on their website, policeofficersrighttosue.com. If a member of the law enforcement community is injured as a result of a property owner's failure to remove snow and ice from their premises, contact DCD at 800-901-1-LAW or visit them at policeofficersrighttosue.com. There are 90-day time limitations to file a notice of claim if a municipality is at fault for causing the injury.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of New York Giants football. The Fan.
Runs out of the tackle, down the right sideline, cuts inside at the 5, in for the touchdown!
1019 FM WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station.
At these phone calls, I did want to briefly touch on the New York Yankees because we really haven't done much of them as far as this offseason because they didn't do much this offseason. Think about what they've done. They gave the qualifying offer to Trent Grisham. He signed it, and then that's basically it. They've basically sat and waited. They re-signed Ahmad Rosario. I think there was another guy that they re-signed as well, but nothing very significant. And then finally, oh yeah, they re-signed Cody Bellinger. There you go, 5-year deal. They're bringing it back. And here's the thing that I know there's a lot of Yankee fans that are upset at what the Yankees are doing, right? And this is kind of what I'm saying about when I go back to the Mets with the kind of just got to fool them during the regular season. Just get into the playoffs, right? That's what the David Stern's approach is. The Yankees continue to do that year in and year out. They keep on finding a way to get to the playoffs. That is the goal. I'm not saying that the playoffs are a crapshoot. Like, if you're really a good team, a great team like the Dodgers, you're going to find a way to win. Like, it just is what it is. The Yankees are good enough to go deep in the playoffs every year. They need to be healthy to do that. Cody Bellinger definitely gets them back to, a good enough team to get back and do that. Like, their offense may have some question marks, but Cody Bellinger is the guy that's going to be able to be, plays a bunch of different positions. He maybe can play first base now, depending on if they want to really dive into, Jones and Dominguez in left field, or if you want Bellinger to play out there. There's a lot of wiggle room that Cody Bellinger gives you. So that completes the offseason. Hey, I'm sorry to say, but Volpe's there. Volpe's going to be around again for at least another year. Jazz Chisholm's going to be around for at least another year. McMahon's going to be around for at least another year. Like, it is what it is. You're going to have to deal with it. But the one thing that everyone's forgetting, and to me, this is the big thing, because all I kept on hearing was like, oh, well, the Yankees really could have used another starter like a Freddy Peralta type of deal. Really? Really? You wanted to trade for Freddy Peralta? You want to trade for an upgrade like a Tariq Skubal? Like, listen, I understand Tariq Skubal is an amazing pitcher, but you want to go and give up the farm for a rental? When you have Garrett Cole coming back, I understand Garrett Cole may not be a top-line ace right away. It's a possibility that it's going to take him, maybe this season to kind of recover. But there's no doubt in my mind that Garrett Cole is going to come back and be a Justin Verlander. There's no doubt in my mind that he's not going to come back and be that workhorse and get back to that level he was when he was on the top of the game, when he signed that huge deal with the Yankees. I think a lot of questions are coming from, the pitching staff because they're just not there the first month or two. And I understand that could really, put the team back to start the season. But when all's said and done, the Yankees have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Carlos Rodon had an excellent season last year. I talk a lot of smack about that guy. He had a good season last year. He really did. Can't knock it. Cam Schlittler, a full year of him. Luis Heel, when Clark Schmidt returns. Now you got this guy, Ryan Weathers, that, I know high school player, he was basically pitching zeros. Wasn't giving up any runs. We'll see how he actually performs with the Yankees, but, he's still young. He's still got a live arm. We'll see how he does. We know he comes from a baseball background. But that being said, to go out and be like, oh, well, the Yankees needed a top-level starter. You have them. I don't know how many more top-level starters the Yankees need. I know to start the season, it's going to be a little bit of an eyesore. You're going to have Ryan Yarbrough out there starting games. It's going to be a little bit till you get the full rotation back. I'm telling you right now, the Yankees are going to be fine the first few months of the season. They'll get through it. And come June, when the pitching staff is back to normal, you are looking at a star-studded, top-end pitching rotation that there's not many teams that can compete with them. Maybe Seattle. I mean, Toronto, maybe Toronto. I still don't think they're as good as the Yankees starting rotation. I mean, I'll always put Dodgers with everybody because the Dodgers have, gifts that keep on giving, keep on buying everybody in the world. So, yeah, the Dodgers. But neck and neck, put them neck against anybody else. It's the Yankees. They have. Just close your eyes and think. All right. If Garrett Cole comes back healthy, which I think he will, I think he's going to be Justin Verlander coming back off of his Tommy John surgery. I think he's going to be fine. Garrett Cole, Max Fried, it's 1A, 1B, baby. Come on. I understand that since the Yankees haven't won anything, it's tougher to buy into, oh, we're running it back again. But look how good they were last year, and they didn't have Garrett Cole. And they didn't have Clark Schmidt. It's just, and now you got, hopefully, Spencer Jones is going to be in that ring in the left field, like that rotation in left field, whether it's him, whether it's Dominguez. And I heard Big Mac today say trade Dominguez. I'm not against that. That's totally fine with me. But I think he's missing the mark. I think that Spencer Jones and Dominguez are going to fight for left field. And even though Bellinger's here, I think he's going to play a lot more first base. Or at least they're going to rotate everything between first base, center field, left field. Maybe give Judge more DH days, give Stanton days off. I mean, there's a lot of options you could do with Bellinger. And Bellinger will play close to 160 games because he could play any of the outfield positions. He could play first base, and he could DH if needed. But that's only to give him a rest day. But besides that, you're looking at a very flexible outfield or versatile or whatever it is. Like, you got a lot of options. And there's going to be a rotation. But I would not worry. I know it sounds stupid. Oh, you're bringing back the same team. But when there's nobody else in the American League that really can compete with you, when you have the best player in baseball in Aaron Judge on your team, who, by the way, talk about the steal of the century. You're seeing guys making $60 million a year. And Kyle Tucker. And actually, to be honest, and that'll be this Fan Focus is brought to you by Chef IQ Precision Cooking, Effortless Results, ChefIQ.com. My focus, real quick, is on the fact that, do you know how much, Nico, how much money is Kyle Tucker actually making this year?
I think it's like $1 million.
Exactly. $1 million. So between Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani, they're making a total of $3 million. Now, listen, there's taxes, and the Dodgers still have to pay certain things, whatever. But the actual money that Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani are actually making is $3 million. Tucker's getting a huge signing bonus, and I think some of the rest of it's deferred, and the same thing with Ohtani. He's deferred all over the place. $3 million for those two. Talk about a cheat code. And you can sit there and say, oh, well, other teams can do it, but you really can't. I mean, everybody's just taking less money, or they're just giving us a crap ton of money in a bonus right off the bat. I mean, I guess you could do that, but that's just, it's absurd. The Dodgers are a cheat code right now, and that's got to change. They've got to find a way. And listen, I'm not saying that it's got to change because they keep on cheating or whatever it is. It's not cheating. But there's got to be a level of, you can't have the best players in baseball. You can't have Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani. Kyle Tucker was a top, free agent this offseason, and only pay him $1 million on your payroll. Like, clearly they're giving him money. Like, it's not like it's not happening, but their payroll is not as high because, and that affects their taxes and their thresholds and all this stuff. Why? Because it's different. With all the deferred money and all this stuff, it's not hitting the same way. And they're maybe because they're saving it and they're putting it in certain funds that are, escrows or whatever it is. It all works in weird, fishy ways that the Dodgers are making money off of this. That's all you got to know. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these Giants phone calls, as we were talking before about John Harbaugh and how this franchise is changing. And we got into a whole discussion about Jackson Dart, whether or not they should keep him. And clearly, Jackson Dart is the quarterback for this New York Giant team. Peter and Lawrence. What's up, Peter?
Hello, Hoff. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
What kind of do you like? VO, Crown Royal, or Doers or Bullet in your old fashioned? Muddle?
I'm more of a Bullet guy. I'm a Bullet. I could do Buffalo Trace. I'm okay with Buffalo Trace, but I like Bullet.
Well, I wasn't going to call until he started ripping the caller before, started ripping Dan Marino. Because Dan Marino at least went to a Super Bowl. John Elway was in a Super Bowl. And I think Jackson Dart will be in a Super Bowl one day with Harbaugh. And I think he'll do fine. And I don't think anyone should rip him until he proves he can't do the job.
Yeah. And I think Jackson Dart proved this year he can do the job. And that's
yes,
the thing. And Peter, and this is why I get frustrated when someone talks about win-loss totals or how many Super Bowl rings. I mean, there's how many good players in the NFL have there been that can't win a Super Bowl? Like, I mean, it's just that there's only one winner every year. Like, you could be the best. And sometimes, unfortunately, you run into the fact that Patrick Mahomes is in the league at that time. Sometimes you deal with Joe Montana's. You deal with, the Troy Aikmans of the world, the Terry Bradshaws. Like, you go through these runs. Like, I mean, listen. Yeah. I mean, you think about Jim Kelly when you were, for AFC teams. There's a 4-year stretch where no other quarterback, no matter how good you were, you couldn't get to the Super Bowl because Jim Kelly's there. I mean,
correct. Had a recipe for success.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm not going to put like a Hall of Fame career or how good a guy can be because, well, he doesn't have a Super Bowl ring. Listen, freaking Trent Dilfer has a Super Bowl ring. Brad Johnson won with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeff Hostetler won with the Giants. Just because you're a top quarterback in the league doesn't mean you have to win a Super Bowl to be considered that you're good,
Yeah. And, the thing is that nobody thought Plunkett would get a Super Bowl ring twice.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
When you talk about Garrett Cole, he can have a season just like Tommy John did when he came back. He had at least 3 20-win seasons after his Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Garrett Cole the way that others are. I understand that sometimes it's a crapshoot. This guy returns from Tommy John, and you just never know what you're going to get the first year. Maybe it takes 2 years for you to get better. But there's certain players, especially because, I mean, you got to think about this too. Garrett Cole got hurt before the season started. So,
true.
I know it's a long surgery. I know it's a long recovery, but I think he can rebuild. And by the time he comes back, even if he misses the first 2 months of the season, like, I think he's been doing the work to, when he comes back, he's going to be fine. I trust.
I think Tom John should be also in the Hall of Fame, not only for his wins, but also for his surgery.
Yes.
For his longevity.
Well, does he have a patent on the surgery? Do you know if he has a patent on the name at all or no? I mean, when they call it Tommy John, you got to be able to, have some sort of rights on that.
True, but the thing is that if it wasn't for Tommy John, there would be no Tommy John surgery.
That is possible. And I appreciate, Peter, thanks so much for a phone call. I'd say possible because you're right, like the Tommy John name of it wouldn't be Tommy John, but maybe it would have been like trying to think of, maybe it would be called the Garrett Cole. Who knows? Maybe somebody else would have got hurt and they had to change it. And they're like, oh, well, this is imagine that. Like, trying to think of what other pitcher at that time had the same surgery. Obviously, I wasn't paying attention as much when Tommy John was pitching, so I don't recall. That was a long time ago. But I'm sure there was other guys that had the surgery back then that, imagine it was the Gaylord Perry or something like that. I don't know if he had Tommy John at all, but regardless. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Jim in Hackettstown. Jim, what's going on?
Good morning, Pete. I hope you give me a couple minutes because if you recall, I was your last caller Saturday morning when you had to sign off at 5 o'clock. And I told you that we were talking about the AFC playoffs, and I was saying that the Broncos and the Patriots would win those games.
Yeah,
Now,
I know. Jim, can I tell you something? That was stuck in my head all weekend long. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is just, it's going to bite me in the butt. But go forward. Go crow if you want to.
Well, no, I know I don't need to crow about it, but, I didn't get to explain why. And since it already happened, there's no point in it. Well, I will say this. So, obviously, the Patriots are going to be a heavy favorite to win. But I would say if they don't try to blow the Broncos out, that they have a good chance of losing the game. If they play conservative, I could definitely see the Broncos winning. I would not play conservative.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots should win. I mean, Jarrett Stidham, whatever you want to say about him, you could sit there and tell me that he's the best backup in the NFL. If he's the best backup, why is that's great, but he's not starting in the NFL. Like he's been a backup for how long? There's a reason why he's a backup and not a starting quarterback. So that's the first thing.
Listen. I don't like him, so I'm not telling you, but I'm just saying. If they don't try to blow him out, if they're gonna be conservative, they could definitely lose the game.
Well,
let me get to.
Yeah, let me just say something too about this. And the one thing I will say about Jarrett Stidham is, is he going to be like a Colt McCoy type of quarterback where he just has the poise? He's able to the game is not too big. And he's able to just be the captain or the game caller on the field and be able to just withstand and not get rattled. If he could do that, then he doesn't have to do much. He can just hand the ball off. I mean, their offense is good enough and their defense is great enough that they can survive. So you're right. Patriots can't really play this slow play game. They do have to attack.
Yep. Now let me get to my Jackson Dart point.
Oh, please.
So Jackson Dart. I like him. I mean, I can't say he's a star, but he didn't show me anything to say, oh, gee, that he can't make it. Certainly in the NFL. But let me ask you a question. So if you had Mendoza and Williams from Chicago and Dart, if all three players were coming out, and I actually like Trinidad Chambliss better than Dart, but again, you can win with a lot of different quarterbacks. Where do you think Dart would be picked if those four players are coming out?
Who was the four? It was Chambliss, it was Mendoza, Dart, and who else?
It was Williams from Chicago.
I still think Caleb Williams.
You kind of criticized him.
I still think Caleb Williams would be the Caleb Williams, and I criticized him because in-game play, he's just not accurate enough. Like he goes from these awful throws and like wide open guys that he just completely misses on, and then he makes these ridiculous off the back foot. Like the last touchdown he scored to tie the game last weekend was stupid. Like he snaps the ball on the 14-yard line, runs back 25 yards to the 40, chucks it up on a dime to Cole Kmet in the end zone, a wide open, by the way. Like the defender screwed that one up completely, but it was just like that. That is a ridiculous throw, a ridiculous play. He made it look so easy. And if you see the way he rolls to the left and then throws the ball every time, the week before to Roma Dunze, they got that big fourth down. I think that was the 4th and 4, or maybe it was 4th and 8, whatever it was. Keep the play alive and then go down and win, and basically win the game. Like, he can make these ridiculous plays. But Caleb will, and he's got all the talent. But the problem is,
you got to answer my question.
Oh, I would take Caleb. I think Caleb Williams would go number one. I think it would be Caleb Williams. I think it would be Caleb Williams. I think it would be Jackson Dart. Then it would be Mendoza, and then it would be who's the last one you guys said again? Chandler.
Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah, Chambliss. So
where was Dart picked in the draft? Because obviously, when you draft players, it's all about projection, correct?
Yeah, he was a late first-round pick.
Right. So you're going to tell me that Mendoza, that you don't think that the NFL coaches, whatever league, you don't think he's not projected to be a better player than Dart? If he's not projected to be a better player than Dart, he's not going to go. He wouldn't go number one. You know he's going number one.
Right, but here's the thing: is that now seeing Dart in the league, you could see he's not a great quarterback yet, but he has the attributes. He's got the tenacity. He's got a lot of skills that could make him a number one. And I'll tell you right now, like if Jackson Dart, if people knew what he could do in the NFL, if people saw what he did, if people saw like if you had to redraft last year, I think that Jackson Dart would fly up the draft.
I would say Williams would go one. Williams would go one. Caleb Williams would go third. Dart would go fourth, and who was the second guy? I forget myself now. But
Chambers.
Yeah, I would think he would go. I would think Trinidad Chambers would go third. I think Dart would go fourth. I think Williams would go first, and I think Mendoza would go second.
Yeah, I don't think so because again, like listen, you could sit there and tell me that all these college coaches or all these scouts or whatever it is, yeah, they're going to hype up their guys. They're going to see, oh, this guy could definitely translate to the NFL, but you can't translate to the NFL till you're in the NFL. I'm sorry. Like there's
but
nothing.
Did you say anything about Mendoza that you didn't like?
Yeah, I saw a lot of things I didn't like. There was a lot.
What didn't you like about Mendoza?
What was the first half about? What was he doing in the first half? His passes weren't accurate.
Oh, you mean you didn't see the cheap shot that Miami gave him and tried knocking him out of the game when he hit him in the chin?
Okay.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean I see a lot of things, but that was one play. Like,
okay, well, when you get a hit to the head, right? You get hit to the chin, and you might, I mean, he didn't get knocked out, but he could have had,
I'm not listen.
Three birds running around his head.
I get it. You're going to defend, but Mendoza had a real. No matter what, that's part of the game, though. You're going to get hit hard, and
that was a cheap shot. Come on, man. Just say the truth. Was it a cheap shot?
I'm trying to think about the play again. I have to go back and look at it again.
He threw the ball. And actually, I think he threw the ball like to the right. And the guy was coming to the left, and like 2 or 3 seconds of guy went by, and then the guy took his helmet and hit him right in the chin.
Yeah, I saw that.
Even the commentator said, "Oh, that should have been a flag."
But Jim, no offense, that's part of the game. I'm not whether it's a cheap shot or not. It's part of the game. You know how many guys get hit bad in NFL games too, and they don't call it, and then they'll call stupid penalties over ridiculous things. Like,
well, You're asking me what was going on in the first half. How do you know that he wasn't a little shaken up over that?
So how do you know that? But how do you know that he was? He was. Listen, you're sitting there making excuses. I'm sitting there saying that I didn't think he was really that great the first.
I'm not making excuses because the guy's going number one, so there's nothing to make excuses about.
Okay, right, but Jim,
okay, can I get to my Bills comment real quick?
Quickly, yes, please.
Really quick. Okay, so if I were the Bills, these are the 3 people that I would contact. I'd contact Bill Belichick, see if he's interested.
Okay.
Because he would be very, if he was interested, he would be very.
I think Bill
determined.
Needs to make one more run in the NFL. I would like to see him with the Jets.
Very determined.
But
he'd be very determined to beat the Patriots.
But the reason why he's better with the Jets than he would be with the Bills is because he can come to the Jets and basically build this franchise the way he wants to. With the Bills, I mean, you got Josh Allen there. You've had a good core. Like, you're close.
They already
you don't
got
need
the quarterback.
but you don't need to.
They've already got the quarterback.
Yeah,
That's
but I'm saying, Jim, you don't need to redo the team. And if Bill Belichick's going to go and he's going to change up everything.
I don't know if he would do that everything. I mean, they have a good offensive coordinator. I think he would keep him, and he would correct the defense. Okay, so if Belichick doesn't want the job, because I know his kid is supposed to take over in North Carolina whenever he retires or whatever. Then I got to look at 2 other guys. And the other 2 guys would be the defensive coordinator for the Vikings. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Brian Flores. I actually think he did a good job in Miami. And then the third guy, if they don't want to go that way, I would go with McCarthy. But those are the three guys that they should interview for sure, in my opinion.
Jim, I appreciate the phone call. Out of those three guys, I like Brian Flores a lot. I know he re-signed with the Vikings, kind of like almost like a safety net, because he could still go out and take a head coaching job somewhere. Like the same thing with Mike McDaniel. He took the OC job with the Chargers, but is still interviewing for a head coaching position. So, like, way to be weird about it. Like, I'm going to go sign with the Chargers, but if I get offered a head coaching job, I'm still going to go somewhere else. So I don't know. That to me is a little shady with the Mike McDaniel stuff. But Flores, like, he's got a job with the Vikings. He knows the system there. He's built the system there. He's doing a good job. He's helping his profile by being with the Vikings. He doesn't have to go out and coach a Cleveland Brown team. He doesn't need to go out and coach a Vegas Raiders team. You're right. Like, if a Bills position opens up for him, maybe he'll take that. But is that what they want? Is that, the Brian Dable of the world makes more sense to, on a team that is much more offensive minded and is trying to do more with less, because, when you look at the Keon Coleman situation, when you look at the offense that's non-existent without, James Cook and Josh Allen, it's not really as good of an offense as it was years ago. And that's not because I'm saying Brian Dable left. It's because the talent's not there. Like, you have two really top-end tight ends between Kincaid and Knox. But the wide receivers, I mean, you're picking up Brandon Cooks. You're bringing up random guys off the, off the waivers or off free agency the last few weeks to kind of build up some sort of, semblance of a receiving crew. It was a weirdly built team. I feel like they're looking more offensive-minded head coaches. I think they really are. If anything, you need to change the DC if you want to do that in Buffalo. But I don't know. It's a weird time in Buffalo with the Pagulas. Let's put it that way. All right, we'll take a break. 888-808-1019. I got a couple of quick hits I want to get to, some quick fan focuses, but we'll turn the corner. Whatever you want to talk about now, obviously, led with baseball with the Mets, what they did so far this offseason, their great week, what the Yankees have done, Yankees hot stove, Giants, Jets, and then we'll also touch the playoff games this weekend. I'll get into it. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fans for another 25 minutes until Joe B. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
Nobody calls a better game than Rex Ryan. Mm-hmm. Rex Ryan, he built great defenses, but he called a great game, and there's a lot to be said.
You think he wants to do it again? Be a DC again?
I don't know. We'll have to give him a call.
You're gonna call him?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
Why not? I talk to Rex a lot.
No station gets you big blue news like the Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 101.9 FM WFAN.
Hey, if you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Englewood, and Livingston. And here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. That's real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust Samwell. Turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com FeelPain.com.
Just one drive in a Mercedes-Benz and you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison with more opportunities to drive home luxury. Experience comfort and performance in a new GLC or GLE SUV equipped with 4MATIC all-wheel drive to handle whatever the road or the weather brings. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, there's still time to experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
Wow, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that very much. And what an honor. What an exciting moment.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Go takes over at 5. You could always follow me at Hoff WFAN on all social media platforms, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's X, formerly Twitter, whatever it is. I still call it Twitter. Stupidly enough, I still call it Twitter. I do want to do one more fan focus. This fan focus is brought to you by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. As I'm going to focus on this weekend with the football NFL championship weekend. Now listen, you got an opportunity right here. Mike versus Sean versus Mike versus Sean. Are we going to have a Mike versus Sean Super Bowl? Are we going to have a Mike versus Mike Super Bowl? Are we going to have a Sean versus Sean Super Bowl? You're asking, well, Pete, what the hell are you talking about? Well, Mike Vrabel versus Sean Payton. Then you got Mike McDonald versus Sean McVay. And one way or the other, we're going to either have two Mikes, two Seans, or a Mike and a Sean. And it just feels very weird, but whatever. That's where are you favoring the Mikes or the Seans? But in reality, let's really break down the games. I think everyone knows that the Patriots have the easiest path known to mankind to go to the Super Bowl, whether it's the regular season, followed by the first round, followed by last week. I mean, they continue. C.J. Stroud basically gift-wrapped the football to them every single opportunity. I know that you can sit there and say, well, the Chargers were a good team, but, I mean, really, the Giants had 4 wins all season. One of them came against the Chargers. So I don't really take that first playoff game, serious because the Chargers clearly had something off this season. So now they're going up against the Broncos with Jarrett Stidham, and the defense is really going to have to shine for the Broncos to allow the team to stay in this game. Now, I feel like it's going to be a special teams thing that kind of pops up, whether it's a missed field goal, whether it's a kick return or a punt return or something like that that's going to really change his game here. That's where I feel the difference is going to be, because if the Denver defense can play as well as they do, and they can, again, Mile High is no joke. I was there when the Giants blew that crazy lead in the fourth quarter this past season. There is an effect. So it's real. I'm not going to take that for granted. But if the Broncos can keep this game tight and play their game defensively, there is a huge possibility that they could be in a situation within the winding moments of this game that they can go out there and win a game off of a field goal or a touchdown. And that's all you could ask for. The Patriots are not as good as they've seemed this season. Drake Mays played well. But they are just not as good all around. And they're going to if they do go to the Super Bowl, I am definitely taking the Rams or the Seahawks. That's for sure. And between the Rams and the Seahawks, just quickly before we get back to these phone calls, I think it's Sam Darnold's year. I really do. That's what I'm rooting for. I know Stafford is going to be the MVP this season, but Sam Darnold has done enough. First of all, out of all the defenses left, I think the Seahawks have the best one out of these 4 teams. So right then and there, it's going to be a tough day for Matt Stafford. But I really think Sam Darnold has found himself a good enough groove. He doesn't need to be Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't need to be Tom Brady. He just needs to be good enough to move the ball, control the ball, be smart on the field, not make poor mistakes. And I think he could do that. The defense will find ways to put up points. They're going to prevent points, and they're going to find ways to put up points. So all you got to do is don't lose the game. And I think Sam Darnold is good enough to do that. So I think Seattle's definitely coming out of the NFC. I do think the Broncos are coming out. And then we have a rematch from, what was that, Super Bowl 50? Was it Super Bowl 50 when it was the Broncos versus the Seahawks? 48. There you go. Thank you. That was the one in MetLife, right? We had a great storm, and basically the game was over within the first. What was it didn't they get a safety off of the first drive, and that was basically the game right there. It went Seattle the whole way, and it was just what a terrible game. Probably the worst Super Bowl I've ever seen. There's been some bad Super Bowls. That was the worst, though. All right, 888-808-1019. That's what my prediction is. It's going to be Seattle versus Denver in the Super Bowl. Now, the way I've gone with my picks, it's gone backwards every which way. So it'll most likely be the Patriots versus the Rams because that's the way my picks have been going this season. Anyway, 888-808-1019. Juan in Williamsburg. Juan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's up?
Very grateful for your hard work. I know it's not easy at this time, and talking to New Yorkers or wannabe New Yorkers, it ain't easy.
Juan, can I tell you something, though? You know what's easy? I love doing this. So, to me, having time on the air to talk about sports with you guys, I love it, man. So, and talking to somebody like yourself, it makes me feel good. So, listen, it's all good, man.
Having a voice in this time, that's the most important thing.
Yes.
Trust me.
Well, thank you.
So, let's start with the Yankees because I'm a true Yankee. We never going to win with Aaron Boone. I'm sorry. I don't care about that home run versus my fellow Dominican Pedro. I never liked Pedro anyways, but he's just a nice guy, but like he gets weird. You know what I mean? Like starts arguing with the umpires and stop this. Get down to making right bullpen decisions. Technical decisions, he is the worst. Big G has 3 games. He has the best games, the best week, and this guy wants to bench him. And listen, I played for U Service, Mel Zitter. Shout out to my guy Dylan Betances, doing his thing in Yes Network. I love it. But geez, if you bench Big G one more time after a good week, I might just be a Met fan.
Yeah, well, but that's not him. That's not Boone.
So if it's Cashman got to go because
it's not Cashman.
We're not even about cash no more. The Mets are the cash boss, and for any crybaby Met to complain about Pete Alonso, oh my God, guys, you got the best boss in history. You stole the Dominican from the Bronx, which is crucial. The Yankees lost a lot of money. That's technical for them. Trust me. And the guy is doing, trial and error. He's a new owner. He made a stupid decision. Frankie Montes, another bad one, but it's going to happen. But he's not scared. That's the most important thing. And what else? Freddy Peralta, slow down. He played in Milwaukee. You know what I mean? Everyone slow down. I got to see it to believe it. Now, I'm speaking for my dad. He's the Met fan. All right, here we go. Knicks. We're never going to win with the Knicks either. What's this guy? The whole ownership got to go. I don't care if you bring another Dominican cat. I don't care. We need someone explosive. Someone that ain't scared to go to the paint. That's it. Simple as that.
Yeah, I know that everyone hates Cat. I know that everyone wants. Listen,
no. I love Cat.
Okay,
I love Cat. Trust me. I feel for him, his mom, and all that. Trust me, I love him. He's not the problem. The problem is we have no one explosive. We got the humble players now. We got all the New Yorkers out. We send all the New Yorkers everywhere, and they do good, and they win chips everywhere. We need someone explosive. That's it. Simple as that.
Well, listen, Juan, and I think there's a trade that's going to end up coming up, and I appreciate the phone call. Just because, it sounds like you saw a bunch of guys, Hawk Purdy, and there's 2 other guys that got sent to the Westchester Knicks. I know the deadline's coming up February, I think 4th it is, for the trade deadline. Listen, I think that some people say that Julius Randle and DiVincenzo, the Timberwolves got a better deal from that deal. Listen, DiVincenzo is an asset. Everyone knows he's a great shooter. I think Julius Randle's time was up here. I think that you'd be sitting here and complaining about Julius Randle if it wasn't Cat. But I guess the upside would be you still have DiVincenzo. But you have other pieces here that are perfect. You're not going to make Knicks fans happy. When you're losing games, listen, there was a bad stretch. I get it. I get that you're frustrated. But the Knicks are still one of the best teams out there. They had a rough stretch. I don't care how quote-unquote soft Cat is. I don't care what you think you believe about Karl-Anthony Towns. He's not the guy that you want him to be. But that doesn't mean he's a bad player. I mean, if you look around the league, whether maybe it's Draymond Green who's just trolling us and saying how good of a player he is, either that or he's really respected around the league. But Draymond Green had a lot of good things to say. He was the 7th highest vote on the Eastern Conference. So clearly something's there that Knicks fans don't appreciate. Thank you very much to Nico on the other side of the glass, killing it as always. Thank you guys for everyone who called up. Hit me up on social media at WFAN. I appreciate it. It was a great show. It flew by. I can't wait to do it again next week. I'll be back on with The Carton Show with Chris McMonagle Monday through Friday as always, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Check out the Rico Bronya podcast tomorrow, WFAN Daily. But next, Joe Bonigo on The Fan. Have a good one.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I think if I'm John Harbaugh and Rex understands he's the defensive coordinator, you're not having daily press conferences. We don't, any of that stuff's out. All right? And you put 20 pounds on. I want fat Rex back. I don't want skinny Rex. Off the Ozempic. All that stuff. If I'm a Giants fan, that would be my first hire.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're